when you do the things you do. You got me wrapped around your fingers. Your pretty little lies.
大家搞炸。
Everybody feel the heat. Clap your Welcome to beautiful Jinzun Harbor, Dongyi Township, Taitung County. This is the Taiwan Open of Surfing. That is the spectacular landscape that we find ourselves privileged enough to be parked up in for this WSL QS 6000 event. And we are down to the round of 16 on the ladies' side of the draw. Chris Binns in the booth, joined by the one and only True Starling. Good morning, True.
Oh, good morning, Binzy. It's day 4 today.
Crazy.
I'm thinking, how many days have we been here for? But it's day 4, and I'm ready for it. I feel like it's going to be a good day of surfing.
I think so too. Look at all those pesky free surfers. We can hear the beach commentary just barking at them, telling them to get out of the way because we've got plenty of waves. But let's cross down to Jessie Starling now to find out exactly how many waves and whether we'll have enough waves to get us through to giving out trophies and stuff later on today. Jessie!
Morning, Binzy. Morning, True. I've got Zabe here. He's actually just come in from his morning free surf. It looks so fun out there this morning, Zabe. Give us a rundown of what the vibe was like out there.
Yeah, we're back down here at Jinzun Harbor. It's pretty pumping again. It's I don't know, it's hard. It kind of changes sizes all through the day, but we've got plenty of swell again and heaps of good waves, so it should be awesome.
Now, Zabe is going to give us his best Will Hayden Smith. He's going to give us the rundown of what we're going to go through today, so take it away, Zabe.
We're going to start off with women's round of 16 and then go into the men's round of 16, followed by the women's quarters, men's quarters, and then the semis and finals on standby. So
You're built for this, Zabe. We might get you to do this every day. You're competing today as well. Looking forward to it?
yeah, can't wait. I mean, another heat in some really fun waves, so it should be awesome. I'm frothing, yeah.
Awesome. Well, that's the call. Zabe might have found himself a new job. But anyway, we'll get back to ours. Take it away, guys.
Get your rig out. Wow. What do you say about the surfing conditions? Because he's stacked. You can see
We're
why.
just
See why he's
done.
bull on the footy field.
I think it's really fun, Binzy. It looks clean. Looks like there's some really good left and right options. Honestly, looks like it did yesterday when we first rocked up. I'm here for it. Let's see it.
I was a bit distracted from looking at the surf this morning just by the sunrise. It was insane. And not only did we have the sun coming up directly behind the waves, we had the full moon
Yeah,
180 degrees on the other side.
it's stunning.
Yeah, there is the Jinzun Harbor. So the harbour's been around for about 50 years. The wave's been around for about 20 or 30, and this is us. Morning, everyone.
Morning.
Pleasure to be here. Can't believe it's only day 4.
Yeah,
69 heats in 3 days. That's wild. But
crazy.
as we know, we've got a typhoon lurking just out there between the Philippines and here in Taiwan. And this camera's getting really intense.
You're not liking it. Binzy's like, whoa. But yeah, it's been a great few days of surfing. We've had some really awesome moments, some moments where it was some maybe buzzer beaters, some upsets. But we're here for it. We're here for a new winner.
10-second period swell, 69 heats, 4 surfers in the water. That is so many waves.
Yeah, so many waves.
And the judges are pretty torched at this stage.
Yeah, it's crazy. The morning glare for the judges has been pretty full on as well. It's been hot the last 2 days too, which is actually nice. I prefer it to be hot than freezing cold.
They've done a really good job at this event. You know why? Because we've never talked about them.
Yeah, haven't had to.
It's like a good umpire or referee in footy or any other sports. If they're not noticed, they're doing a good job. And the judges have nailed pretty much everything this, I keep saying week, but it's been 3 days. We're a threat to finish a 7-day event in 4 days here. And the only reason we wouldn't finish today is because of the luxury that ploughing through so many heats has afforded us, that we can actually get a little bit selective. Talking to Will Hayden Smith, the typhoon has sort of slightly backed off, which means that tomorrow morning might not be a write-off. It could be actually pumping.
Yeah.
The big variable there is, will the swell also come with a bunch of wind? And will the swell be too big? So it's kind of, we could finish today. We saw last night around about the time that we would finish if we ran all the way through today. Heats were a bit slower and sleepier. We've seen the mornings have been pretty good. So we're definitely not ruling out finishing today, but we'll see. Will and the crew are going to have very close eyes on what the forecast is up to.
Yeah.
And we can make that call over the course of the day.
What are your thoughts? If it was perfect world for you, Binzi, and you got to choose, would you finish today or wait till tomorrow?
I mean, this is all very hypothetical, but if tomorrow was as good as it could be, given the various models and charts, then it's sort of a no-brainer. Bronson Mady on the screen, his uncle, his step-uncle, Yvonne Tanjung in the background. Oof, someone had the wobbly boot on there. Who was that?
Yeah, I think that might have been Anri Matsuno, or maybe Taylor Green there, actually. So you'd finish tomorrow, is what you're saying?
I think so.
Yeah, love it.
Yeah, that gives... it would also be a slightly easier day today, which I think everyone has earned. And then it could potentially lead to an insane finals day.
Yeah.
Everyone comes back a little bit more recharged, competitors and crew.
Yeah.
And it could be pumping tomorrow.
Ooh, let's see it. I feel like we definitely should save the best till last.
Oh, absolutely. So often, the best conditions run early on in the event. Every now and then, often you see the finals a bit anticlimactic. And it's rare with the swell, the form surfers as well. You regularly see the form surfer of the event bow out in the semis or earlier because they've kind of cashed in all their mojo.
Taylor. Oh, this is Lucy Dara on her backhand. I really love Lucy's style. 15 from the south coast, New South Wales. Oh, well, that was nice. Really great three-turner. She's the winner of the NIAS Pro, and that's exactly why with surfing like that was huge, Minzy.
Yeah, 15 from the south coast. Clearly has that south coast reef pedigree. If she can charge and win NIAS on her backhand. Meanwhile, Taylor Green from the Sunshine Coast of New Zealand, working her way down the line. And that's going to be her best score. This is the replay of Lucy Dara's last week.
Yeah, this was smooth. Really, really loved Lucy's surfing. Good couple of connections, and that finish was so strong. So we got scores to come through. And Lucy's is going to be really, really good. I'm looking forward to seeing how that goes. A couple of great backhand belts. Taylor also has a score to lock in. Just over 20 minutes. So Ziggy McKenzie, she did open up with the 2.67, coming unstuck on that second backhand turn, working with Adam Dufner here. Great event over in Shargao, the best. Can't do much better than a win. Ziggy took it out. Scores come through for Lucy Dara, a 6.0. So Lucy straight up into first place, and looks like Taylor Green's is going to be a pretty good one as well.
So first 5 minutes gone in the first heat of the day. So the run of play today, we've got 4 heats, ladies, round of 16. Here goes Anri Matsuno on her backhand for mine. One of the standouts yesterday. She looked incredible. Another one of the young guns making their mark. She's just 18.
And down the line we have
Taylor Green swinging hard, goes down. This is Lucy Dara. We saw her on her backhand last time. Now she's doing it on her forehand. That was a great turn, and she is out of there. So 4 heats, women's round of 16. 4 heats, men's round of 16. 4 women's quarterfinals, 4 men's quarterfinals. That leaves us with 6 heats. So the 2 semis and the 2 finals. And the luxury is we either run them late this afternoon or early tomorrow. You'd imagine as early as possible tomorrow because the threat is the wind.
Yeah. Absolutely. Feeling like it's probably going to be tomorrow because 16, that's going to be another pretty big day. I back it. I feel like let's, obviously we need to monitor the conditions. We want to get the best out of the ocean for the surfers. So let's see. This is a 3.83 for Anri. Nice first backhand snap. She's got a really cool style. And she finds that finish. Wow, she was really determined to make that. And then Lucy Dara, this score's yet to lock in. Opting to go on the forehand. This one's a long stretched out left. Really nice connection there for Lucy. And wow, belts it once again. She's come out of the gates firing this heat. Taylor Green, also the same.
Yeah, Taylor is staying very busy. This is her 4th wave. Lots of energy on that one. And she's out of there. So 5 for her previous wave. Lucy Dara a 6 for her opener with a number to come. They've been the 2 women really forcing the issue so far in the first 8 minutes of this heat.
Yeah, they really have been. They've just been busy with the momentum, catching heaps of waves. I feel like Lucy's number is going to be another pretty good one. The second 2 turns was really, really strong. She's travelling with Taylor Green, Safi Vetti, and also Charlie Hurst. And she's just 15, so I think this might actually be her first QS without either her mum or her dad here, which is pretty crazy. Here we go, Ziggy.
All right, flying down the line. Beautiful drone angle as Ziggy attacks the lip, but gets swallowed and goes down. Now we're looking at Anri Matsuno. Beautiful backhand attack. Right until it wasn't. She goes down as well. So 16.5 minutes to go. And it's the 2 higher seeds having their colours bowed at the moment, as Lucy Dara and Taylor Green are really forcing the issue.
Yeah, this is a replay of that last one of Ziggy's. Wow, really bowly wave. Unfortunately, she goes down. And then Anri, she's got such a strong backhand, but feeling like maybe wave height is the issue, and just comes off the back. Lucy just locked in a 6.07, the best wave of the heat so far. She's got another score to lock in. She's on fire.
Yeah, and a forehand and a backhand wave, so showing that she's not just a backhand threat, she's also pretty deadly when she squares up, faces off to the wall. So a 12.07 total on the board for Lucy Dara. She also has priority. She couldn't have scripted the first 10 minutes of her heat any better. Anri Matsuno is currently sitting in 2nd, but I think that'll change once Taylor Green's last wave comes in. Ziggy McKenzie and Anri Matsuno with minor scores to their names at this point. 15 minutes remaining.
Yeah, it's a pretty exciting hit so far. Well, Taylor has a good score to lock in as well. 5.1, so Taylor goes to 2nd, and this is a really great position for the roommates to be in right now in 1st and 2nd. Anri needs a 6.27, and Ziggy, she's looking for a 7.43. Neither Anri or Ziggy have really done their best surfing in this heat yet. They've kind of been on the mid-sized waves or have unfortunately gone incomplete. So once they get into a good rotation and a good rhythm, hopefully they'll be in the position to really push for first and second, but it's so tough, you know, it's hard to find those good ones out there or be in position. You got to really adapt. That kind of felt like the key theme of yesterday was just being prepared to, you know, move and shift around with the ocean when you needed to.
Yeah, I'm sure she will turn it around. This is probably the least convincing 10 minutes of surfing we've seen from Ziggy across these two events so far, but she hasn't really caught too many waves, and as we know, coming in hot off a big win in the Philippines, more than capable. Here's Lucy Dara on her backhand once again. At this point, Lucy's just trying to upgrade sixes, which, you know, the round of 16, 2 5s, 2 6s sort of becomes the baseline, and then beyond that, the scores keep going, but she'll be taking all sorts of confidence out of her start. Bright and early this morning, she's really woken the judges up with a couple of 6-point rides.
Yeah, she really has. And, you know, going into the quarterfinals, they're 2 women quarterfinals as well. So she's just gaining that momentum, gaining that rhythm. And for Lucy, I think just surfing and being up on her feet out there right now is giving her the best opportunities to figure out the wave a little bit more. With 13 minutes. Ooh, Henry had a paddle, didn't quite scratch on. Third priority though, doesn't matter too much.
So last score came in for Taylor Green at 5.1. Here goes Ziggy, cracks it, and that's more like it. She belted that section, and she will not just ride away with a bunch of points, she'll ride away with some confidence as well. Just the one turn, but a pretty hefty swing of the hammer from Ziggy McKenzie. Should get her back into the mix with 12.5 minutes to go, so we're exactly halfway through this heat.
Have you been keeping an eye on the typhoon, Binzi? What's your...
Yeah, it's a funny one. I have been. It's just moving around so much. Every couple of hours, it's heading further north or south. Here goes Anri Matsuno, 2 strong turns. That was her best wave. She looked really good, found her groove, and expect some decent points to come in. Ziggy McKenzie's last wave, a 4.37. Here goes Taylor Green on her 6th wave, so she is staying very busy. That wave's not going to help her, but yeah, so this typhoon, it's off the Philippines. A couple of days ago it looked like it was going to go straight between Taiwan and the Philippines. Then it looked like it was going to hit the north of the Philippines. Now it looks like it's shifted once again a bit further south. Sort of tomorrow afternoon it's a direct hit on the Philippines.
Wow.
The next Asian QS in Bel Air is right in the path of. So
awesome.
Hopefully everything is battened down and the intensity dissipates a little bit before the typhoon comes through. Yeah, tomorrow afternoon it looks like landfall in the Philippines.
Okay, eyes on the lineup. This looks like
well, here we go, Ziggy. Just a little bit too deep, needing that 5.73. She got a 4.37 off one turn, so feeling like if she can find a 2-turner, she's looking the goods. She's feeling confident. She's made 2 heats already in this event. Hopefully she can get herself back into this one. Know that her family back home is watching. But with 10 minutes to go, she needs to get herself out of a sticky situation. Lucy Dara with a 6.07 and a 6. She's surfed a perfect heat on basically her first 2 waves. So she's in a good position. We've got some big heats. This next one looks so good as well. Anon Matsuoka, Mirai Aikeda, Kana Nakashio, and Sarah Wakita. Wow, that is going to be a big heat. Lucy Dara, live action, big first turn for Lucy. Wow, her backhand is so strong.
Well, and rejoins the open face as well. So this is all a bonus from now on, but she seals the deal. That's going to be, I'm going to suggest, the best wave of the morning so far. She crunched that wave a couple of times. And you thought on that second turn she was just going to hang on and just do everything she could to ride out of it, but she actually came out with enough speed to get one last turn in and really seal the deal. Talk us through this replay.
Yeah, wow, those first 2 turns were huge. Lucy is just on fire at the moment. She's got such great timing. Love that final turn. So, wow, this is going to be a big score. She's already got 6s in her scoreline, feeling like it's going to better that already. I mean, just off the emotion that those first 2 turns gave.
Yeah, the gut feel around that one's pretty good. She did not hold back at all. Surfing beyond her years, really opened the shoulders, squared up off the bottom, belted the lip. That was fantastic. Expect a big number to follow on screen right now. Having a look. Well, there it is. Last score for Lucy Darragh, up into the excellent range, an 8.33, and thoroughly well deserved. That was awesome. What did you make of it, Drew?
I loved it. I thought it was great. Definitely going excellent. Lucy is just on a tear. She got 2nd last year at the Australian junior titles, which is pretty incredible. She was on fire. I'm pretty sure that was it was Olive Hardy who won. And Lucy, she just took out the NIAS Pro a little bit earlier this year. Taylor Green, though, up and out of that one, an 8.33, an excellent score for excellent surfing. That was really entertaining.
Yeah, so Lucy is from Gerringong, South Coast, so that's, I think of Gerringong, you think of guys like Dean Bowen or Sally Fitzgibbons is not from too far away, so no shortage of inspirational surfers for Lucy Darragh to look up to. How was that surfing? Releasing the tail, that was great.
Wow.
Super slow-mo drone angle as well. Ryan Williams has been on a heater across this 2-event stretch on the Asian Series. And, Lucy might have even made some eye contact with the drone there as she rode out of that one. That's how you do it.
She's just ticking all the boxes. Well, she's well and truly a battle for 2nd right now. Taylor looking for a 9.3. She could get that, but haven't really seen any other waves in that excellent range, kind of allowing surfers to get up into that. Anri with first priority, needs a 6.17. Ziggy McKenzie looking for a 5.73. This could be a bit of an upset if we were to see Ziggy McKenzie go out in the round of 16.
Yeah, absolutely. I don't think anyone would have seen this coming. But she only needs a 5.73. We know she's more than capable of that. Anri Matsuno as well. She needs a 6.17. And we saw from her yesterday, we know that she definitely has that in her armoury. Henry had one of the best waves of the day yesterday, a 7. That was on her backhand. She had a 5.7 as well, so a 12.7 two-wave total. Pretty impressive.
Yeah, there was some big heats yesterday. We finished the day off with Dane Henry taking the win. Ollie Rissenbeck coming in 2nd. That was a great way to finish the day. And what a great heat to start day 4. 8.33 for Lucy Darragh, setting the tone for the rest of the women. And even the men coming up a little bit later as well. Wow, Lucy, she found herself another wave here. This is crazy. She's in such good rhythm.
Opens the shoulders. She's just looking casual and confident, which is a pretty great combination. And that was a sensational turn to sign off from that wave. Anri Matsuno getting the job done on her backhand. We've got a heat on our hands. Anri Matsuno and Ziggy McKenzie, they've got some work to do. You know that they're going to get after it. Here's the replay.
Yeah, Anri gets that quick backhand carve and tags it for the second one. It was a good two-turner. And this one here, this second turn for Lucy's packed so much power. Wow, that was huge. Surfing, you know, well above her years, at just 15 years old. She's looking pretty high quality, Challenger Series level, in my opinion, with turns like that. That is absolutely lethal. Scores to come for Anri Matsuno. It's her best number, a 4.57. So she now only needs a 5.53. Lucy Dara's last wave to lock in as well. I feel like that's going to go into the top two. That second turn was so strong.
Just a great amount of flair as well. The turn was great, but just have that extra little bit of garnish.
Yeah.
You know, just those little points difference that get the judges' attention. As we said, those guys are cross-eyed after the last 3 days, and they just, anything to wake them out of their slumber at this point is helpful.
Wow, 7.
Yep, fair enough too. So Lucy Dara with an 8.33. She's now backed it up with a 7. A 15.33 two-wave total is signalling her intent. She's already won one QS 6000 event this year. She's currently sitting 3rd on the QS rankings. Currently in 4th is the lady who's in 4th in this heat, Ziggy McKenzie. So this would build her a little bit of a gap with those all-important spots qualifying for the Challenger Series. And yeah, strong chance Lucy Dara could be looking at the Challenger Series berth at just 16 years of age.
Yeah, how crazy is that? Pretty incredible stuff. Same with Lucy as well. She's 3rd and 15. So this is, you know, the battle of the young guns at this point in time. Just over 2 minutes. Here we go, Ziggy McKenzie. Oh, she had a brief look, decided against it. Is she going to get this one with 2 minutes to go? Lucy's going to go the right. We'll stick with it. Wow, she's on fire at the moment. Good in and out there.
2
Ziggy.
minutes. Here goes Ziggy. She needs a 5.73. We'll have to catch up on what she did to start this off. She's not going to die wondering. She needs to attack the section. Does it nicely. Can't get back out on the open face. So we'll need to see the replay and find out if she got some work done before we caught up with her. 90 seconds to go. The good thing if you're Ziggy or Anri is that a wave like this, there's peaks up and down the contest zone, so she might have just got herself a little bit of separation from Lucy and Taylor. You can maybe find another chance or two without the pressure of her opponents being all over her playing priority games. All right, here's the replay.
Yeah, let's see what she did. A 5.73 that first turn. Bit of a carve. She hasn't really found anything too critical just yet. See, she's really trying to search for it. This is where we kind of caught up with her. I mean, it was good surfing. I just don't see a 5.73 in that from my first gut feeling. Could be wrong. Happy to be wrong about it as well. Ziggy's an incredible surfer, but it's a 3.8, so not enough.
So it doesn't change the situation for Ziggy. She's still looking for a 5.73. What does change is the time. There's now only 30 seconds left. Lucy Dara's last wave of 3.27. That's not a factor. And Taylor Green has quietly put together a heat as well. A 5 and a 5.1. She's stayed very busy. She's caught plenty of waves and just kept moving, which we know has been a winning tactic this week. Is sitting in second, and she'll be thrilled to get through this one. So I'm going to suggest that the two more fancied surfers in this heat were Anri Matsuno and Ziggy McKenzie. But the two winners are Lucy Dara and Taylor Green. So a bit of an upset to kick off day 4, potentially finals day, here at the Taiwan Open of Surfing. That's Taylor making her way into the beach and Lucy behind her. that is the beautiful scene here in Dongi Township. Don't go anywhere. We're going to have a quick break and come back with more action from right here at the Taiwan Open of Surfing very, very soon.
Anon Matsuoka in the red. Mirai Akita in the blue. Kana Nagashio in the yellow.
Back to the Taiwan Open of Surfing. Very entertaining first heat to kick off the day. Heat 2 in the water right now. Anon Matsuoka, Mirai Ikeda, Kana Nakashio and Sarah Wakita in the booth. Chris Binns joined by Dai Wacko and Dai. You got a surf in this morning as always. How was it out there?
It was good. You know, as you can see on the screen, it's glassy. Light offshore, it was great. There's so many long walls from the left side to right side, so definitely there's a lot of opportunities for all the surfers. It was really fun. And this is Ikeda Mirai's first wave. Ikeda Mirai の1本目のライディング、こちら 5.50 をスコアしています。一発2発きれいにつなげていき、これはしっかりとインサイドまでつながっていきました。しっかり大きなターンを入れて演技を終えます。Great surfing from Mirai Ikeda. That's a great opener, 5.50.
Yep, sure was, and she'll be thrilled with that in the first 3 minutes of the heat. Henry Matsuno just got knocked in the last heat for Japan. She was one of the form surfers yesterday. She's come 12th on the QS. So
Wow, that was great. 3-turn combo from again Mirai.
we've got Kana Nakashio in the water right now. She is in the yellow jersey, which means she is leading the Bonsoy Asia Super Series rankings. And that series is decided at the end of this event.
Right.
It's $5,000 cold hard cash.
That's a pretty good bonus.
The male and female in
Right.
the Asian region who end this event on top of the rankings. As we see Anon on her backhand, she's coming second. So there is huge Bonsoy Super Series implications in this heat.
Yeah.
There's Mirai Ikeda, she's coming 4th on the Asian rankings. So there's $5,000 up for grabs, and 3 of the women who are in the top 4 positions to potentially grab it are all in the water right now. And Sarah Wakita, she's coming 7th, so she's far from out of it either.
Wow.
And with surfing like that, she might be saying, hey, don't forget about me. 2 strong turns and gets that little bonus triangle wedge at the end when the cross chop sort of runs through the inside. That's going to be up there with Mirai for best wave of the heat so far.
Wow, that was great surfing from Sarah Wakita. Beautiful opening curve to start with and get that layback strong turn, and that'll be a great number for Sarah. Still waiting for the last of Anon and Mirai as well. Definitely this is a stacked heat like you mentioned. all four surfers in the top 10.
Yeah, and
On-
Kana Nakashio, she came third here last year. 2023 was won by Sarah Wakita. So there's plenty of pedigree out here at Jinzun Harbor for these surfers.
Yeah, and Kana and Sarah are traveling together this time, so it's a very, very stacked heat.
Of course they are. All right, stacked heat in the water. We just had a stacked heat wrap up to kick off the round, and we're going to cross down to True Starling, who is with what I'm assuming is a very happy Lucy Darragh.
Yeah, very happy Lucy Darragh indeed, Vinzi. Lucy, what a great way to start the morning. I mean, an 8.33 and a 7. You came out of the gates firing.
Yeah, it's really fun waves out there at the moment. Really clean and yeah, nice size today. So I'm stoked I got to have a good heat out there.
It felt like every wave you just kept getting better and better, and you were just lifting and building. Were you gaining confidence throughout that whole heat?
Yeah, I was pretty nervous for that heat. It was super stacked, and yeah, I think my plan was to kind of just like build a house and just keep improving my scores. So I'm really happy that I could do that.
You got the job done. Your pre-heat routine looked pretty cool as well. Talk me through that and how you get prepared to go out there and do exactly what you did.
Oh yeah, I just love to I love getting out there for a surf before the comp, and then just come in and watch the surf for a bit, and then I'll stretch, maybe listen to a few songs, and yeah.
It was cool as well to see both you and Taylor get through. That would be a really great win for the household and everyone that you're travelling with. Sappy's coming up soon as well. But talking about you, you know, you're in the top 5. You're actually ranked 3rd on the Oz QS at the moment, which is huge after that win at the NIAS Pro. Making some rounds in this and being into the quarterfinals, how big is it for you for a Challenger Series campaign?
Yeah, it's so huge for me. I'm so stoked to be in the quarters. Like, I've had some pretty annoying losses in the last few comps, and yeah, I'm just stoked to get some more points and hopefully move up the rankings.
Yeah, it's amazing to see you ripping and, you know, just doing what you do best, Lucy. I know you have lots of friends and family at home that are watching. Anything you'd like to say?
Just hi to my dad and mum and my little brother. Pretty sure they're still in the Philippines. And just all my family, my cousins. Thanks for watching.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Lucy. It was great to see you ripping. We'll send it back to you guys.
Thank you very much. True. All right, last score came in for Sarah Wakita at a 4.93. Straight after that, while we were talking to Lucy, we've seen Anon Matsuoka lock in a 4 and Mariah Ikeda a 4.5. So she has flown out to an early lead, 10 points on the board. Kana Nakashio in the yellow jersey, signifying that she is on top of the Asian QS rankings and therefore leading the Bonsoy Asia Super Series. Yet to catch a wave.
Wow, this is the first wave from Kana Nakashio during the interview. That's great, big first down from her. Nakashio Kana 1本目のライディングです。一発目大きな縦のターンスプレーを大きく飛ばしました。少し波がとろくなってくるここのセクション抜けてきてしっかりとフィニッシュしてきました。これもいいスコアになってきそうです。
Alright, so great surfing there from Kana Nakashio. There it is. A 7.17, so she was the last out of the gates, but she has flown up into one of those two advancing positions. Best wave of the heat, and she is in the box seat, and she's got 16 minutes to try and find a second score and consolidate her passage through to the quarterfinal.
Wow, straight away 7.17. Kana's first wave. That was big, off the top. Vertical off the top from Kana, so definitely it was rewarding, and there's still plenty of time, so this heat, well, everyone got a scores now, so definitely we'll see a great surfing. Looks like that's Sarah. Having a look at this one, 脇田沙羅、これ3本目のライディングになります。現在3位のポジション 2.25 が必要です。1発2発とここはしっかり綺麗にコンビネーションを決めてきました。Great combo from Sarah Wakita. Currently in the 3rd place, but needing small score, 2.25.
Yep, she's going to move up into one of those top 2 positions. This is the replay, beautiful angle. Cracks it a couple of times. Gets a little bit of drift out of the tail. That was really cool. Nicely done. Meanwhile, that was Kana Nakashio paddling in. She's found a right this time. Opens the shoulders. This wave bowls for her. Perhaps pushed it a little bit too hard. Out the back. Anon Matsuoka getting some drift out of the tail. Climbs up over a little foamy end section. You'd assume she had a turn before that as well. So great exchange. 4 Japanese surfers, all 4 of them in the mix for the Bonsoy Asia Super Series rankings win. Here's the lady in the yellow jersey. This is Kana Nakashio. The first turn was strong. It looked like she was on her way to a healthy number. Now run us through Anon's wave.
そうか、3本目のライディング、一発のライディングですが大きなバックサイドアタックを見せてきました。このヒートは4名の日本人選手がクレジットされています。現在は池田未来が1位のポジション、中潮かなが2位、そして追いかけるのが脇田沙羅、そして松岡アノン。脇田沙羅は 2.25 が必要、松岡アノンは 3.13 が必要な状況です。残り時間は13分40秒とまだ残っています。
So what I can take from that is that the Japanese word for backside attack is backside attack.
Yeah, we use pretty much the same words to explain the surfing.
Yeah.
Because surfing comes from the English side, so we use a lot of English words straight to the Japanese. The last wave for Sarah comes in at 4.90. That put her into the second. Kana is sitting in his third place with a single wave 7.17, needing small score 2.66. Anom is in fourth, needing 5.83. Still waiting for the last of Kana and Anom.
It's going to be in the ballpark. Obviously, she'd be threatening the lead if she'd made that last turn. There it is, a 2.67. So she's actually got Sarah Wakita by 0.01. We're exactly halfway through the heat with 12 and a half minutes to run. Here goes Kana Nakashio. She wants to get rid of that 2.67 and really firmly entrench herself at the top of the leaderboard. She's going the right way about it. Commentator's curse. As soon as I say that, she kicks out. And that'll be roughly around the same score as the last wave. Here goes, well, Anon Matsuoka had a look. Will she be stripped of second priority? She has. So second priority now flips to Sarah Wakita. The judges determined that Anon had enough of a paddle at this one. And this is the last wave of Kana Nakashio. Comes in at 2.6. So you need to think about that one much more. 12 minutes remaining.
残り時間が12分になったところ、現在のシチュエーションは第1位にブルーの池田未来、第2位がイエローの中潮かな、そして3位に脇田沙羅、必要なスコアは 4.92、4位が松岡アノン、必要なスコアが 5.65 となっています。本日はウィメンズ、メンズともにクォーターファイナルを行っていく予定です。それ以降は現在スタンバイとなっています。
11 minutes to run. Any standouts in the free surf this morning before we kicked off?
Well, everyone was kind of ripping, and I saw one wave from Reef. He was doing what he does on the wave, and he was ripping, and definitely he's feeling a good rhythm in the ocean. That just stands out. And I saw Sarah having a great surf in the morning as well. So yeah, everybody was ripping actually this morning.
It's quite funny. We're the two commentators who surf every morning. I surf at the far end of the right, and you surf at the far end of the left.
We never see each other.
Never see each other, and we never see the same surfers. Because I'm always surfing with Bronson, Tully Wiley,
natural footer guys.
Zave Huxtable, Alistair Reginato. You're down on the left with Reef Hazelwood and the guys who just love those long running lefts.
What
So-
about your standout from this morning?
Uh,
Did you surf this morning?
No, I didn't.
Oh,
I,
wow. What happened?
I do a radio report.
Oh,
It's
right.
a radio surf report back home every Saturday morning. So that
Right.
unfortunately kept me out of the water today. So first morning I've missed, but if we finish early, then
Definitely.
I'll have a make-up this afternoon.
I go back out if I have time after this event.
So have you been jumping in with the broadcast crew to get here especially early?
Yep. Leaving hotel at 5
Clever.
and be here by 5:30 and in the water by 10 to 6.
Yeah, brilliant. And this morning you would have been treated to an incredible sunrise. That was
Oh, yeah,
beautiful.
that was beautiful.
It was, definitely Instagram o'clock when everyone pulled into the event site this morning. All the phones came straight out of the pocket because the sun was just blazing red, lighting up the sky. The full moon was right behind
Right.
the mountains, so we had, look one way, you had this vicious red sun just appearing over the horizon, and then behind you, you had the full moon appearing over the mountains. Spectacular.
Spectacular.
It's always a great vibe in the mornings as well. Some events you can get pretty eggy before the contest kicks off, but everyone's in pretty good spirits here. I think just because there are so many waves, everyone's just always in motion.
Right.
Even you look at this event, there haven't really been any priority
Interference.
dramas
Right.
or people getting in each other's way. It's pretty good. It's a pure surfing contest, this one. You just catch a lot of waves. The best ones.
Such a big field and such a beautiful field here. When you see on the screen, it kind of looks small field, but once you're in the water, it's quite big. We never see each other in the
No.
water, so that's how big it is.
And there's a free surf bank. Even when the comp's
Yeah.
on, there's competitors surfing down to the south, occasionally getting told off by the beach commentator for sneaking in a bit close, and definitely getting told off if they go right off that peak, because they can end up where some of the competitors are finishing their longer lefts. All right, after a bit of a sleepy midsection of this heat, Kana Nakashio tries to wake everything up and gets swatted for her troubles. This is one of the biggest sets we've seen come through this morning. For poor old Kana Nakashio, it's going to land on her head. So that's a minus score. Mariah Kader had her 10-point total on the board in about the first 8 minutes of this heat, and then we haven't seen much action since. So we've got a really tight knot. There's less than 2 points separating first, second, third and fourth. And there's not much separating any of these women on the Bonsoy Asia Super Series rankings. So high stakes surfing in the round of 16. Here's our current heat leader, Mariah Kader, very late to the party. Sarah Okita wants to put herself squarely into one of those two advancing positions, and she is going the right way about it. Punches the closeout, 3 big turns, and that's going to ask a few questions of the judges.
Well, definitely there's a great surfing from Sarah. But for Mirai, that was a little bit of mistake. She's been waiting for the wave for quite a long time, but she got this set. Unfortunately, couldn't quite, ride out of the big turn. But Sarah Akira did a great job on her front side.
Non has a look, not to be. We can see that little left on the other side of the bay has a handful of takers this morning as well. I'm sure some of the Rivermouth Beachies not too far away are doing their thing this morning too. 6 minutes to go. We're waiting on that last score to come in for Sarah Wakita. Mariah Kader's last wave is going to be a minus score.
Well, it's already almost down to the 5 minutes mark in this heat. It goes really fast, actually. 25-minute heat all the way to quarterfinals.
Still just waiting on that last score for Sarah Wakita to come in. This is going to be a massive number in the final makeup of this heat. If it, anything over a 5 will put a bit of pressure on Kana Nakashio and extend the requirement for Anon Matsuoka. Kana easily the best wave of the heat, 717, but she needs a backup. Here goes Mariah Kato. She's got a 5.5. Whoa, there's a bit of spice on that first turn, but she had a hard time getting her board back under her feet. Now here goes Kana Nakashio. She just needs to put together something solid, confident and strong. She's done that, but did it have the high points of drama that are needed? Anon Matsuoka, this is a good-looking wave running down the beach. That turn was great. Needs to get up and clobber this section. Didn't quite time it as crisply as she would like. So I think out of that last exchange, we're waiting for scores for all surfers now. I think Sarah Okita's probably going to get the nod, and there it is. Wow. So a 5.43 puts her into the lead. Mariah Kato is now chasing a 4.86. She's already got a 5.5. Kana Nakashio only needs a 2.83. You'd imagine she's done that on this wave. So she might jump up into the top 2. Held back a little bit. Yeah. Didn't go all out attack. And then you could say the same a little for Anon on this one.
松岡、4本目のライディング、このライディング重要になってきます。 5.80 が必要、しっかりと2発決めてきました。そして中潮5本目のライディングで 3.50 をスコアし、第1位のポジションへ上がってきます。脇田沙羅は4本目のライディングで 5.43 をスコアし、第2位のポジションをキープしています。池田未来、必要なスコア 4.86。Well,
3 minutes to go. So last score comes in for Kana Nakashio. It's a 3.5. It does put her into the lead. But I think if she'd pushed that...
Wow, that was...
Yeah, well, here goes Sarah Wakita. She won't be happy to be down into second. Can she stand back up out of this one? She's fighting. She's in the white water. That's not going to count. So that helps Kana Nakashio a lot. That 3.5, if she'd made that a 5... it's almost game over.
Right.
But she just really didn't attack it all that hard, and the judges are very clued in, and they can see that kind of stuff. So a 3.5 is good in that it puts her in the lead, but it definitely does not put this one beyond doubt.
You know, definitely Kana's last wave, she served really safe. Well, that's, I understand it because she needed a small score and wanted to go to the, to the top 2. Here, the last wave for Anon comes in at a 4.53, so not enough 4 seconds, still need 5.83. And now Mirai has first priority, needing 4.86, so not much difference. All surfers has good scores.
Yeah, it's just a lot of 3s, 4s and 5s at the moment. The one standout wave is Kana Nakashio. And we need her to channel that surfing again on her next wave to try and really put this one beyond doubt. 90 seconds.
Wow, 90 seconds. Stressful moment for...
She's one step closer to wrapping up the Bonsoy Asia Super Series. And the $5,000 that comes with that win. Sarah Wakita might be her remaining rival. It's crazy that all 4 of these women are in this heat together.
Right, and they are all in top 10 on the Asian Tour, but looks like a little bit of movement from Mirai Ikeda and Anon Matsuoka.
So 1 minute to go. Mirai has priority. She's chasing a 4.86. And here she goes. She's got some work to do to find the open face, and that wave gave her absolutely nothing. Meanwhile, Sarah Okita...
That's a Kana Nakashio up and riding. Big one turn, just quick in and out. She is in the lead.
I'm yellow-green colorblind.
But 30 seconds in the seat.
And this is Mariah Ikeda. Went hard as she has to. But that is looking like we've got scores to come in for all surfers. Just about 10 seconds to go. Was that Sarah?
Yes, that was Sarah Keita sitting in the second.
So we've got scores to come in for everyone as the siren sounds, but I'm thinking at this point it's going to be Kana Nakashio and Sarah Wakita through to the quarters. And Kana Nakashio might just be putting a couple of fingers, I'm not going to say a whole hand just yet, on that oversized check for the $5,000. Don't go anywhere. That was a very entertaining heat, and we've got a couple more to come in the women's round of 16 here at Taiwan Open of Surfing right after this quick break.
How? Oh, mate, I just went for a drive. Surf is cooking, bruh. Wind's gone offies. Swell's starting to pulse. You all fueled up? It's you and me, man. We're going to get cone today. Yeah, let's go, bruh.
Good morning. Once again, welcome back to the Taiwan Open of Surfing. Two entertaining heats to kick off the day. Heat 3 in the water right now. Let's start that one again. Minami Nanaka, Charlie Stokes, Safi Vet, and Annie Dos Santos. Two Aussies, beg your pardon, a Japanese, an Aussie, a Kiwi, and a Brazilian. And we've got an Italian and an Aussie in the booth right now. Chris Binns joined by Giada Lagardi.
Talk about international. We are doing that just fine here. That is Minami Nonaka on your screen right now on a good looking wave. Goes for that second turn. Loving how she really laid into it. This is going to be an incredible day of competition. It is round of 16, heat 3. We will go straight into the men's round of 16, quarterfinals, and hopefully finals day tomorrow morning.
Yeah, we'll be monitoring that situation very closely throughout the day as we try and figure out just whether the conditions are going to be better late this afternoon or first thing tomorrow. There's a few variables in place. One of them is a big typhoon off to the south of us that's going to be broadsiding the northern Philippines tomorrow afternoon. It's going to send a ton of swell up this way. There'll also be a ton of wind. And, last year we had a similar situation and it got to the point that the government closed the ocean. So we have to finish the event. You know, we're going to run a 7-day event in potentially 4 or 4.5 days. So huge days for all the competitors. As we see Safi Vat on her backhand, crunching this a couple of times, and she'll be thrilled to kick off her campaign in such a strong fashion. We just saw Minami Nanaka drop a 4.83, and now this looks like Charlie Stokes quickly in and out. The swell is still there. If anything, it looks like it's picked up a little bit since first thing this morning. Did you surf this morning, Jada?
I have not. The only time I've actually surfed out there was for my heat. So I haven't been doing the morning surfs, neither the afternoon, because we've been finishing so late that the sun goes behind those mountains and it gets dark really quickly out here. So hopefully this afternoon with an early finish, I'll go for a quick paddle.
Do it.
I'm hoping that most of the competitors will be over it by now, so I'm just really hoping it won't be that crowded.
The crowd's fine. You get plenty of waves. Everyone's in good spirits. Short period swell, tons of different peaks. Get out there. That's why we're here.
I just get frustrated with crowds. I think I'm so used to Ulus that every time I see a crowd, I'm like, nah. It's tough for me out there.
All right, someone who did not find it tough out there was the winner of the last heat, Kana Nakashio, and we're going to check in with her and our own Daiwako right now.
素晴らしいライディングで第1位通過を果たしました。イエロージャージを着ている中潮かな選手、まずはお疲れ様です。
ありがとうございます。
一発目から7点出して、その後少し時間をかけながらバックアップを揃えてきたと思うんですが、なかなかバックアップが揃えない中、ただしっかりと1位通過しました。ヒート振り返ってみてどうですか
1本目もなかなか乗れずって、でも乗った波が良くて、一発も結構自分的にも入ったので、いいスコアくれるかなと思ったら全然なかなかコールがなかったので、もう1本その間にって思ってたんですけど、なかなかまとめられずに、でも最後一応塗り替えて、勝ち上がれたので良かったです。
7点の波はもともと狙っていた波だったんですか？
なんか自分あんまりそんなバックサイド得意じゃないっていうか、この波に対してのバックサイドが苦手意識があったから、レギュラー昨日もレギュラーだったんで、レギュラー狙いもちょっと頭に入れつつだったんですけど、ちょっとそのグーフィー乗った波も一発目は掘れてたので、そこでちゃんとヒットできてよかった。
She was trying to go right because that's how she got the good score yesterday, and she didn't have kind of like big confidence in her surfing on backhand, but still the good looking left popped up, and then she went for it. She just did a great time, and she got scored. It took a little while to get her the score, so that was kind of make her really nervous, but still she was super happy to get through this heat. それではいよいよマンオマンヒートとなるクォーターファイナルでと駒を進めますが、この後はどのように過ごしますか？
そんなに男子挟んでそんなに時間ないので、波見ながらちょっと休んで、次に備えたいです。
やっぱり一緒にトラベルしている脇田選手とワンツーであるのは気分的にはいいですか？
そうですね、自分もこのクォーターファイナル行かないとポイントも塗り替えられないし、サラもここでいい結果残さないとシーズンに向けてポイントも足らなくなるので、とりあえず2人で上がってよかったです。
最後にたくさんの方見てくれてると思うのでメッセージの方お願いします。
朝から応援ありがとうございます。次は男子の次にクォーターファイナルマンオマンがあるので、自分のライディングして勝てるように頑張るので応援よろしくお願いします。
次も頑張ってください。ありがとうございました。Back to you guys.
Bye bye to you too, Kana Nakashia, but it won't be bye bye for too long. We'll be seeing you back again in action in the quarterfinals. So basically we go from four surfer heats in the round of 16 to 4 surfer on surfer heats in the quarterfinals.
Exciting stuff. It's going to be man on man out there, so it's going to be interesting to see so much space with just 2 surfers out there.
Yeah, it's good for a number of reasons. It's a bit of preparation for the business end of the Challenger Series events if you can get there, and then obviously once you're on the Championship Tour, it's apart from the opening rounds, it's purely surfer on surfer. So great preparation for the future. The World Juniors does the same as well. These are all just pathway events to breed future Championship Tour surfers and potentially future world champions. And I love the way that once you get to the quarters, it's surfer on surfer, and it does change game plan a little bit, especially at a wave like this where there's tons of waves. And you have to be really a lot more selective. You're not going to get by with 4s and 5s. You need to be more selective, get yourself the 6s, the 7s, the 8s, and make sure that you do enough to get through the next round. All right, I'm going to jump out and hand over to Dai, who's been doing his usual sterling work, interviewing all the Japanese surfers for us with his wicked bilingual ways. I'll leave you guys with a call. Catch you later.
Thank you so much, Binzi. We'll be welcoming Dai back in, so I'm excited to have Dai Wacko, one of my favorite people to have in this QS events.
Good morning.
Good morning. How's your morning been?
Great. I had a 1 hour surf this morning.
Oh, wow.
And I had a couple good left. So, super happy morning. Get to surf, get to work.
So Dai is the type of person who surfs 500 times a day.
Yeah, definitely.
You'll see him if he's not drinking coffee or in the commentating booth, he's surfing.
Pretty much. That's pretty much who I am, and I love surfing. I surf every day, pretty much. Well, the conditions is just so firing, and waves are so much fun out there. So trying to surf as much as I can, and then it's good for me to be in the water with the competitors, to watch their surfing, and so that I can talk about in the commentary booth, and so that I can know who's sent out in the surf.
100%. You can have a quick chat with the commentators, behind all of this, and it gets a little more personal. You get to have a bit more deeper conversations and find out what's going on behind the scenes. So I totally agree with you. It's all part of your work.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah, it's part of your job. You got to figure out that info, be it on land or in water. It doesn't matter.
We have, and then also I can get to talk to one of the competitors and, hey, how you doing, and what's your plan for the rest of the days. So yeah, it's good to be in the water to see everyone's faces.
Yep, and speaking of, we are having a bit of a lull here in the situation. A 4.57 from Safi Veri and a 4.83 from Minami Nonaka. So just those two waves, the more significant ones, it's been pretty flat. Like, we haven't had too many sets roll through. It feels like it's maybe dropped a little bit in size from yesterday.
Wow, it's really sleepy heat compared to the first, heat 2 just we had. So yeah, it's a sleepy heat. 12 minutes in and not many waves have been ridden. But definitely a stressful moment for the surfers, because they probably watch the last 2 heats and then going, okay, the waves are firing, and we are ready. But the waves just stop providing a little bit. It looks like a few lines at the back about to roll in. Charlie Stokes with the first priority, and Anita Santos with the second priority. She hasn't got a wave yet. Been waiting quite a long time, 12 minutes in.
Yeah, the tide is going down. It is currently 8 in the morning here in Jinzun Harbor. We had the high tide at around 7 a.m. Low tide's going to be at 12:30 p.m. So plenty of time still, but it's not a huge difference in the tide. We're going to see some waves start to roll through. This looks like Safi Veri.
Nice first stand, unfortunately goes down. So Safi Veri is in the lead, 4.50. So trying to get the backup score as soon as possible. Definitely they'll keep her in the first place. But that was really unfortunate for Safi.
Yeah, it was. And Safi's backside is so strong. She has a solid backhand attack, and it's really exciting to watch. I know she's had some great runs in Krui with it, and out here as well. I watched an earlier heat, and she absolutely tore it apart. So I know she's going to be kind of looking for those lefts, because she knows how strong she is. And she's looking in great form, so I'm excited to see what she does. She is an Olympian. She represented New Zealand in Tahiti, so that was an incredible opportunity for her, and she tore it apart in El Salvador to get the spot.
She must have a great experience on the left as well from New Zealand. They have a lot of beautiful lefts. Well, on screen we might have Anita Santos up and riding for her first wave. Just one maneuver, one carve, and wave just dies out.
Yeah, Ani taking her time, and not really the way she was probably hoping to start. But we've seen time and time again the past 3 days that the surfers that are the busiest out there and keep catching waves and moving around are the ones who tend to be always in that first and second position. I feel like this is that type of spot where you have to create your own opportunity. You have to find those waves, and you don't necessarily just drop anchor and wait with priority, because it's easy to just let this heat go by. I think we saw it yesterday afternoon with Keijiro.
南野中2本目のライディングになります。1本目 4.83 をスコアして、今のが2本目になります。一発のターンでキックアウトです。Yeah, that was unfortunate for Keijiro Nishi. waited for about 20 minutes in the heat and scored 5 point something for just one single maneuver, and he needed a small score, but he got stuck inside.
Yeah, it was really unfortunate. He sat, dropped anchor with priority for 20 minutes of the heat, got a 5. I think it was a 5.5 if I'm remembering correctly, and only needed around a 3.5 to pass the heat, but just got stuck on the inside. Sets were coming. He wasn't able to make it back out in time, but yeah, it just shows that it's not really a point break out here. So you need to be moving around and finding your space, finding your rhythm. I think yesterday we saw Gia Lawrenson was looking for a score. She was in fourth position. She moved to the side, caught a right, and in the very last minute managed to win the heat. So it's one of those waves that you don't give up until the very end, you know, because you can always get the score out here.
And here we have like 3 different peaks that you can choose from, you know, and there's outside wave, there's inside wave, so definitely there's a lot of opportunities. But on screen we have Minamiの中南3本目のライディング、このライディングで 1.87 以上スコアしてその差を広げたいです。しっかりとフィニッシュターン決めてくるか。前に出てきました。Well served from Minami no Naka. She's in the lead right now with a 4.83 and 1.87. Definitely wants to get rid of the 1.87, but probably she did the job.
Yeah, I think she did. That 187 is flying out the window. She is going to be extending her lead. The only surfer with 2 decent scores on the board right now. So let's break this one down. She went right on it. Good first turn. She was really tight in the pocket, timed it well because this wave just flattened out. So I feel like she got to that steep section in time. And I love how she really hacked and laid into that last turn. So this is going to be a pretty good score for Minami, and it comes in at a 3.60, just extending her lead a little bit over the rest of the field.
And on screen we have, it's going to be Jelly Stokes, just one turn. And at the back we have something Safi up and riding on her back, and that was a huge turn from Safi, and we are not too sure what she's done at the back. Still, that finishing turn was solid.
Yeah, that was a solid finishing for Safi Vetti. I'm really excited. I'm hoping she did something out the back. I mean, that's going to be a good score, but if she did 2 of those, that's going to go really high up. She's going to be the first surfer, like, bouncing out of the 4s and going to the 5s and 6s. Like we said earlier, Safi's backhand is so strong. And here we have a replay. We weren't able to really see that first part, but that's last blast. She goes upside down. That was incredibly well done.
That was a great surfing from Safi. Needing small score so far, 3.87. And wow, I gotta say, it's gonna be really close to the requirement because it was one of the sets and it was critical section of the wave, and she hit it really hard, and that was clean landing, so she checked all the boxes. So definitely it'll be a great number for Safi. 7 minutes to go in this heat.
Wow, already reaching that 7-minute mark. That is so fast. And look at the scores. It's been a really slow one. We haven't seen too many big scores being dropped just yet. We're waiting for that last of Safi, which I think is going to go as the best score of this heat. Waiting for the last of Jolly as well. So plenty of time, though, for the girls to still get some of those waves that they're looking for. Ando Santos just on that 163. She hasn't been too active. I feel like maybe she could start moving around more, just creating opportunity.
You know, I saw her surfing at the right side of the point and trying to get the left last couple of days, and she's getting those good lefts over there, so probably she's just moving a little bit towards the south side and trying to get those waves that she's been practicing on, and hopefully she gets another opportunities. But last wave for Safi comes in at a 5.03. that put her into the lead.
Yeah, and look at the requirements now for Jolly and Annie. They definitely increased. Jolly Stokes' last one comes in at a 4-point ride, so now her requirement drops to 4.44. Ando Santos really needs to start maybe switching up the game plan.
Right.
Yesterday we saw Keijiro, he's stuck with it until the very end, and maybe 10 minutes earlier, if he changed it up, he probably would have passed the heat.
But here is Ani Dos Santos up and riding. Good two-time combo. So that's pretty much exactly what you're talking about. Just change the plan and just trying to get as many as you can. And she got it. She got the two-time combo. That put her into the game for sure.
That was way better for Ani. Now on your screen.
野中みなみ4本目のライディングになります。この波で 4.78 をスコアしたい。しっかりとインサイドまでつないでいってフィニッシュも決めてきました。Well, good surfing from Minami as well, trying to get rid of the 3.60 to create some gap, but needing 4.78 to go into the first. Ani Dos Santos had a good combo, yeah.
Yeah, that was really nicely done from Ani. That's going to be a good score, and she's putting herself and her name back into this heat. She is going to be backing up that 163, but she needs that 163 to go. I mean, she wants a decent score. Safi is out in the lead. She's going to get another good score. What do you think about this one?
Safi up and riding. Nice check turn, and there's going to be a finishing turn here, so that's a nice finish turn as well. Great combo from Safi again, trying to get rid of the 4.57 to extend her lead. Great surfing from Safi again. So Jolly Stokes has fast priority at the back. Looks like she's going for this wave on left, but quick in and out. She didn't like look of it, so quickly paddle backs out and trying to regain first priority again. 3 minutes and 30 seconds left. So 4.07 for the last of Ani Dos Santos.
Yeah, so that was a good way to get back into this heat. Now 4.37 is what you're looking for. 3 minutes 20 left. Waiting for two more scores of Minami and Safi to come in. I think there won't be too much of a change in the leaderboard, but there we have it. So Minami does extend her lead a little bit. 3.93, making life a little bit harder now for Jolly and Ani Dos Santos. This right now is Jolly Stokes. Quick up and out, so won't be going into her top two. But, with 3 minutes left, that's plenty of time for the girls to still, complete this and give themselves a chance.
Well, Ani Dos Santos now has first priority with 2 minutes and 30 seconds, and the Jolly Stokes got a second priority, so that is a good sign for two surfers in a third place and fourth place. 4.77 and 4.7 is not a small score. You gotta have at least one solid, decent turns. But what Safi did on the 5.03 is just one single maneuver. So definitely one big turn will do the job.
Yeah, that's right. It doesn't necessarily have to be the longest ride or the ride with the most turns. It can be one big blast and you're gonna get a really good score. You just have to really make sure it's in a critical part of the wave, that the maneuver is of high difficulty, and that it's like something impressive, something that really makes you go, wow, that deserves a really high score.
Definitely. 1 minute and 40 seconds. The time is taken, building a lot of pressures for Jolly Stokes and Ani Dos Santos. Now Minami is back at a point. 1 minute and 20 seconds.
All right, last minute 15 seconds. It's gonna be crunch time now for Jolly Stokes and Ani Dos Santos. Both no backup, a 183 and a 163. You do not want to be sitting on numbers like that, especially in a round of 16 of a QS 6000. You can see Ani really moving front and back. She's hunting. She's not holding back. She has first priority, so this is all eyes on her right now. This is her last opportunity. We're in the last 50 seconds. What do you think, Dad? What is she going to do?
Oh, that was really unfortunate. She was on the way to the score, but, her rail catches broke the rail a little bit and it goes down. So unfortunately, no scores for Ani Dos Santos, but 30 seconds on the clock. This is Safi up and riding, trying to improve her position, but unfortunately again it goes down. 20 seconds. Important wave for Jolly Stokes, needing score 4.77. Wow, quick in and out.
Wow, this is a very frustrating moment here. Jolly Stokes gonna go one more time here. Does she go? And she makes it up on this one. A 4.77 is her requirement. This wave, not too much happening on it, and you can see the frustration. She slaps the water. Not sure if Ani got another wave as well. Looking like maybe she did, so we'll see if that goes into the top two and if it was enough. Okay, so this is the wave of Ani that we missed. Just a one turn, and I don't think that's going to be the score that she's looking for. So really unfortunate there for Jolly and Ani. They really fought till the end. We're going to wait for those last scores to come in. Ani Dos Santos as well. There we have it. So not enough. With that, congratulations to Safi and Minami. They'll be going straight into the quarterfinals, and we're going to see them later on today. We're going to head over to a quick break, so don't leave, and we'll see you soon. All right, guys, welcome back to the Taiwan Open of Surfing. This is day 4 of competition. This is the round of 16, heat 4. We just had a bit of an upset there. Ani and Jolly not making that last one, but it was a great run. They never gave up until the very last seconds. But heat 4, Gia Lawrenson, Nanaho Suzuki, Willow Hardy, and Kokona Kawase. I want to welcome back Jessie Starling into the booth.
Yeah, good morning, Giada. It's nice to be back for another day. It's absolutely firing out there. Looks super fun. And this feels like it's going to be a good heat. 2 Aussies, 2 Japanese ladies taking it on to round out our final quarterfinalists. So it's pretty exciting. We're actually, I know we've had 3 big days, but we're actually getting really close to that pointy end and getting close to crowning some champions here.
Yeah, this is going to be a great day of action. On your screen, a couple replays that we missed. Gia Lawrenson, 3.67 here to start her round of 16 campaign. Loving what she's been doing lately. She is such a sweet and gorgeous person. Just studying in university. And this is Gia Lawrenson again. She's keeping busy. She's not going to be sitting and dropping anchor like we saw, unfortunately, the last heat. And I feel like that's a huge factor here. You got to stay busy. You got to keep moving. You got to keep catching those waves, because otherwise you're going to kind of get stuck in this, you know, rut, I feel like.
No, I definitely agree. You know, it's something, a theme we've seen throughout the entirety of the event, where it's, if you sit and wait, you're not generally making heat. So Gia being really smart, turning a lot of waves, not overcomplicating it for herself. She's actually looking so sharp. You know, she looked so good before Shagao. Unfortunately got really sick over in Shagao, so wasn't able to give us her best performance there. So I feel like she's coming back for redemption here. You know, she really wants to see herself and can see herself in those bigger, deeper rounds, anything that has the word final next to it, you know, quarterfinal, semi-final, or the final. And honestly, the surfing she's doing, I can see her there as well.
And honestly, passing heats means you get to surf more, and you get to surf with no one out. A quarterfinal is huge at 6,000, and you get to be out there with just that one other person out. You have so much more opportunity to pick the waves you want. You don't have other two people in that priority lineup, so it's just easier to pick your waves.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, and who doesn't want to surf Jinzun Harbor with no one out? I mean, it looks so fun. Obviously, the wind puffing up a little bit today, so no calls yet whether we are going to keep running through and this is going to be finals day, or we're going to finish it off tomorrow morning. So we have a potential for 2 different ways we're going to round out this competition, but it looks super fun right now. So our round of 16 and quarterfinalists, they're going to have plenty of opportunities, and there's still really good size sets rolling through. You know, it's a slightly longer period, so they're maybe a little more few and far between, but they still look great when they come through.
Yeah, you are absolutely right. So as there's a quick break in the action, we're going to throw over to Dai and the winner of the last heat.
Really hard heat actually. First heat 1 and heat 2, they have a lot of waves coming through, and then suddenly it stopped in sleepy heat.
Yeah, I mean that wind just picked up and the waves disappeared, but yeah, super grindy heat, but those are the ones you kind of want to make, so I'm happy to get that one out of the way.
Did you change your plan at the back as soon as you noticed that waves just not providing opportunities?
Yeah, for sure. I knew I needed to stay busy, but obviously those like better, more quality waves weren't kind of coming through anymore. So if I could make a 3-point wave into a 5, that was kind of what was going to win a heat, I guess. And yeah, honestly, you're always adapting and adjusting, but I'm glad I adapted quickly and could stay on my feet.
Definitely, you adapted really, really well in that heat. Now you're into quarterfinals. It's a big point, so it means a lot to you.
100%. I've had a couple of shockers in the last couple of events, so yeah, this means a lot to me, and heat by heat, and yeah, I'm looking forward to surfing the quarters, hopefully today. So yeah.
Yeah, I think you're gonna surf today, later this afternoon. But how are you gonna spend the rest of the day to prepare your quarterfinals coming up?
Yeah, I mean, Lucy and Taylor are both staying with me, as well as Charlie Hurst, so we're going to go back, eat some food really quickly, and yeah, adjust and get comfy and cozy and come back raring to go. So yeah, inspiring girls I'm staying with, so yeah, they're going to keep pushing me, and hopefully one of us can join in the final, and yeah.
Great travel buddies. Well, lastly, is there anything you like to say to your family, friends, supporters back home?
Yeah, a big shout out to everybody at home in Gisborne and on the Gold Coast. You all know who you are, and big loves back to you guys. Thanks so much for supporting.
Thank you so much, and good luck in the next round. Back to you guys.
Thank you so much, Dai. Exciting. I'm happy to see Safi in that next round. She is absolutely killing it. And the quarterfinals is a great result here now. Coconut Kawase, good looking left here. Quick up and out. So the wave not having too much to work with on the inside. A bit of whitewash on the face, so it's hard to keep that board under control. I think it was a smart move there, getting back out there. 17 on the clock, so that's plenty of time.
Yeah, Kokona, she was looking really sharp in competition yesterday. So still finding her feet right now, but you know what? It's paying off having that early start right now for Gia Lorenzen. Obviously, 2 smaller scores with those 3s, but she's given herself something to build on. She's not starting from scratch, so she's going to keep on trying to keep this ball rolling right now. Willow, she's absolutely one of my favourite competitors. I'm really looking forward to seeing her. Looks like we've got a couple of scores to lock in for all surfers. Gia got another score here. Love the way she surfs. You can see how much she drives. She is just always pushing. And this one just consistently drawing lines all the way through to this inside section here. Great looking bowl. She's going to go for a slash there. So beautiful surfing there. for Gia Lorenston. And then out the back here, Nanaho flies into screen here. This is a great looking first turn. Beautiful pocket in the second, and she's just going for it right now. She has won this event before. She's one of 2 women to have an excellent score out here. She holds on for what is a very tricky finish there. So before this morning, she was the only lady to have an excellent score out here. So she is really marking her territory at this event.
Yeah, Nanaho, one of those surfers that really stands out throughout these events, and she's exciting. I love watching her. You never really know what she's going to whip out in those heats, especially as we get into these deeper rounds, into the quarterfinals and semis. She's going to start really showing up.
Oh, absolutely. And Willow, she's looking for another big result here. We saw her have a great result in Shagao, and she's just so consistent now. She's really found the way she likes to compete. She's found her style. She's found her confidence. So I feel like she's grown into backing her decision-making skills too, and that comes from Challenger Series CT experience. Just the amount of QSs she's done over the last couple of years as well. She's got a 4.27 to start her campaign off, so highest score of the heat so far. Still got a couple more scores to lock in at this point, but so far I feel like this is going to be a pretty interesting matchup between these 4 ladies.
Yeah, that's right, and I agree with what you say. The difference that you see when surfers go to the Challengers or get CT experiences and then come back to the QS is huge. They improve so much just from getting that experience, just from going against people who've been doing this for years, and that highest level of surfing. You just realize that, yeah, this is when you need confidence, so that when they come back to the QS, they just improve drastically.
And I feel like it's not even like their surfing obviously improves, but just your overall the overall competitor you are improves as well. It's all about confidence. It's crazy to see just those levels above it. It really is about being your biggest supporter and being your biggest advocate, and it's just subtle, simple decisions that is how you go into, really deep into the draw in the events, especially on the Challenger Series and the CT. Like you see the guys who are winning, for example, Tia, she keeps it so simple. She hits it in the steepest part of the wave and gets rewarded every single time. She has got it on lock. She has uncomplicated the system, and she's just belting it, and obviously it's working out for her.
Yep, and another girl who belts it every time is Willow Hardy. Good looking first turn here. This section's going to stand up for her, and she goes for it. So that's going to be backing up that 4.27 really nicely. Only looking for that 0.16 to go into second. I think she could even go straight to first.
Yeah, her board's looking beautiful under her feet as well. Really fast, really whippy. Smooth lines they're drawing too, so on the DHDs here for Willow. That's a really nice just carve. You can see how she opens up that wingspan again here on that finishing turn and tries to kick the fins out the back too, so she's always pushing hard whenever she's on her feet. A bit of variety on that wave too. I love both of those turns there from Willow.
Last of Gia, 5.5, so that's the best score of this heat for now. Best score we've seen for quite a bit. Until Nanaho drops a 7.
Oh, wow.
That is incredible. She is showing exactly what we were saying earlier, giving that element of surprise. She's ramping it up as we get to the round of 16. She wants that spot in that quarterfinal. A winner in the past, she knows what she has to do to win. She knows what she has to do to pass these heats, and she's not giving in so quick.
She's an absolute mongrel. She just absolutely goes for it. She's such a fierce competitor. Nothing holds her back at this point. So we see Willow, that last wave, a 4.7, so she is now in second, and she's going to try and hold this one down, but you're always nervous when a competitor has a 7-point ride. There is no ignoring that, so Nanaho probably in the most comfortable position right now in this heat. Everyone else kind of needs to rise to that benchmark to keep themselves in contention right now. We're going to have a split peak situation here.
Nanaho on her backhand, wanting to get rid of that 0.27, and has already done so with that first beautiful turn. Sets it up again. Will she get a finish? She does, and I'm loving her act right now. She's looking confident. She's having fun out there, and that is deadly when it comes down to Nanaho Suzuki.
Oh, zero downtime as well. It's something I love about Nanaho surfing. It's so smooth. You're never second guessing if she's going to make a turn or not. She doesn't double pump. She really has this classy overall, just beautiful surfing here. So Nanaho, she's going to demonstrate it exactly on this wave. Just look, zero downtime, so much drive, technique on point, power on point, and just she looks cool doing it, to be honest. She's got great style and just really tight turns in the pocket here. Watch how far the water flies out behind the wave there. So pushing hard on that tail pad, especially on that end section. We saw the fins come out the back here for Nanaho. She's backed that 7 up straight away right now. Yeah, she's looking solid for this heat.
Oh, she doesn't just look cool. She is cool.
Yeah, she is cool.
She is really cool. If I was in high school, I would want to be her friend.
Oh, absolutely. She gets a 6.5 for that wave too. Gia having a look here.
All right, so Gia trying on her backhand as well. Still waiting for one of her scores. I feel like she could have extended a couple of those turns and made them just simplified a little bit that wave, but she was doing really well nonetheless. I think maybe drawn out that bottom turn a little more, had a little bit more quality over quantity, if I'm going to be honest.
Yeah, I'm skeptical on that wave choice as well. It didn't really have a nice bowly section. It was quite slopey from start to finish. That was the steepest part of the wave. There was a nice first turn here for Gia. But yeah, I agree, potentially just needing to draw out these lines a little bit more. This is why I'm a bit skeptical. There's absolutely no bottom to the wave there. It's just a slope, which was making Gia work a lot harder than what she should, especially on those set waves that have that nice bowl to it there. So sometimes, you just got to get those waves out of the way. Okay, I've got that. Now I need to find one with a bigger bowl. And we obviously know she's got a strong forehand. She's got a great backhand as well. So Gia, maybe just wave selection right now is going to be her best friend.
Yeah, wave selection is a huge thing, especially in waves like this. You really want those waves that kind of have that shoulder and have that really strong ending section or that whitewash that comes towards you, because we've seen some incredible surfing go down, but without that last section, it's hard to get those big scores. Just off the top of my head, I remember Varun was someone who was surfing incredible. Actually, I think we commentated this heat together, but just because he didn't have those last ending sections, he wasn't able to go into those big scores.
Is that end section you're talking about though, Gia? This is a huge, Gia, I'm looking at the scores, Giada. A huge spinner there from Nanaho. That is literally to a T what you were just talking about. We get a steep part of the wave. It really does start to suck up where we get those shallow water. And when you don't hold back and carry the speed there like Nanaho did, you're going to get rewarded. Look at that, 13.5 points. That is a very comfortable scoreline to see yourself into the quarterfinals.
Yeah, she definitely has that 1 foot into that next heat and next round. She is looking sharp. I'm loving how she's surfing, and you're right. She wastes no time in between her turns, and she also doesn't waste a lot of energy. If you look at her transition, she's not moving her board in unnecessary ways. She's not moving her upper body so much. So it's a beautiful, calm, collected style that Nanaho has.
Yeah, I love it. It's almost that skater style approach to her surfing. It's not, she doesn't kick her arms up anywhere. She has this really cool dropped arm relaxed style, similar to Dylan Wilcoxon. He's got that style as well. She's waving her hands right now. 8 minutes to go. She wants to let everyone know she's in the lead with the 2 highest scores right now. And then Gia chasing an 8-point ride for first place. She's definitely going to drop that 3.83 right now, because scores like a 4.64 and a 5.83 for Willow and Kokona. It's actually kind of a worst nightmare situation just because of how talented they are.
Yeah, that's right. And Nanaho playing a bit of mind games. She wants to let the rest of the field know what she's got. Listen, repeat what I've got. I've got a 7 and a 6.5, guys. That's what you got to catch up to. Gia Lawrenson needing an 8. That's definitely not a good position to be in when you hear that in the lineup. It's a make or break situation. Some people do really well under that pressure, and others not so much. So it's going to be interesting to see how the rest of this heat plays out.
Is there any surfers you can think of off the top of your head who you think are incredible under pressure?
Ooh, good question. I would have to say Rio Wide is someone who works really good under pressure.
Yeah, no, he's incredible, actually.
Yeah, and it's because he's constantly put himself in those positions on purpose to be under those heavy pressure situations and be comfortable in those situations too. But right now, Willow Hardy looking for a score. 4.64 is what she needs. Good second blast there. slides down the line. She's gonna stick with it, weaves past this sleepy section, and will she finish it off strong? She does. One more turn. Unfortunately, there it will end, but that was beautifully done for Willow Hardy. I think she's definitely getting that score.
Oh, absolutely. It was a really long, drawn-out left wall there. That's kind of the wave that Gia was looking for. You know, it had great bowls, had just linked up towards the entirety of Jinzun Harbor as well. So surfing it great there for Willow, giving us variety just like we're used to from this incredible young woman here. You can see just stays so tight in the pocket, just draws out her calves, holds the rail, goes up and into that lip on the second turn. It's exactly what she needed to do. And then look at this, it just connects perfectly down through that second section. Big turn. She knew she wasn't going to get around it, so she didn't want to go for a fall. So she's going to keep all the points on this wave, but wow, that carve. She just really knows how to hold her line here for Willow. Gets up into the lip for a second and a third time here, and then I love this connection. Great looking angle to take a look at that finishing turn there for Willow. So chucks it up in that lip 4 times there. Yeah, I really like that wave for Willow. Oh, it's straight in.
Oh my goodness, Nanaho finishing off strongly. I can hear the crowd outside. She's got a fan base out there, so this is going to be a great score. I'm really excited to see what she did out the back. Will she be throwing that 6-5 out the window and getting another 7?
She's got those big power turns similar to, you know, Mirai, Safi. They just know exactly how to just whip it in the lip here. So great. Kind of a bit of a sleepy start actually, but this is Kokona finishing off a ride here. So beautiful surfing, great style. Feels like she's going to need to lift because Nanaho, she is just a weapon. Beautiful first turn, and she just loves that finishing section. Wow.
Oh my goodness.
Just absolutely detonated that section here. And she gets so low for the ride out there. So 6-5. Potentially out the window with 2 really nice turns on that wave.
I think so. That was just so smooth, so nice. She did 2 powerful turns. I think that could definitely improve her score. She's looking in great form with just 4 minutes left. She definitely has a pretty good spot into that quarterfinal. All right, so Willow Hardy's last one, a 5.33. She puts herself into that second position. Now Gia with priority, a 4.53 to get into that advancing position. Kokona's last one came in at a 3.27, so she does improve her score a little bit, but she's looking for a whooping 6.53.
6.53, so that's a big number there. Right now, priority with Gia Lorenzen is exactly where she wants to be. You can see Willow, just keeping an eye on her, making sure she doesn't get too far away, but she can go whatever wave she wants right now. 4.53 is nothing, you know, considering she's got a 5.5. She basically just has to do that again, but look at that score for Nanaho.
Oh my goodness, 7.83 extends her lead again. Willow now needing a 9.5 to even think about getting that first position. That is an incredible way for Nanaho Suzuki to be finishing off this round of 16. Sorry, bit of a tongue twister there. Wow, what a score.
Oh, massive right now for Nanaho. She is really showcasing that she has been the informed surfer so far this event. So she is definitely going to be one to beat right now. She looks like she's got one hand on the quarterfinals. I doubt anyone is going to come close to her right now. Kokona having a look here.
All right, this is live action. Kokona needing a 6.53 to get back into this heat. Wraps it around again. This finishing section's got to be good. Loving it. She really followed that lip line. Left with a lot of speed. So this is going to be a pretty good score. I personally think the best of her heat right now. But I don't know if it's going to be that 6.53.
No, definitely not. Especially when we look at Willow's for being a 5.33 for that long drawn out wall. Great looking second turn here. You know, she's capitalizing on those end sections too, but unfortunately, yeah, I just don't think it had that, it matches that same power and energy that we see of Nanaho's for a 2-turner. To get into that 7s, she's got such a great style, a really cool low center of gravity. But right now, yeah, she's going to need to dig a little deeper in these next 2 minutes to try and get herself into one of those top 2 positions.
Just looking at Kokona's last turn, I think that's one of my favorite turns in surfing. Just completing a section like that is one of the best feelings in the world.
Oh, it's amazing. You know, we all just chase that feeling of putting your board up there in a tricky section. And we know it's taken down a lot of our competitors this week, just because of how much water is following those sections too. It is quite turbulent. So she's done well for the ride out there. It's not going to go into her top 2, unfortunately. So still chasing a 6.53. But right now, my eyes are definitely on Jayla Anston.
Yeah, with first priority, and we're about to reach the last minute of this heat. So this is that moment we were talking about, being comfortable under pressure, being able to keep your emotions under control, keep your energy, and really put it where it matters. But it's not looking great for Gia. I don't see any lines really coming through, but 4.53 is not a huge ask.
No, she doesn't need much. She just needs a wave at this point, because she can surf a wave up. She's one of those surfers who has the talent to do that. She could take off on a 2 and surf it into a 4, just because of her sheer power. She's got 40 seconds. I hope a wave comes from her. It's been such a consistent lineup all week right now, so it's a shame that the ocean has just suddenly gone quiet. There might be a wave rolling through out the back right now. It's just whether or not it's going to get here in time. She's got 30 seconds. She needs to either paddle in and try and get one of these smaller ones, or reposition right now, because 20 seconds, this could be heartbreak right now for Jayla Anston.
Yeah, she had a bit of a buzzer beater yesterday, so she's going to be hoping for the universe to just send her one more wave. But with 10 seconds left on this clock, it doesn't look like there's anything really coming. I mean, if she catches one of those insiders, it's going to be really hard to be a 4.53. Not that she can't. She has a surfing for it, but there we go. Count it down. So it is Nanaho Suzuki and Willow Hardy taking this one out. We're going to throw over to a quick break, and we'll see you guys in the next... We're going straight into the men's, so we'll see you guys in the men's Heat 1 of round of 16.
Change of divisions. We go into the round of 16, heat number 1 of the men.
Jinzun Harbor in all her glory here for day number 4 of competition. It is breathtaking every single time we look at this competition. Right now, though, round of 16, it's underway for the men. Heat number 1 is out there in the water. Shohei Kato in the red, Josh Levy in the blue, Ryaru Ito in the white, and Ty Richardson for the 5th heat in this event. He's out there in the green. Surfed more heats than anyone in this round of 16 right now. My name is Jessie Starling, joined in the booth by my big sister True. Welcome in this morning. Oh, welcome back, I should say. You were in here before me. Yep, I was in here bright and early, and I'm loving it. Thanks for welcoming me back into the booth, Jessie. It's been a great day already, and I'm feeling like it's shaping up to be a really good round of 16 for the men's, and good quarterfinals as well. This is a replay of that first wave for Ty Richardson. Just gets a little bit caught behind. We'll have a look here at Ryaru. Joshua Levy, I should say. Beautiful opening swoop for Josh. He's got a lot of speed and power and flow. Really, really love the way he surfs and approaches this wave here in Jinzun Harbor. That right there, Shohei Kato.
Oh, do it.
Looks like he's going to go to the air. Oh my gosh, wow. Okay. that's a good way to start a heat. Shohei Kato starting off strong. He's such an electric surfer, Jessie.
Oh, absolutely, Shohei. And you could see there, rolling in. He was definitely going to take to the air on that one. His stance widened. He kept that board nice and high on that wave there. So really beautiful air reverse for Shohei Kato. Scores in 7-point ride. So judges saying to all the competitors, setting a tone right now, you take to the air, we'll reward it. So that's definitely going to get a couple competitors thinking, especially in this round of 16.
Oh, absolutely. And I love that as well. I love that the progression has been rewarded. Shohei, that was a really dynamic air. He got a clean finish. So bring it on. Let's see what the rest of this heat has. Riyadu had an incredible heat yesterday.
Oh, yeah.
So hopefully he can pick up where he left off as well on screen there. Riyadu Ito, 21 minutes and he's yet to take off. We actually saw in the very last heat of the day, Keijiro Nishi took him 20 minutes.
Don't.
I know, to catch a wave with priority. So he got a 5.5 on his very first wave and then just ran out of time. But this is live action.
Yeah, here we go. Shohei on his backhand. Doesn't like the look of that one. Had a lot of speed. Ryaru, he's going to get his heat underway. Probably the most impressive for me yesterday. Was so fast, was so electric. He's got a big wall here. Massive end turn. Unfortunately, comes away from the board there. And what looked like quite an awkward fall for Ryaru. But yeah, bring that on. He really just leveled up yesterday. I'd love to see him stay on that same trajectory.
Wow, that was so crazy. He just leant back at the most awkward moment on that turn. You could really see it was looking like he was going to make it and then just, went onto the heels a little bit. But Riyadu, he's such an explosive surfer, feeling like we'll see more of that from him in the next 20 minutes. I mean, he's been definitely one to watch. Joshua Levy as well, he's been on a tear from Newcastle.
Bit of dark horse territory there.
I agree, 100%.
Yeah, Josh, this is his best result by far. Prior to this, he'd been knocked out in the round of 96 and the round of 64, his previous 2 years being here. So best result by far. He's either going to have a 9th or a 13th leaving here today, or better. He could even come away with the quarterfinals, make it through to semi-finals in case that's tomorrow, or maybe this afternoon, we're not sure. Right now, though, I'm excited to hear from Nanaho Suzuki. She was super impressive in that last heat. We'll get back to her in just a second, though. We're going to stay with live action here. Shohei takes to the air again, goes for an air reverse. Unfortunately, that one getting away from him. But Dai Wako, you can take it away with Nanaho Suzuki.
素晴らしい試合運びで終始ヒートをコントロールしていたなという印象だったんですが、まずはヒートを振り返ってみてどうですか？
とりあえず7点2本揃えたんで良かったかなって思います。
朝フリーサーフィンちょっと見かけたんですけど、その時は PU の板使って試合ではまたカーボンに戻していたのはどうしてなんですか？
なんか昨日の午後がサイズありそうだったんで、もし今日午前中はカーボンでやろうとは思ってて、午後のヒートでサイズが上がってきた場合、PU も使えるように朝ちょっと調整しとこうかなって感じで乗りました。
じゃあもう最初から午前中はカーボンで行くというふうに決めてた中での、ヒートだったということですね。ヒート中は作戦通り進んでたんですか？
いやでも実はゲットが遅れちゃって試合開始してもまだ私エリア外ぐらい左にいたので割と最初やばい早く波あるとこ行きたいと思いながらのスタートだったんですけど、いい波乗ればちゃんと落ち着けばスコア出せるの分かってたんでちゃんとそこをフォーカスしながらやりました。
She was kind of further up the point when the heat started actually, and she was kind of nervous. She wanted to get back to the point as soon as she could, but it's okay. She got the 2 sevens, and she's super happy with her performance. And she actually used the PU surfboard this morning for practice. That's just because she's just practicing for this afternoon surfing, and she was planning to use her carbon surfboard first, and that board really works well. いよいよクォーターファイナルです。かなりポイントも大きくなってきますが、やはりそういった意味でもこのクォーターファイナル進出は大きいですか？
はい、確実にポイント取って来季につなげていきたいので一個一個大切にやっていきたいと思います。
今日この後マンオマンありますけど、この後どのように準備して整えて試合に臨みますか？
とりあえずあまり時間ないんでちょっと補給してリラックスして波見てもう一回同じこと繰り返していけたらなと思います。
最後にたくさんの方見てくれてると思うのでメッセージの方お願いします。
はい、すごいサーフィンも調子良くてめっちゃ楽しめているんでこの調子で次も頑張っていきます。応援よろしくお願いします。
次も頑張ってください。ありがとうございました。Back to you guys.
Awesome. Thank you, Dai. Thank you, Nanaho. She is looking so sharp. Maybe the informed surfer of the event so far. Prior to Lucy Dara getting that 833, she was the only female to have an excellent ride in 3 big days of competition. So she picked it up right where she left off. She'd get 2 7s in that last heat and took a win there pretty convincingly. We got a score locked in, a 4-5 there for Shohei, a couple of 3s right now for Josh Levy. So it's really just that big air reverse at the start for Shohei Kato. It's sticking out as what is a crowd favourite right now, especially for those judges. Looks like a couple of lines starting to roll on through. While no takers are happening here, just kidding. You know, it's never the way it goes. Shohei, he's going to kick the fins out on this first turn. Great looking second section here. He wants to drive harder down the line. Unfortunately, no more sections on that wave. He's going to keep adding to his scoreline here. Well, there we go. That's a nice finish there for Ty Richardson. That's more like it from the Australian who, like I mentioned earlier, has surfed more heats than anyone in this round of 16. Beautiful connections here. Josh Levy trying to hold on.
Wow.
Sticks the landing, so it gets super low on that one from Josh Levy. Waiting for Riaru to start to heat up. I want to see him on that same level that we saw yesterday in the round of 32. Definitely my standout competitor. So a little bit to break down here, True.
Yeah, and there's a fair bit to take a look at. I mean, Shohei, as you said, Jesse, he's really standing out in this heat. Big thanks to that 7, Joshua Levy. Bit of a dark horse. He's such a dedicated competitor, always really determined to ride out of each and every wave that he has. That last one of Shohei not going into the top 2, but Ty Richardson as well. He's had plenty of experience in the Rashi in this event alone, surfing 5 heats already. Let's break this one down. Really great first snap. It's a 2.73, so this one does not... Oh, sorry, this is a 4.5 of Shohei Kato. That was huge. Gets a strong finish. Really, really strong surfing. Joshua Levy going to town on his forehand. He's got such a great approach. Last wave, Ty Richardson knocks into the 357. This one of Shohei not going into the top 2. He kicks out of there, and then this one. This was really nice. Ty is such a strong, natural-footed surfer. And Joshua Levy has scores for this one to lock in. Big, deep carve. Belts it as well to get a second one, but he, really tries to ride out of that finish. Love how he just stays with it, doesn't give up on himself all the wave, and he's like, I'm going to get this finish because he knows how important it is, especially in these round of 16s.
Oh, I'm just loving the energy he's bringing. You know, Josh, I feel like we're seeing a different level for him this event. Riaru, he looks like he got underway here. Great looking snap, carrying so much speed, similar to what we saw from him yesterday. He wants a finishing section on this wave. Super soupy on this one. Lots of white water to deal with. Doesn't get an end turn. So, fortunately, a little bit of bad wave selection, but got some nice surfing done. Josh Levy's got one big section in front of him. Drifts down the line on this first turn here. He's going to push harder on that second one. Get that tail whipping round for a finner here. Bit of a cool layback there for Josh Levy. Doesn't look like there's too much more down the line, so he's going to have a fair paddle back out in front of him, but that's the level he needs to be at if he wants to take down some big names, especially in the likes of Shohei and Riaru. Shohei on the Challenger Series at the moment, just coming up a 9th place over in Ericeira. He took down some big names, you know, Jacob Wilcox, Ian Gentile. It was pretty impressive to see his performance over there, so he's trying to translate that back on the QS right now. So scores starting to lock in. Riaru, that last wave, a 3-4-3. So he's in the game right now. You got to think that Josh Levy is going to build with this last wave. So we're halfway through this heat already, 12.5 to go. Bit of set rolling through out the back. No takers, fair enough. Has quite a tapered wall on that one. A couple of others standing up. But right now, I want to take a look at the women's quarterfinals.
Okay, Jessie.
In quarterfinal number 1,
Yep.
Lucy Dara taking on Sarah Wakita.
Okay. Quarterfinal number 2, Taylor Green and Kana Nakashio. Whoa. Yeah, I love that one. And a couple powerhouses in heat number 3, Safi Betty taking on Willow Hardy. Wow. And Minami Nonaka and Nanaho Suzuki. They'll be rounding out the quarterfinals in heat number 4. So solid matchups there. Yeah, wow. That's their big heats. They are huge, huge heats. We'll see them all today a little bit later on as well, which is pretty exciting. Here we go. This is live action. Yeah, Riaru looking left. Going so fast, we can't even see him anymore. Here he is. Wow. That's a great looking turn there. So Riaru, that's the level we saw him put on display yesterday. Absolutely just love the fire that he's bringing out over here at Jinzun Harbor. Yeah, agreed, Jesse. He's just looking on point at the moment. He's got those big forehand blasts down pat now. And it's exciting to see because you know he's going to go big. He's going to throw a lot of spray. Definitely, I'd say the favourite in this heat after his performance yesterday. Big scores to lock in. Yeah, so Riaru here, 6-4-3 for that last one. Judges didn't muck around, straight into the system there. Giving it the second highest score of the heat. That second turn had some serious spice behind it here. True, break it down. Oh that big first turn. Ditches the fins and wow, 6.43. Riaru Ito has entered the chat. Really, really, really like those two-turn connections. That first turn, tail whip, drops down, really huge. He's up and riding again.
Yeah, he's not mucking around. Nice end turn. He holds on for the finish. There's confidence oozing out of this guy right now. So looking sharp. This is the Riaru that we got used to seeing yesterday. And he's picking up right where he left off. Just over 10 minutes to go in this one. This is the type of surfing, the type of competitor we want to see over here. This is almost winning material.
Yeah, this is definitely winning material, I think, Jesse. I mean, look at how aggressive his surfing is. Oh my goodness, Riaru Ito is just on fire. And yeah, he's applying pressure off the back of just 2 waves. Here we go.
Ty Richardson, vertical on this first one. Needs some speed to get up in the second. Unfortunately, missing that section here for Ty Richardson. So he's going to drop in another score. He's going to need a big requirement once this next score drops for Riaru. Shohei now want to defend the lead. Gorgeous carve into a tight Rio in the pocket here for Shohei. He's not slowing down anytime soon. He's going to keep swinging through the inside. Kick out when there is no end section. So Shohei and Riaru kind of having a heat to themselves right now. Building on what is already a solid scoreline for both of them. So scores to lock in for Shohei and Riaru. And Ty Richardson, he's looking really great when he's up and riding his feet, but it's just been unfortunately caught behind on a couple of sections.
Yeah, and that happens. It's, you know, part of the process, unfortunately, and it's just all about getting yourself back into rhythm, back into timing. No doubt that he'll be able to do that in the next pretty much 8.5 minutes, but this last go of Riaru's, I'm really, really interested to see where that goes. Wow, best way of the heat.
Yeah, 7-0-3. It had to go there. Really solid end turn there for Riaru. Now he's in the lead with a very hefty heat total. So Shohei needing a 6-4-7 off the back of that last wave. Feels like it might go a little bit short. And then Ty Richardson, he only just adds to his scoreline, but it's a small score, 2.4, chasing a 7.93 at this point in time. We still have one more score for this guy on your screen right now, Shohei Kato. He's been super impressive this year. Had a 5th over there in Tahara, the QS 6000. He had a 5th year in 2023 and then a 49th here last year. So he's looking to get his best result, needs to make this round to equal his best result and then go deeper again. So Shohei already having a great relationship here with quarterfinals. He wants to go 2 better. He wants to be in the final right now. So 7 minutes 40 here. Pretty cool to see the 21-year-old from Newcastle though, Josh Levy, changed his region. Now he represents Asia. And he actually went over and competed all through the Japanese QSs. And I think, you know, he seems to be a really proud to be representing, you know, Japan.
Yeah, no, absolutely he is. And it's really cool to see, you know, how dedicated he is to the sport and how he's like, you know what, yeah, I want to represent Japan and I want to do that. And I think, you know, when he does those interviews with Dai, between English and Japanese. It's really cool to see him do that.
Ryaru, smaller looking wave here. He's trying to generate speed for this down the line. Goes to his rail. A bit of a throwaway turn on the end section there. He's already looking pretty solid in first place at this point in time. So Ty Richardson needing to, and honestly, and Josh Levy almost needing to reset at this point and start again with 6 minutes 40 to go.
Yeah, not breaking into the fours with 6.5 minutes to go is a little bit stressful. Hearing that you need an 8.57 and an 8.93 adds that pressure again as well. But they can do that. They can break the 6s and 7s quite easily. They just need to back themselves, be on the best opportunity. Joshua Levy has that first priority, so he's in a really good position to challenge for the score that he's looking for. And yeah, as you said, Jesse, he's been a bit of a dark horse this whole event. It's been really cool to see him charging through heats, getting wins, getting big scores, doing huge turns. So we know he's good in the air. Hopefully he can do that as well.
Looks like we got a bit of a paddle here. So Ty Richardson interested in this one. He's going to go left. Has a weird wall to it. Yeah, so strange decision there for Ty Richardson to take off on that wave. Potentially maybe was trying to look right and it fizzled out. Interesting though for this event, obviously we have such strong Japanese surfers all throughout this region, especially in the water right now, or currently in first and second. As far as this event goes QS wise, never had a male Japanese winner here. So we've had an Indonesian, I'm pretty sure I'm an Italian, I think Marco's an Italian, and then a couple of Aussies as well. So Kais King, Dakota Walters, Jarvisell, Mitch Parkinson, Perth Stanley. So it's pretty interesting to see that even though you see so many talented Japanese surfers here year in, year out, no one yet been able to take the trophy home.
Wow. That is really interesting. And you think, you know, with waves like this, they would be dominating because it's kind of similar, you know, in a sense where it's a little bit windy, there's a bit much going on. Ryaru, he could be the first Japanese surfer to take this event out.
Yeah, Dai always refers this wave back to being really similar to waves in Japan. Obviously, they had a Japanese event in Tokunoshima, which is only 2 hours away from here. So it is not far at all. So they are back in this part of the region right now. 4.5 minutes to go, though, and Ryaru and Shohei will be one step closer to bringing that trophy back home to Japan. We've had plenty of female Japanese winners here. Sarah Wakita, Nanaho Suzuki. So it's pretty cool to see the women being super dominant here. Obviously, last year we had a great looking final and Sierra Kerr took that one out. So we got one back for the Aussies on the women's side, being super dominant for the Aussies on the male side. 4 minutes to go. Ty Richardson wants to try and continue that trend here. He needs something excellent. He needs basically 2 waves at this point. Not liking that one. You can see Shohei, he is sticking to Ty like glue right now.
Yeah, wow, he's just hanging out with Ty Richardson. He's like, you know what, I'm not going to let you get any opportunity. You can't do much about Joshua Levy, who's got the first priority with 3.5 to go. Josh, he's now really just trying to hunt for that 8.57. It's all he can really search for. Feeling like maybe he'll run out of time to do it in 2 waves. So hopefully Josh can, you know, do a couple of big forehand belts. But here we go, Ty.
One section here. Uses it to generate speed down the line. Ty Richardson still going on this long, drawn-out Jinzun Harbor left here. Another tight turn in the pocket. Not going to get an end section to work with, so unfortunately, that is Dangerville right now for Ty Richardson. Potentially will bring down that scoreline, but feels like he's going to need something more right now with needing close to a 9-point ride. So coming down to this 2.5 minute mark, Shohei's not wasting any time. He is moving straight down there. Wonder if he knows that Ty's actually in 4th and Josh is in 3rd at this point, but maybe trying to use priority to his advantage.
Yeah, I think he's just thinking Josh has first priority. I want to stay away. Try not to get a priority interference and head down to Ty Richardson. You never know. It's a really tricky decision. 2.5 minutes. Josh Levy needs an 8.57. It's a big ask. Jesse, we haven't seen too many of those excellent scores lock in today. We saw one earlier, first day of the day, actually with Lucy Dara, which was super exciting. But yeah, it's now up to Joshua Levy and Ty Richardson to really push for that in the next 2 minutes.
Shohei is fierce right now. He is not letting Ty have any room to breathe. He marched his way down the lineup trying to just make sure Ty knows his presence. Josh, he's got a decision to make here. You can see he's going to sit and wait. An 8.93 has to be something pretty special. Shohei, he got a 7 just for doing an air reverse on the right. So it was a great looking air reverse, had a cool tail height to it. But Josh McNoe's got an air game, so potentially could go right, give us a backside air, maybe a backside full rotation. That could go to an 8.57 based off one turn. Shohei is just not letting Ty have anything at this point here. This is as fierce as it gets. He's going to go this one. He's going to block. Using up second priority here. Shohei looks like he's winding up. Big straight air here for Shohei. Might get a second section to work with. And with the air reverse. So double whammy here for Shohei Kato. He's looking so solid. One of the best aerialists we have in the draw. So he definitely would be looking for a matchup with someone like Bronson Mady, Dane Henry. Really try and take it to those two guys who establish themselves as the best in this event. You can see Ryaru, just a perso wave there. He's probably going to take that one back into shore. So potentially this might get out of reach right now for that. They'll need close to 10s right now with 30 seconds to go once this wave for Shohei locks in.
Yeah, wow, this is really, really tough. 30 seconds to go. Joshua Levy has to go big. This is his last opportunity.
Yeah,
What's he got?
Get a ramp down the line here. He's having a look. Backside air reverse here. He's going to get a finish. I don't see it being better than the 7 from Shohei earlier, but he gave himself every single opportunity. That's exactly what he had to do. You know, had to go above and beyond on that section here. Score locks in for Shohei. It's a 6-1, so that needed to be a 9-1-7 for Josh Levy. Unfortunately, it's not going to be that score. It locks in at a 2.87, so we do lose Josh and Ty Richardson. We're going to see Ryaru and Shohei Kato competing later on today. Don't go anywhere though. Jinzun, it's looking so fun. We're going to find out who our quarterfinalists are on the male side right after this short ad break.
So official results from that last heat. Winning the heat was the surfer in white on 13.46. Second position red on
Back to the Taiwan Open of Surfing. Heat 2, men's round of 16. Tully Wiley, Iko Watanabe, Xavier Huxtable and Yuji Nishi in the water. Crispin's in the booth, joined by True Starling.
Hello.
This looks like Yuji Nishi cracking away. His opening wave on his backhand. Bit of wind starting to come into play. True. Run us through what we just saw go down in that last heat.
Yep, lots happening. Ryaru was going to town, so was Shohei Kato, or here we go, Iko Watanabe.
Wow, releasing the tail. Can't hang on to that one. Gee, the wind has just jumped right up in the last last half hour or so.
Yeah, it really has. It's getting windy out there. There's still some really fun waves though on offer, which is great. We're seeing some big heats, some big surfing too, so bring it on. Still airs. Good air wind, so we're loving it.
Have a look at the next heat. Bronson Matey loves that right into the breeze. Harley Walters, huge backhand punts. Marlon Harrison's not afraid of taking to the sky. And Oliver Rissenbeek, this has been hands down his best event of the year. And at this stage, who knows what he's capable of producing, because he's surfing out of his skin at this event, and he's putting out a great energy, and you know, anything can happen when you're in that kind of mind frame.
Yeah, I love to see it. I love when Ollie warms up and he, you know, really starts to open up. It's super exciting. I mean, this is a stacked heat with Tully Wiley, Iko Watanabe, Xavier Huxtable, and Yuji Nishi. Wow, this is going to be some really, really good back and forth surfing. Tully and Xav, best of friends, travelling together, but they leave it all out in the water.
The two Torquay lads, the big, tall, goofy footer, and the powerhouse Natural, who, of course, we've seen tear through the field at CT level at Bells as a wildcard in the past. And that's the two of them sitting out there with priority, waiting to open their accounts. Meanwhile, we're going to cross down to Daiwako, who is with the winner of the last heat, Raru Ito.
フリーサーフィンがっつりしましたか？
そうですね、とりあえず朝やったんでちょっと体あんま起きてなかったですけど、とりあえず風でよかったですね。
やっぱりその影響で最初の前半の部分少しこう波に乗り切れてなかったんですか？
そうですね、ちょっと朝起きて肉まん食べてできたんで、ちょっと体も重かったかなと思ってまあでも、まあ、いいのポンポンって乗れたんで、まあ、最高です。
かなり、一本乗ってからはリズムよくどんどん波に乗っていってたような印象なんですが、やはり一本乗るとこう調子が出てくるというか、波の場所もこう把握しきって自分のサーフィン、フリーサーフィンを楽しめていた感じですか？
そうですね、ちょっと最近ずっと朝会場でやってなかったんで、ちょっとどの波かあんま分かんなかったんで、とりあえず乗ってなんかフィーリング掴んでいこうかなみたいな、それがハマった感じです。
He had a poke bun this morning, and he felt a little bit heavy in his body this morning, but still got a good wave, and he surfed like a free surfing, so he felt good, and he just enjoyed surfing there. いよいよクォーターファイナルですが、かなり大きなポイントが待っています。かなり大きなキーパーとしてかなり大きなポイントになりますが、その辺もやっぱり考えてはいるんですか？
ポイントですか？ポイントは全然もうどっちにしろないんで、僕多分40番後半ぐらいなんで、QS のランキングでいうと、まあ別に気にせずにまたフリーサーフィンしに行こうかなっていう感じです。ありがとうございます。
たくさんのファンの方、地元の方も含め見てくれているので、次のクォーターファイナルに向けての意気込みと何かメッセージお願いします。
次も頑張ります。応援よろしくお願いします。ありがとう。
Back to you guys.
Woo! Indeed. Thank you, Raro. Thank you, Dai. And a slow and sleepy start to this second heat of the round of 16. Yuji Nishi with a 3.17, the pick of the bunch. Tully Wiley's in that mark as well with his opener of 3.5. Xav Huxtable keeping his powder dry. Yet to pull the trigger, 18 minutes to run. Two Aussies, Xavier's sitting 14th on the Aussie QS rankings. Tully is down in 20th. Best 4 events count on the Aussie QS, and these guys are both already upgrading their scores, so expect them to jump up after this event. For the Aussies, there's only 2 more events after this one to grab a hold of those Challenger Series positions for next year.
Yeah, it's pretty tough. There's you know, you just got to be on point for every event, ready for it. Yuji Nishi, up and riding.
Flying down the line, speed to burn, throws up the big punt, rides out of it with not a care in the world, straight into another turn. Wasn't super dramatic, but it was pretty polished surfing, and you'd imagine that's got to be the best score of the heat so far.
Yeah, you'd have to think so for sure. Yuji's working with the coach here as well. Let's take a look at this replay, break it down a little bit. Lots of speed. Gets the air rev, a pretty clean completion as well on a whitewashy wave. So doing well to just make it work on that one for Yuji Nishi. He'll lock in a good second score. Zave just gets a quick in and out. It looks like at a 0.4 for his first wave. And scores for Yuji as well. To lock in, Yuji's been ripping for the last couple of events. His brother Keijiro Nishi unfortunately bowing out yesterday, but Keiji is on the Challenger Series as well. Yuji's got this score to come through, and it's looking like it's going to be a 4.0 for Yuji Nishi, so gets the best wave of the heat so far, and here we go.
Iko Watanabe, that was a slightly more dramatic punt than Yuji's, but the wind grabbed his craft and chucked it away, and that's going to be a minus score. Xavier Huxtable, didn't see what he did, but it wasn't much, 0.4, so everyone's on the board. The priority order is now fully in play. It's Tully Wiley with 3.5, who has priority. Pretty nothing first 10 minutes in this heat. This looks like Xavier in the white jersey. That was a strong turn. Releases the tail and unfortunately overcooks that one a little bit and goes down with 15 minutes remaining.
Yeah, that was a shame for Zave. It's so easy to, be surfing this wave with so much speed and intent, and maybe that section just a little bit fat. It doesn't look like it's as steep of a wall out there compared to, how it was yesterday. So Zave needing to adjust. We've got just about 15 minutes to go. Here we go. Tully Wiley has a priority. Doesn't like the look of it. Iko Watanabe too deep, so Yuji Nishi finds the end of it.
Yeah, why not? Couple of strong turns up and over. Cracks this section. Nicely done. So it was a long wave. Had a bit of variety. Couldn't have pushed it much harder. Again, not the biggest of waves. But Yuji Nishi at this point is looking like he's putting together a pretty decent heat. Hasn't put a foot wrong so far.
Yeah, this was a nice connection there for Yuji Nishi. Absolutely belts it for that finish. Really, really liked those connections for Yuji. He's surfing really strong at the moment with a lot of flair. He's looking on point, so is this guy, Tully Wiley.
Oh, loved that big bottom turn. Just opening up the shoulders, eyeballing the lip, and driving through that turn. So all the points for that first big blow from Tully. But I really liked how that one looked. 13:45 to go. Wow, we're almost halfway through this heat. We've got numbers to come in for Yuji Nishi. Probably going to be the best wave of the heat. Tully Wiley will be consolidating his place in the top two as well. There it is, last wave for Yuji Nishi, a 5.5. So that gives him a 9.5 two-wave total. Tully Wiley still with a number to come. A 6 would put him into the lead. And whatever he banks, he's going to build that bridge a little further between himself and Iko and Xavier. There it is. A 3.97, his best wave. 5.53, his requirement for first. Now Iko Watanabe is chasing 5.04. Xavier Huxtable's looking for 4.9. He has priority.
Yeah, Zave really yet to open up in this heat. He's been on fire the last couple of days. He's been absolutely ripping. He's had some really good heats and also I think just some good times here as well. A bit of a different experience for Tully, Zave and also Alistair this year, choosing to stay in the city and making the drive in and out. But I think the shake-up has really worked for them. And looks like there's a bit of a paddle here.
All right, here goes Iko Watanabe flying down the line. He'll be looking for a ramp. Hasn't found one yet, so he's had to go to turns, and that's not a bad decision because 3 big blasts from Iko. And I really liked that wave.
Yeah, that was good. I liked it as well. I think Iko Watanabe has been looking really flary the last few heats. He's been putting down some big airs, some massive turns. So Iko is just hoping to do that in this one as well. I mean, a round of 16 finish is pretty great, but a quarterfinal berth is even better, and Iko is definitely searching for that.
Yeah. So I know we've had all the conversation from Tully and Xavier. They've been mates forever, both from Torquay, both share sponsors and have shared a lot of life together. This week they're sharing their travel buddies, and it's great that they can say that they're friends and it all gets stuck left in the water and all that kind of stuff. How do you reckon the car ride in this morning was? It's like a 45-minute drive. Are they?
I honestly, Binzi, I think they're good enough mates to just have it easy.
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I know from my experience with friends that I have in the heat, some like even my sister, you just put it aside until you're getting ready for the heat. You say good lucks and then you leave everything out in the water.
Is there trash talk about? Do you just not talk about the heat, or do you throw little jabs out there? Or?
I don't know. I wouldn't do that personally, but I don't know. Maybe Tully and Zave are. Maybe it's their way to hype each other up and get through the heat together.
I don't think there'd be anything devious. You're not going to say,
No way.
Those fins, really? No. You want your mate to do as well as you can. Need a better meal on it or something, dinner's on.
That actually happened last year in Cloud 9 between Sierra Kerr and Charlie Haitley.
Oh,
that was nice.
Watanabe. So that might have been the replay, but Iko, his last wave was a 5.63, so it was pretty nicely surfed. Yuji Nishi's last wave was a 5.5. He's got a number to come. We're waiting on a score for Xavier as well.
Yeah, this is Wily Tully trying to find some speed. That one just a little bit off time. Both Tully and Zave looking for scores, a 4.1 for Tully. Zave chasing a 5.5 because that last wave of Iko Watanabe a 5.63. But here we go. Zave
on his backhand. We know that he'll just want to rip into this. First turn was strong and powerful. Second section was a little spicier and he met it accordingly. Sleepier through the middle, but he's sticking with it. It's continuing to run. Will he get this section coming towards him, allowing him to tee off? He doesn't have much speed, but he couldn't have done much more with that in the end. That's going to be Xavier Huxtable's best wave with 9 minutes remaining.
So 9 minutes remaining.
Yeah, I liked that. A couple of good backhand belts for Zave. It's so funny, this place, You can get 9 minutes left in a heat, not really have too much, and one wave changes it all. And you're back in it.
Yeah.
There's just so many waves coming through.
Definitely. And meanwhile, on the other side of the peak, this looks like... Is that Iko?
Yeah. It looks like Iko.
They haven't taken priority off anyone yet, so a bit confused.
Surfing green, your last ride at 4.83. 4.83 green.
Won't be much of a score anyway, but...
Yeah, there it was. So a 0.7 for Iko. I'm not sure why he's still got second priority, however. Judges have already given him a score.
Blue have a 5.63 and a 2.4.
8 minutes. We're still waiting on this score for Zave and also score for Tully to lock in as well. Tully's won't be much of a number, but Zave's is definitely going to get him back into this heat for sure.
Yeah, that'll be his best wave of the heat so far. I'm expecting Tully to start waving his arms around at some point and say, why aren't I second priority right now? Unless we saw... Oh, he must have just caught a little quick wave as well that we've missed. Now it all makes sense. Carry on.
Yep, it all works out in the end.
Last score for Zave was 377. So he's still got a little number to come as well. 7:15 to go. Still waiting on a couple more numbers to drop in. Just to tidy up all of the admin. Iko Watanabe's not going to wait for anything. He's going to eye off a section and look to launch right now. He's got speed to burn. Transforms it all into that rotation. And if anything, he might have over-rotated on that one.
Yeah.
I hate it when that happens on my airs.
Yeah, I've seen you do that a lot.
That was a super fast flat spin from Iko Watanabe. Couldn't stick the landing. Here goes Tully Wiley. Need to recap what he got up to straight off the bat, but he got the finish. It was a long running wave. He's a mile down the beach. Let's try and catch up with that again later. Yuji Nishi, he's out the back. He has priority. He's got the lead, a 5.5 and a 4.83, doing it very nicely. Iko Watanabe, it'd be great to replay that 5.63 because that was a really cool explosive wave from Iko. Doesn't really have a backup, but a 4.7 would put him into the lead. Anything over 2.43 would build a little bit more separation between himself and Tully Wiley. It's not going to build any separation with Xavier Huxtable because there it is. His last wave was a 5.37. As we suggested, his best wave of the heat so far, and that's put him up into second place. So with 5 minutes 40 to go, Yuji's got a 5.5, Xavier Huxtable's got a 5.37, and Iko Watanabe has a 5.63. They're their high scorers, and then it's kind of a battle of the backups. Tully Wiley's last wave comes in at a 4.8, so there's really not much separating our four surfers at the moment. Here goes Xavier on his backhand once again. He's doing some work. Lots of muscle going into this wave and gets the finish. That was nicely done for the rugged forward flank from the Lawn Dolphins.
Yeah, that was a good wave. He only needs a 4.97 to go to first. He's definitely... There's a question mark there for Zave. He's been ripping. And then this is Yuji Nishi as well, looking to get rid of a 4.83, really tight in the pocket for that snap. And he kicks out. This is a replay of Zave's last wave too. Powerful opening backside carve. Once again, just surfing with a lot of power, a lot of speed. You can see how hungry he is to make it through this heat and absolutely belts it there. Gets 12 o'clock. Loved it from Zave. That was a good wave. I really liked the approach. I liked his flow.
Yeah, 4 minutes 20 to go, and it's first and second place surfers with scores still to come. So the only way is up for both of those men right now who can build on their scores. There it is, Xavier Huxtable, last wave of 5.27. That puts him up into first. Yuji Nishi's now looking for a 5.14. It's looking like that. His last score is not going to go into his top two. So 4 minutes to run. Xavier Huxtable is now out in front with a 5.37 and a 5.27. Yuji Nishi hot on his heels, 0.31 of a point behind. Needs a 5.14 for first. Tully Wiley jumped up with his last wave as a 4.8. He now needs a 5.53 for second. And Iko Watanabe has priority. He's got the best wave of the heat, a 5.63. So he needs a 4.7 to get up to second. You know that he is easily more than capable. He just needs to get the opportunity. So he's got some decisions to make across the last 3 minutes of this heat.
Yeah, stressful times for Iko and Tully. Not big scores.
Yeah, I don't think Xavier or Yuji will be feeling too
Oh,
relaxed
no
either.
way. No way, not at all.
Here goes Iko, he's on the move. This might be a slightly bigger set. First wave rolls through.
Well, I mean, Yuji has a priority over Tully and he's just hanging out. Here we go, Zave.
On his backhand. Seems to have made these long-running lefts his trade so far in this heat, and they've been working out very nicely for him. Wow, there was plenty of flair in that last move. Kicked the tail out, couldn't regain control, and spins the wheels out of there. It's going to be a minus score. And then who did we just see quickly in and out? I think that was Tully. So 2 minutes 15 to go.
Wow.
This is edge of your seat stuff right now. Both Tully and Iko very much in the hunt. It's not going to take anything extraordinary to put them up into first or second. All of our surfers really still hunting one big score. Tully Wiley had third priority, so he had to give way to Yuji Nishi with second. Was this a defensive play from Yuji, but is it going to work out offensively if he can replace his 4.83 with that one?
Yeah, I liked that second turn. He really went straight up into the lip, stabbed it for Yuji Nishi. I had a bit of a question mark at the start, but I really liked how he approached that wave and he made it count. And I think for Yuji, that was a smart decision.
We've said a lot this week. You just got to keep moving, keep catching waves. We saw Harley Walters the other day. He took off on a wave purely to do what Yuji just did then. Play the priority card, keep his opponent off. And in the end, it turned into a 7-something, his best wave of the heat. Because these waves, they're not a lottery, but they can behave in any number of different fashions. And, you paddle into something that doesn't look great and all of a sudden it walls up, or vice versa. And, well, it's only going to be a 3.67 for Yuji, but who's to say that if Tully had sunk his teeth into it, he couldn't turn that into 5.53. So probably, well, definitely the right play there from Yuji Nishi to go on that wave.
Yeah, absolutely. It had the opportunity to go higher off, maybe an earlier turn. It was a bit of a stretched out wall, but really smart tactical surfing. And now in 25 seconds, Iko going to take this one.
All right, he needs a 4.7. He knows that he needs to go big. First turn was good, bit of drift out of the tail. This is going to be a big jam as well. So 2 strong turns. Couldn't have done much more with it. You get the impression he was eyeing off the sky and was desperate to get a ramp. He had enough speed that he could have launched, just didn't get the section. Here goes Yuji Nishi again, really compact, powerful style on his backhand. He's out of there as time runs out. So Tully Wiley doesn't have a score to come. That's him done. Iko Watanabe is chasing a 4.7. Xavier Huxtable should be safe, but Yuji Nishi has a score to come as well. Last score for Yuji was a 1.73, so Xavier is definitely safe. The only question remaining is, was Iko Watanabe's two-turn combo just then a 4.7 and enough to push him up into second? Here goes Tully signing off from his Taiwan Open of Surfing campaign. Last score for Iko Watanabe comes in at a 4.4, so all that does is take him from third to fourth, but it's Xavier Huxtable and Yuji Nishi through to the next round. The quarterfinals don't go anywhere. Heat 3 in the round of 16 at the Taiwan Open of Surfing is coming our way right after this. Heat 3, round of 16. In the water here at the Taiwan Open of Surfing. Bronson Matey, the man with the hot hand. He won the last event at the Siargao International Surfing Cup and is flying into, up the leaderboard on the Asian QS rankings. This man's Oliver Rissenbeek from Newcastle in New South Wales, Australia. And he's had a pretty average year by his own description up to this point, and has been getting through heats and been doing it very admirably. So he's a bit of a surprise packet and one to watch. Harley Walters has really put his name on the map in the last couple of weeks. We saw him at Stab High. We saw him surf to a third place finish at Cloud 9, and he's looking pretty lethal here. And he's joined by Marlon Harrison, who's a highly fancied Australian as well. Harley Walters, a 7-point ride to kick things off. Talk us through it, Di.
Wow, straight into the air, full rotation, landed super clean. So that was a 7-point ride from Harley Walters, and he's up and riding again.
Yeah, well, you wonder what he did to get to that point. We saw him roll away from the closeout section. So was it another punt? Was it a couple of turns? Hopefully we can catch up on a replay. But what we're going to catch up on first is how the last heat went down. We've got Xavier Huxtable, who's going to debrief with True Starling.
That was a really tough heat, but you did really well to get the win in the end.
Yeah, it was so hard out there. That's probably one of the harder heats. It was just so shifty, and felt like the tide got real high. The wind picked up so much. The rights kind of super hard to surf, and then the lefts were splitting or going super fat. I was really struggling with picking waves. I was going waves that I thought had wall to them, but then they'd split and close out. And yeah, stoked to just find two and kind of get to the end of them and get through.
It was a bit bittersweet though, Tully unfortunately getting knocked out. How did you guys prepare for that heat together?
Yeah, I know, it's a bit of a bummer. I mean, I thought he was going to get that right at the end there that Blue got, and with his backhand he would have teed off, and I was kind of hoping that he would get it and get the opportunity. But yeah, it's kind of hard. I mean, we were both sitting there, we were talking with Alistair, and we we're kind of pinballing kind of going to go out there with a pretty similar plan, and then right before it you kind of split off. But yeah, definitely a bit bittersweet. Would have loved to kind of get through with him and go deep with him, but yeah, stoked to move through and keep it going.
Quarterfinals for you, maybe a potential for finals day, could be on tomorrow morning though. It's going to be a big day of surfing. How are you going to prepare for the next one?
Yeah, I'll probably get off the beach for a bit, go get some food, get some water. I don't know, just get out of here for a bit. It's so windy and hot, so yeah, try and reset and go again later.
Yeah, well, we'll let you do it. Congrats, Dave, into the quarters. We'll send it back to you guys.
Cheers.
Thank you very much, True, and cheers to you too, Mr. Huxtable. All right, last score came in for Harley as a 3.33. Just a couple of minor scores for Ollie Rissenbeek. And this looks like Marlon Harrison in the white jersey, going upside down on his backhand. Linking this one through to the inside. One last section, and could not have done much more with that. That really grew and got chunky right at the end there.
Wow, that wave, gave him a lot of opportunities, and actually did give him a big end section to work on. So that was great surfing from Marlon Harrison. But Bronson Matey up and riding, takes it to the sky, get a rotation, and gets second turn and third turn in. So great combination from Bronson Matey.
Yeah, It was funny. I don't know if you saw my interview with Bronson yesterday, but when we were talking about how you've been surfing on the southern end, the long running left, I've been surfing on this northern corner. Bronson's been a fixture in that part of the zone, and he's like, yeah, no one comes and sits with me. It's cool. So he just surfs these heats far to the north,
right,
on the rights. He only needs one section into the wind. As we watch Harley Walters, he would love to have ridden out of that one. That'll probably replace his 3.33, however, did some work to get to that point. But yeah, Bronson just sits off on this far northern peak, goes right into the wind. No one around, doesn't have to worry about priority. he'll probably catch 10 waves, and
Right.
8 of them he'll take off and kick out because there's nothing on offer. And he has a bit of a free swing sometimes, and he's like, yep, cool. Everyone can keep battling it away against each other at the peak. I'm just going to cruise out here nice and wide.
Right. So this is the second wave from Hurley Waters on his left. A little bit fat section to start with, but great finishing down from there. That was the second wave from Hurley Waters, and this is the third wave from Hurley.
So this is a 4-point ride just for that turn. So that was sick. And this is Marlon Harrison. This was a 6. You could see straight off the bat, it was big, it was thicker, and then he gets rewarded for how much effort. He could see that this wave was sort of triangulating and building up a bit of steam. And then that big end section, you know, it wasn't. He didn't go out with a whimper. He went out with a bang. This is Bronson Mady down on his favoured part of the reef. Just gets the tail high, spins it around so quick, kicks the fins out over the end section, and he just does it easily.
Right. This is the last of Hurley Waters. Couple of good turns on his backhand, and he comes to end section. He gets the rotation. Unfortunately, he couldn't ride out of it, but still great 2 turns to start with. That was the last wave from Hurley Waters, and 5.50 for first wave from Bronson Mady.
Yeah, beautiful stuff. A 5.5 for Bronson, and it didn't really look like he got out of third gear, to be honest. And as you can see, as I was mentioning earlier, he just sits off to the north by himself, picks off these rights, doesn't have to worry about what the other 3 are up to.
Wow.
And then he spies around, he stalled, had to work for that one, big throwaway, and not to be. If anything, it almost looked like he hit the brakes a bit too hard on that one. Harley Walters, so he's got a 7 and a 4. He's in the lead. It's a minor score for Bronson, but it's enough to have him in second. Marlon Harrison would be happy though. He's got a 6 under his belt with 9 minutes gone. And nothing of note so far for Oliver Rissenbeck.
Well, this is an exciting first 10 minutes. 7-point ride, and we've seen 6-point ride in the first 10 minutes, so definitely we'll see more great actions in the last 15 minutes.
Okay, surfer in blue, you're in the lead. You have a 7, and your backup score is a 4.0.
So Xavier Huxtable, who we saw in the last heat, currently coming 22nd on the Challenger Series. Bronson Mady 1 spot behind him in 23rd. Xavier's big result was a 5th at Newcastle and 13th at the US Open. Bronson has got a pair of 9s at Belito and the last event at Sakurama. So on the Challenger Series, the top 20 automatically re-qualify for the Challengers, whether or not you're in that top 10 who make the CT, and then you've got your double qualifiers and all the rest. So making the top 20 on the Challenger Series is a big deal, because if, say, you're Xavier Huxtable or Bronson and you make that top 20, plus you get into one of the qualifying positions here on the QS, as a double qualifier, you then open up one more slot for your country or for your region. So it's huge. You'll see, you know, Australia has a certain number, Asia has a certain number, but last year there were, 15, 16 Aussies at each Challenger Series event because of how many double qualifiers there were, how many guys came back down from the CT, and how many people finished in that top 20. So it's a way of stacking the deck beyond just the allocation that your country gets initially.
Great 2-turn combo from Hurley Waters, again trying to get rid of the 4.0. Really love the first turn and second turn. 13 minutes and 30 seconds to go on the clock. A lot of waves have been ridden in the first 10 minutes, but a little bit sleepy heat in the middle of the heat. So the last wave for Hurley Waters comes in at 4.33, slightly improving his situation right now. Hurley Waters is in first place, 7 and 4.33. Bronson made it in second with a 5.5 and 0.93. So this is the last of Hurley Waters. Nice quick whip, and then big finish there. So that last wave comes in at 4.33.
Yeah, I like the way that he's going about it, Harley. Obviously, everyone wants to open up strong, and we've seen Bronson with a 5.5, Marlon with a 6, and Harley, the pick of the bunch, a 7. And since then, he's known that he just needs to back it up. He's added 2 3s, 2 4s. That was the best of them. He's just going to keep chipping away, and sooner or later, the right opportunity will present. And here he goes again. Well, that wave didn't have anything for him, so he's quickly out of there, but who cares, you know? He's didn't have any form priority anyway, so why not roll the dice, keep moving? As we keep saying, it's just such a big playing field. There's so many peaks, there's so many waves that just pop up all over the place. If you're dropping anchor, you're really not helping yourself.
Yeah, definitely. It's good strategy to keep yourself busy out there. Once you just stay in one spot, you kind of get lost easily. But on screen we have someone in white. Marlon takes it to the sky.
Oh, he was so close.
That's really close to the landing. But at the back we have Hurley up and riding again on his front side turn. The huge airdrop in the section.
Great dismount too. Really like that pin drop. It's beautiful stuff. That yellow-railed surfboard of Harley's has done him no shortage of good service across the last couple of weeks. That number comes in for Harley, a 3.3. So Di, obviously there's some QS 6000s in Japan. When are we going to go back to the days of a Challenger Series event or even a CT in Japan?
Well, wish in 2026, but I'm not too sure. But definitely, I love to watch, you know, Challenger Series or possibly CT event in Japan. We have such a great, you know, beaches and reef breaks, river mouth. So hopefully someone.
We're in the, you know, the heyday of the Andy Irons Kelly Slater showdown. Where was that right-hander that was under the
bridge,
under
right?
the highway?
Yeah, that was in Chiba.
Yeah.
And that point called Malibu. It's not a secret point or anything like that. Everyone pretty much can surf, but there's a few locals.
That's your hood, yeah?
No. I live in the Shonan area, which is 2 hours away from that area. So it's located in Chiba, and when we get to Typhoon Swell, it gets really good.
Yeah.
You know, you've watched the whole event, right?
Yeah,
Andy versus Kelly in the final. Yeah, we have a lot of good point actually.
Is it good enough where if it's on, you'll do that 2-hour drive to chase it, or?
Yeah, definitely. It was driving 2 hours to there, and it's a really fun right break. Doesn't get like it's not a slabby waves still, but it's rippable. It has a section that you can pull into the barrel sometimes, so it's definitely worth driving there.
Okay, that last wave from Marlon Harrison, he fell off, but it was a 0.97, so it's enough to put him up into those first two advancing positions. Bronson Mady now needs a 1.48 to get up to second. And Oliver Rissenbeek's chasing a 6.47 to advance to the quarters.
Oliver's been really patient in this heat. He's the one, dropping the anchor, just waiting for the right ones. But probably this is pretty much the time that he needs to change his game plan. It's 8 minutes on the clock.
Yeah, once again, we're seeing the scenario where the person in the lead is the person who's got the most waves.
Right, definitely. Hurley Walters, look at the number, 7 waves in this heat.
Obviously, when you start with a 7, that's a bit of a luxury that you're almost playing with house money. It's a free swing from that point. But he's still got a handful of throwaway scores that would easily be in the best 2 for the 3 guys he's surfing against as a result.
Oh, it's been a little bit sleepy in this heat, in the middle of the heat. But for sure we're going to see more waves coming through in the last 7 minutes.
Just over 7 minutes remaining. So we have the Tahara QS 6000 this year. Whereabouts is that?
That's about 4 hours drive from Tokyo to the west coast, and it's a beautiful coastline. We in Tahara we have a lot of peaky beach breaks, and when you get swell, then it's turned into great beach break. So, but unfortunately this year we didn't have it swell, so it was kind of small, but still great action from Tahara Pro.
All right, this is Marlon Harrison looking to get rid of his .97. He's done that pretty comfortably, and that will tighten his grasp on second place. So 5.34 his requirement for first. We just saw Oliver Rissenbeek quickly in, quickly out as well.
That's a great combo from Marlon Harrison. Definitely, it'll be his second best. Oliver, he was waiting for that wave quite a long time, but he was quick in and out.
Well, he's quickly on the move again now, and why not? He realises it's time to get busy. Can't get into that one, doesn't matter. He didn't have priority anyway, so no point even thinking about that again. Just needs to keep moving, giving himself every opportunity. A 6.3, obviously a very attainable score for any of these guys. Bronson Matey, he needs a 1.48. Like, obviously the guy drops 9s in his sleep. Just needs to catch a wave though. We'll probably watch Marlon bump his score up again when his last number drops in. There it is, a 3.93, so things get a little bit tougher. Bronson Matey now chasing a 4.44. Oliver Rissenbeek, he needs a 9.26 with 5 minutes 15 remaining.
Oh, definitely Bronson is capable of getting 4.44. It's pretty much no problem for Bronson Matey, but the time is ticking, and pressure is building up. But Oliver is 9.26. Probably you don't really want to try and get the 9.26 in one way. Probably you want to get 2 ways to go into the second.
To get to first, you're chasing a 5.34. Third position, Red. Red, you're chasing a 4.44. 4.44 is the requirement. And Green, you're chasing a 9.26.
All right, priority is with Bronson Matey. And I think we'll probably see him head off to the north. Try and find one of these rights that he has made his staple diet throughout the course of the event. He needs a 4.44. So unlike the 1.48 he needed till a few minutes ago, that's not a given. He's found the opportunity now though on his backhand. Couple of strong turns. Whoa. Was that a 4.44? We'll need to see the replay to pick apart those first couple of turns.
Well, definitely he needed a strong finishing time to get 4.44. it's a small score, but still you need to get 2 solid turns to get it. Well, this is Hurley Walters up and riding on his backhand. Nice quick pivot turns and get the 3rd turn in, so great combination from Hurley Walters again.
That was awesome. I reckon his 4-3-3 is long gone now. Still waiting on that last score to come in for Bronson. To be honest, I don't think Bronson will be worrying about that score. It's a 3-3-3, so he still needs a 4-4-4. Here's how they saw it.
Well, nice couple of check turn to start with. I love the 2nd turn, but definitely he wanted to get the finishing turn there. And this is the last of blue. Couple of quick turns, and that finishing turn was solid. So I'm not too sure if it's gonna be better than the 4.33.
Well, we've just seen Bronson. Not sure what he did before that point. Didn't hear too much from the crowd out on the deck, which is usually the indication. If Bronson had just done a big punt, we would have heard it through the wall.
Yeah, it's just right behind us, so definitely we would have heard. So, wow, this is the last of red.
Well, oh, hello. So we didn't quite see the opening turn. This is Ollie Rissenbeck. He's found himself a racy-looking wall. It's got great pace to it.
Ooh,
unfortunately, he goes over the hangers with 2 minutes remaining.
Unfortunate for Oliver.
So, scores to come in for Harley Walters, which I think will be a good one. I think at the moment it is a battle for 2nd place because Harley's got a 7. I wouldn't be surprised if he upgrades his score. Not quite. A 4.3. He needed to go over a 4.33 to upgrade. So Marlon Harrison's looking for a 5.34 for first. Bronson Matey is chasing a 4.44. And we saw him finish off a wave. Now he's got a wave again with no one around. Okay, he's going to look to take to the sky. He's racing down the line, not going to beat. But you know what's happened here? He's given himself more separation from the pack. And we can see them scrambling over to try and play some defence nearby. Here goes Ollie Riesenbeek on his backhand. This is a good looking wall. Clean green face for the man in the green jersey. Whipping his way down the line. And it might be a sign off from his Taiwan Open of Surfing campaign, but Ollie Rissenbeek should leave Taiwan feeling very proud of his efforts at this event because it's been a fantastic run through the draw to this point.
Well, 30 seconds. It's a tense moment for Bronson and Marlon Harrison. Bronson now only needs 4.44, but Marlon Harrison is with first priority. He's just stick to wherever Bronson goes.
So this is Marlon. That might flip priority over to Bronson. Well, second priority will now go to Bronson, but time in short supply, and it's looking like it might be an Aussie 1-2. Marlon Harrison gives himself a little clap, and why not? He's held on, and a rampaging Bronson Matey's run comes to an end in the round of 16. Incredible surfing from Harley Walters, and he'll be joined in the next round by the man on screen just there, Marlon Harrison. Stay tuned. More action from Taiwan Open of Surfing right after this quick break.
Welcome back, Taiwan Open of Surfing. Straight to the action. Deng Henry takes to the sky. Unfortunately, couldn't quite stick to the landing. So Deng Henry in white, Reef Hazelwood in red, Kobe Clement in blue, and So Grundling in green. I am Dai Wako here in the booth with Jada. Good morning.
I'm back.
You're back.
It's been an exciting morning here. On your screen is Kobe Clemens taking this one all the way down to the inside. Finishes strong, so this is going to be the last four-man heat we see of the day, and from now on, it's just going to be two men.
That's great to hear. It's going to be there's going to be a lot of great actions still coming up, and we have Reef up and riding. Nice layback turn to start with. A little bit foamy face ahead of him, but gets this great finishing turn from Reef Hazelwood. But in heat 3, Bronson Lady got knocked.
I know, he was my pick. All right, so here are a couple replays. This is the wave of Soul Grendling 3.5, so two beautiful carves, and finished this one off. Unfortunately, gets his nose stuck on the way down. This is Dane Henry, just a 0.9, so nothing too crazy. If he landed that would have been pretty crazy.
That would have been crazy.
And right behind him, we caught up with Kobe Clemens. Love that second gouge, really pushes the tail, and he finished it off pretty strong. We're gonna finish this last wave of Reef that I was absolutely loving. Really, really great opening turn there and finished it off strong. Almost didn't make it, but he rode out of it nicely yesterday. Reef got a bit of a buzzer beater. He was coming in third and then went straight to first with that last wave he caught. And with a little bit of a break in this action, we're gonna throw over to Binzi and Harley Walters.
Start your heat off with a 7-point ride.
Yeah, for sure. I don't know. I was frothing to land a punt and get a 7 and started off pretty well, so yeah.
That sled of yours with the fluoro yellow rails, is that the same one you've been riding the whole time, the last 2 weeks?
Yeah, I rode it over there in the Phillows too. It feels so magic. I don't know, all my boards that I get off Sharp Eye and the Board Lab, they all go just as good as each other, but that one feels a little bit more magic.
There's a lot of epoxies and carbons being ridden in the Philippines. Here with the wind, a lot more people going back to the PU, but you've been on the PU all the way through?
Yeah, I kind of always ride the PU. I don't know, I've never really had any epoxies. I bring one over here if it's small and clean, but I don't know, my boards feel bloody good in all conditions, so I'm just sticking to that.
They're looking bloody good in all conditions. Speaking of all conditions though, there's been a whole range of waves. I mean, I keep saying this week, but we're actually on the beginning of day 4. Huge event in a small period of time. How have you been going about just adjusting and constantly resetting what you want to do?
Yeah, well, I didn't surf my first heat until yesterday, so I surfed twice yesterday and then just once a day, but we'll surf again later. But I don't know, I've just been cruising and hanging at home in the aircon and then coming down to surf my heats, and yeah.
You've been out in the free surf with us every morning, and every morning it's like crystal offshore, beautiful. It's a bit of a false promise, right?
It's so different every morning, and kind of every arvo from 5 o'clock at night, it's kind of dead offshore, and then I don't know, just gets so windy, but it's big ramp, so yeah.
Any hellos you want to say to friends and family back home in Australia Saturday morning?
Yeah. Just to mum and dad and my sister and Codes and Oz and Mitch and Lungy over in Lakeys. Hope you have a fun trip.
Through the quarters, you're ripping, mate. Good luck, keep it going.
Thank you. Thanks so much.
Yeah, right, back to you guys in the booth.
What?
That was a sick end. It's the Reef up and riding. Long wall ahead of him. Gets a couple turns in the foamy section. It's okay. Gets the finishing turn, so that looks like it was great surfing from Reef Hazelwood, but we are not too sure what he's done at the back.
Wow, okay, I am so excited for these replays. There are scores to come for all 4 surfers in this heat. We saw a great wave by Soul Grendling while we were on that break. So on your screen, I'm pretty sure that was Dane Henry. Unfortunately, not really able to ride it out, but this is the one we were waiting for.
Right.
He eyes the section, takes to the air, a big punt, stands up strong, shoulders back, looks at the judges. He's like, this is what I'm here for. And Reef slams that first turn, goes over that float, and he finishes pretty strong here as well. So we've got a really entertaining heat in our hands. That was an incredible ride from Reef Hazelwood all the way down the south point of our location. Dane finishing this one off strongly as well. This is going to be pretty crazy.
Non-stop of action. So up and riding again. Nice carving turn. It gets a kick reverse. Unfortunately, couldn't ride out of it, but still the previous wave from Seoul, that was amazing air. That was really high, tail high, no grab, air reversed. Landed super clean, so that's great. But this is Deng Henry, nice first turn, and then he takes to the sky as well. Wow.
Okay, so this is a replay of Seoul's last one. Big opening gouge there. Does it again. Tries to take that tail all the way around. Isn't able to ride out of it. But Seoul sitting on a 7.5, and that's exactly how you want to be starting your round of 16. Heat 4 of the day. He wants to be in that quarterfinal. His energy is showing that. His surfing is showing that. He has said it a few times. He just graduated from high school, and he's here. He's hungry.
He is hungry. You know, he's full on now on the tour, and he's just trying to get the good result here. You know, making to round of 16 is still great result. But making it to quarterfinals is the next level. Equal 5th place. That's an amazing result. But he's got a 7.50. He's on the way to quarterfinals.
Yeah, he's surfing like he has nothing to lose, because he doesn't.
Right.
You know, he hasn't done all the QSs of this year. He doesn't have any pressure on him. So this is a fresh start. He can kind of go for it, and it's going to be a great heat to watch, because Reef just dropped a 6.67 for his last ride.
Wow.
Beautiful turns. He really pushes the tail. Reef's style is pretty flawless. So these guys are competitive machines.
They are. Really. And then we still, you know, waiting for Dan, and Kobe's getting good ones. So it's going to be a great heat. But last wave for Deng Henry comes in at 5.43. So a few good scores are locked in already in the first 10 minutes. 7.50 for Seoul Grundling and 6.67 for Reef Hazelwood. 5.43 for Deng Henry. So Kobe Clement now has fast priority out there, 15 minutes and 40 seconds.
Yeah, so we will be heading straight into the quarterfinals after this, the women's quarterfinals. So Heat 1, we have Lucy Dara versus Sara Wakita. Heat 2 is Taylor Green and Kana Nakashio. In Heat 3, we have Safi Betty and Willow Hardy. And Heat 4 is Minami Nonaka and Nanaho Suzuki. Big matchups. Big matchups.
Love the first heat of the women's quarterfinal. Lucy Dara, still really young, and you know, took a win in Nias and up against Sara Wakita, who's been on tour quite a long time. So definitely, it's gonna be an interesting heat coming up.
Yep, that's right. And for the men's side of the quarterfinals, this heat will decide the last 2 quarterfinalists. But in Heat 1, we have Ryaru Ito and Yuji Nishi. Heat 2, we have Shohei Kato and Xavier Huxtable. Harley Walters in Heat 3 and Marlon Harrison in Heat 4. So the 2 surfers passing this heat will be joining Harley Walters and Marlon Harrison.
Wow, that is a stacked heat ahead of us.
It's going to be intense.
So this is the last heat of the men's round of 16, and we're going to go into straight women's quarterfinals, man-on-man heat. And then, you know, it's been quite a lot of actions in this heat so far.
I mean, yeah, we have that 6.67 and that 7.5 from Reef and Seoul. So compared to the other heats I was watching earlier today, this is action-packed.
Right.
They've taken to the air. They've unlocked that box. Once one person goes, does that first big punt, everyone else does too.
Reef up and riding, trying to get rid of the 4.50, but last 2 turns was solid. The labor turn and big carve to finish off. That was a great surfing from Reef Hazelwood. He's unstoppable now.
Yeah, Reef is looking pretty unstoppable. When he finds that rhythm, when he finds his groove in the contest, I feel he's that type of person that is impossible to beat. Like, I think we saw him in Cruy earlier this year, that he was looking really good.
And he had a good, rhythm, and like you said, he was in the good groove with the ocean, and that's he took a win at a Korea Pro. And he was saying that after that he hasn't got any good result, so definitely this is important even for Reef as well, as this is the last QS 6000 of the season. Definitely wants to make it through to the quarters and the final day.
Yeah, Reef taking the win at that 6,000 in Krui. It was a rough final, but
Right.
he surfed incredible. There we go, Dane Henry, beautifully done.
Wow, that was single air reverse, but pretty much a full rotation, 360 air reverse, no grab, in a critical section, so that's gotta be a great number. He needs 5.58 to go into second.
All right, loving this. Full air reverse, almost full rotation there
Almost.
for Dane Henry, but that was a great way to put himself back in this heat. He's warming up. We know Dane Henry can throw some huge punts.
Right.
So I think this is going to turn into a little bit of an air show right now.
All right, last wave for Dan Henry comes in at a 4.83, so not enough to go into second. Well, it was one of the smaller size waves, and the wave wasn't steep as the other airs, so probably that's why he got 4.83.
Yeah, I would say the size of the wave probably wasn't favoring Dane's score there. I think if it was the same maneuver on a big, meaty section, maybe like Seoul's, they would have probably gone into the sixes range 100%. I mean, by minimum, But,
Wow, he's ready for it, though.
Yeah.
Dan's just aiming for the air now.
I'm taking it as a warm-up.
Right.
That's got to be
Definitely.
his warm-up. He's like easing into it.
And there's still 11 minutes on the clock left. And then there's a few lines at the back.
So a couple lines coming in. See if any of the boys decide to go for it. Looking like no one really in position, and it kind of just disappeared under everyone. So no action just yet. I am really excited to watch this quarterfinal heat one because I did see Lucy Dara take the win in Nias. Very different wave from here. And quarterfinals already huge, but live action.
Wow, that was a huge thing drifted from Reef. Again, little bit of layback turn and throw the tail all the way, and it gets the rotation. Landed super clean and still going and gets this bonus finishing down here. He likes it too. Wow, that was great surfing. Reef. Piece of wood, trying to get rid of the 4.50. On screen we have Deng Harry, quick in and out. 10 minutes remaining in this heat.
All right, so that was an incredible wave from Reef Hazelwood. Let's break this one down. He takes off down the line. He's way more south than everyone else. Beautiful tail drift there to gets around this section. Kind of really pushes it there, but I'm loving this actor. Reverses all the way around and gets an extra section down here on the inside. This wave just keeps on giving him more, and he was loving it. Fist pumps up to the judges. What else do you want?
Well, yeah, that definitely, he did everything he could on that wave.
Oh yeah, he did everything he could, and he hit every section that wave was offering. So it was really nicely done, and I wouldn't be surprised if that 4-5 goes straight out the window for a bigger score.
Well, no scores locked in for the last of Reef yet. On screen we have Seoul up and riding. Well, that's good one turn. Definitely he was looking for the ramp there, but then Henry up and riding. Quick in and out.
Yeah, so a bit of a late takeoff there for Seoul. I feel like he got, the timing wasn't right for that wave, and we'll see it again on the replay. He took off a little late, and I feel like he got to that section as well with that missed time, so it wasn't probably as good as he wanted. He needs to get rid of that 3-5 because Reef is going to be backing up that 6.67, and Dane Henry is lethal. So he knows that Dane can get the score he's looking for.
Yeah, right. So Seoul got a 7.50, which is highest score in this heat, but definitely he's not in the safe place right now because healthy number for Reef just locked in 7.0.
Yeah, so that 7-point ride is looking really good next to Reef's name, making life a little harder now for the other three surfers. Kobe Clemens gone a little quiet. He's sitting out there with priority, that 3, 6, and 2, 5. We've seen quite a few times throughout this event the people who kind of drop anchor and wait don't tend to get those big scores that they're looking for. It's the type of place where you really need to be looking and hunting around for that wave that you want.
Yeah, definitely.
Dane's showing exactly that. 7 waves ridden already, Reef 4. So it's that you gotta be hunting. You can't just sit there.
Definitely. You know, it happened in the last hit as well. Oliver was sitting there waiting for the wave for almost like 15 minutes and he couldn't quite find the right one. So definitely, like you said, that, you know, keep yourself busy is super important.
I feel like it's a good point as well as if you kind of just sit there, you start thinking a lot, you know, and you get in your own head, you start having thoughts of maybe things that could go wrong, you know, unless you've really trained mentally. You could it can go against you and you start to be a little too picky. You have that priority, so you don't want to cash it in for something that isn't worth it, and you just start thinking about it too much. But the beauty about this multiple peak is that priority isn't a huge deal. It's not a wave like Cloud9 or Korean Nias where if you do make a priority mistake, it will cost you. Here, we've seen it can go either way. You don't have to necessarily have that priority.
True, not so much, you know, on the smaller size waves, and then these guys can get 4-point wave into 8-point ride. Definitely, you know, these guys can take to the sky, the big finish. So definitely, you don't have to aiming for the bigger set. So, like you said, keep yourself busy is just important factor in this heat. So pretty much Kobe Clemens, it's a time for him to just change his plan.
Yeah, you're right. We saw yesterday Keijiro kind of hold on to his plan a little too long and just switching it up a couple minutes earlier would have probably you know, made a whole different result. But it's easy to say that from the booth. We're just observers.
That's true. Well, almost we're reaching the 5-minute mark in this heat, what looks like. So, having a look at this one.
All right, so taking off. What do you think, Dai?
Well, nice first turn, and definitely he's aiming for the section to stand up, but unfortunately, Wave didn't. So, quick in and out from Seoul. Definitely, he wants to get rid of the 3.50 as soon as possible because Dan Henry is just in the rhythm right now. He's getting 7 waves in this heat.
Yeah, Dane is hunting for that 5.58. He's not going to give it up so easily, especially now that we're just under 5 minutes. He knows he needs a pretty decent score. There's plenty of waves, but Seoul just needs to back up that 7.5. That's the best wave of this heat.
Right.
So it would absolutely be devastating to lose like that.
Definitely. And when you have the highest score of the heat, you kind of rush yourself to get the good backup score, and you know, a lot of pressure, like you build up a lot of pressures, you know. So definitely he wants to get rid of the 3.50 as soon as possible. Almost 4 minutes left on the clock.
Yeah, and that's what we're talking about, how important it is, you know, to have that strong mental game. We were talking earlier, I think it was the past couple of days, that now more and more you're seeing athletes start to work with sports psychologists to be able to create that mentality of that positive mentality and never giving up and making sure that there's always a chance. If the buzzer doesn't beat, you can still always do it, you know, and it's important to be able to keep your emotions under control and being comfortable in the uncomfortable, being comfortable under pressure, and this is a really, really important factor in competition.
Well, Dan Henry, important wave, needing 5.58, looking for the section to hit. Big layback turn, unfortunately, didn't ride out of it. At the back, so up and riding. He is aiming for the section as well. Nice finishing turn. Trying to get rid of the 3.50 now.
All right, so I would like to see if Seoul did anything else out the back, but it's looking like it was those 2 turns. He really wants to be improving that 3-5. Dane also just not really getting what he was looking for. His last wave was 0.77, so it definitely doesn't factor up into his top 2 with just 3 minutes on the clock. Kobe still just sitting out there, hasn't really caught anything else. Needs a pretty big score to get back into this heat.
Has to be a second best of the heat. Kobe Clement sitting with first priority for quite a long time now, but it's 2 minutes and 40 seconds. Time is ticking, so definitely he needs to move really fast. 741 isn't a small score. Definitely you need to have solid couple turns.
And he's got the surfing to do it.
Right.
I mean, we've seen Kobe in a lot of these events, and he has an incredible talent and hard work. So he doesn't need the best wave of the day to be able to get a score like that, but he does need to start moving. And sitting there with priority is not going to get him very far.
Right. It looks like a few lines at the back. 2 minutes on the clock. Well, tense moment for, well, pretty much everyone in this heat. Leaf is in the lead pretty comfortably right now. Probably it's now, you know, battling for the second place, I would say.
Yep, that's right. It does look a bit like a battle for second place. Dane Henry trying to create a little bit of space for himself, but Reef with that second priority standing close. He doesn't want to create any opportunity for these guys.
Reef on his backhand, just one down, quick in and out. Pretty much he played the defense against Dan Henry right there. 1 minute and 20 seconds to go.
Yeah, so Reef, even though he's in first position, he doesn't want to give opportunity to anyone. Anyone.
Right.
That was, he knew he wasn't going to be improving his score line. So he took that wave, did that one turn, paddling back out. That is some great competitive strategy. He just shows how important it is to never leave the door even a little bit open for your other competitors.
Even you have 7 and 667.
And Reef is in first. Like, he doesn't have to do that, but he's not risking it.
Definitely not. Especially, you know, Dan Henry. He can turn this heat upside down so quickly. But 30 seconds on the clock. Important wave.
All right, looking like everyone's paddling over. There must be something coming. Seoul decides to go.
Well, on the smaller size waves, well, doesn't look like any walls, but Reef up and riding. A little bit of victory lap for him.
Was Dane... Nah, unfortunately, that was after the buzzer beater, so it is Reef Hazelwood and Seoul Grenling.
Wow, so it's a Reef and Seoul will go to quarterfinals, and we're gonna go to the quick break, and we'll be right back with women's quarterfinals heat number 1.
All right, guys, welcome back to the Taiwan Open of Surfing. We are finally onto man on man or woman on woman. This is the first quarterfinal of the event. We are super excited. In the booth with me is Jessie Starling. Would you like to tell us who's in this heat?
Yeah, we've got Lucy Dara from Australia. She's out there in the red. And then Sarah Wakita from Japan out there in the blue, past winner here before. And then Lucy Dara obviously winning that big QS 6000 over in Nias earlier this year. So she's already got 6,000 points to her name. And Sarah, she wants to be a double champion here, which is pretty cool. So 25-minute heats all through the quarterfinals. We've had a bit of a call, Giada. We've got an update for everyone watching on back at home. So we are going to run through the quarterfinals today. That is a definite. And it's actually not going to be finals day today. So we are going to come back tomorrow for semis and finals. And we'll be crowning some champions here. So that's the typhoon slowing down a little bit and giving us a little bit more time to work with tomorrow morning.
All right, so just there's a quick break in the action so you guys can get excited with us. Later on, we're going to be seeing in Heat 2 Taylor Green and Kana Nakashio. Heat 3 will be Safi Veri and Willow Hardy. And Heat 4 is Minami Nonaka and Nanaho Suzuki. So some big names, and it's going to be really, really interesting to watch them come against each other.
Yeah, no, I'm really excited. I feel like they're great matchups. And yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing who our semi-finalists are going to be.
All right, with that, we're going to head over to a quick post-heat interview with Reef Hazelwood.
Quarterfinals, and you just did a great heat back in the heat 4. You did not leave any door open for all the surfers in the heat.
Yeah, thanks. Yeah, I just had a plan to get busy, and I watched Harley in the previous heat, and he was busy in our previous heat together. Like, he was busy, so I was like, I reckon that's the strategy, and yeah, stuck to it, and it played out really well.
You know, how you surfed in the heat showed us that how important it is to getting through the heat and making it to the quarterfinals.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, so stoked to get through the 4-man into the 2-man. I love 2-man heats. It's so fun. Just that one-on-one battle, and like just takes out some variables of the other surfers, and yeah, just so fun. So hopefully we can have some good battles coming up.
NA Offshore Call, finals day tomorrow.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, super excited, and yeah, hopefully the waves are really fun, and yeah, just hopefully we get to see some good surfing through to the finals.
Now you don't have to surf this afternoon, so how are you going to spend the rest of the day in preparing for tomorrow's finals day?
I think I might do a bit of stretching. Body's feeling a bit tight after all the traveling and the events, so yeah, just try and reset, and yeah, just make sure my body's feeling good, and just re-energize for the next day.
You know, all the friends and families and supporters, they are all stoked for you for making it through. So is there anything you'd like to say to them?
Yeah, thanks so much for watching, guys. Thanks to my sponsors for helping me get here, and just always backing me, and yeah, just want to be doing you guys proud, and making exciting heats and exciting surfing. So yeah, I just want to thank you guys for getting me here, and just making sure that I'm frothing, and yeah, keeping it going. And hi to my family and my wife. Love you guys, and can't wait to see you soon.
All right, good luck in the next round, and see you tomorrow. Back to you guys.
All right, thank you so much. Quick correction.
Someone might want to tell Reef he's surfing this afternoon.
Yeah. So the men's quarterfinal will be on after the women's. So don't leave, because it's going to be a huge afternoon.
Yeah, we still have 8 heats to run through, so Reef can't take the foot off the gas just yet. He's got another 25 minutes out here at Jinzun this afternoon. No takers so far in this heat. You can see Lucy having a look. She really wants to get on her feet. She's a lively competitor, loves to be on a lot of waves. We got some movement. Potentially a wave starting to roll through here. We'll probably see a lot less wave surf now that we're in these 2-woman heats. But I still feel like Reef mentioned, you know, I still feel like the strategy's the same. You got to stay busy, and you got to get an early start.
Yeah, and time again throughout the past 4 days, that's who we've seen been winning those first and second spots. Is the people who just move around, catch waves. Not all of them are scores, but I feel like that has been, you know, the winning theory.
Oh, absolutely. It's been the strategy that's got everyone to those top spots. Our women slightly out of position right now. They've missed the last couple of sets rolling through. We saw over in Shargao, the judges were not friendly to give out a heat restart. You know, it really had to be something special. And we've seen waves roll through right now. There's still plenty of action here. You can see Lucy maybe a little lost in her lineup. She's paddling up and down the point a little bit. Looking in, it's almost like fidgety. You can see she's so itching to be up on her feet right now.
Yeah, it gets, even though you're only taking 2 people out of the lineup, it's so easy to get lost out there. You know, it's easy to see these situations where the first couple of heats of those 2 men, you kind of follow where the other surfers sit when there's 4 people, but when you're just 2, you got to have your markers on. You got to know exactly where you're sitting. Otherwise, you're going to be lost at sea. All right, taking a look at this one, it's looking like Lucy Dara, first wave of this quarterfinal, goes for that turn, beautifully done. She tries to get around this section. This wave gets a little sleepy. She's going to stick with it, and unfortunately just disappears under her feet. And Sara Wakita on her backhand, beautiful looking wave. She goes for that top turn again. A lot of whitewash on the face of it, but she handles that board nicely. You can see it kind of chattering, but Sara Wakita showing how professional she is and manages to ride out gracefully.
Yeah, interesting 2 waves there. We obviously have that one big turn approach from Lucy Dara and then a multiple string of maneuvers here for Sarah. So let's see what she got done out the back here. Good looking bowl in front of her. Wow. Really steepens up here. She tags this first section. Oh, a lot of bump on the face there, but you can tell, like you mentioned, Giada, she's a really graceful surfer, holding her line all the way through. So 3 nice turns here. Different approach. Lucy, one big section, straight into it there. So she's looking strong right now for Lucy. Just the one turn though. So the judges are really going to start to set the scale based on, you know, if they're going to appreciate just that one big turn or a string of quality, maybe slightly smaller maneuvers, you know. So these 2 surfers, really different approaches as well to their competing, but I'm excited. I actually think they're a really great match for each other.
Yeah, this is going to be really entertaining. And there we have it. First score to come in is a 4 for Lucy Dara and a 5.33 for Sara Wakita. So the judges liking Sara's act a little more. Guess maybe she had a couple more opportunities, I would say. Lucy Dara, only because that wave just tapered off. Otherwise, she would have been getting those really big scores.
These 2 actually never met woman on woman before. So this is the first time we're seeing them in a 2-person heat. They have met earlier this year in NIAS in a 4-man. And obviously we saw Lucy victorious there. So Lucy got the win over Sarah in what was an early round heat. So they've had a little bit of competitive history together before, but it's cool. I love, you know, when we get to see just 2 competitors out there. You really start to see the mind games creep in. Strategy starts to flare as well. And obviously Lucy, you know, she's staying with Safi and Taylor Green. They're both coming up in quarterfinals as well. So they would all be itching to be in semifinals together.
Yeah, that's a great team there. You know, when you've got a great mindset and great, you know, teamwork happening, when all the competitors are doing well in the contest that you're traveling with. So it's great to see Safi finally kind of breaking through those first rounds. She's getting into that quarterfinal, and Taylor Green had been surfing incredible all year. So it's an exciting moment for these ladies.
Oh yeah, I spoke to Safi this morning actually. Obviously she had that amazing heat yesterday. She was just absolutely on fire. And I said to her, I was like, honestly, Saf, I feel like you needed that. You know, I feel like you took that loss really hard over in Shargao, which says to me that, you know, maybe you're stuck in a bit of a rut, and that's when those losses do start to hurt a bit more. She goes, I did. I really did. And I was like, what changed? She goes, I just belted it. And I was like, yeah, just keep it so simple, you know. You just got to think less, surf more. And that's exactly what she's been doing, and it's been paying off for her now.
Yep. So this is Sara Wakita doing exactly what we said earlier, keeping busy. One big blast off the top there. Won't get around this whitewash, but she's backing up that 5.33. She doesn't want to sit still, and she definitely doesn't want to give those opportunities to Lucy.
Oh, definitely not. No, Sarah, she's so competitive. She wants to be a 2-time champion at this location. So she was victorious here back in 2023. And Sarah, it was actually really big and windy that day. I remember it. And she just was unstoppable. You know, it was kind of hers to begin with. She just didn't look like she was slowing down for anyone.
All right, Lucy now taking a look at this right. She'll go for that big first opening turn. That was massive. She backs it up again. Will she close this one off? Gets around this section, and she does. Wow, Lucy Dara on fire right now.
That was sick.
That was huge.
That first turn was crazy from Lucy. I didn't actually get to watch too much of Nias, but I heard that was kind of her power turn there.
That's exactly what I was about to say next. This was exactly what she was doing in Nias that got her that win. Look at that.
Wow.
I mean, that was really impressive stuff.
And she's 16 years old. She is still a baby, and she's surfing so mature. Gets a little 2-for-1 down through this inside section there. Drifts off the fin as well. But I think she's going to be really well rewarded for that first turn. It was a vertical turn in a pretty big pocket as well, so not holding back from Lucy Dara.
Yeah, and she was sitting out there. That wave kind of approached her. It looked like she didn't have to move around too much in the lineup, so that's going to be a huge score.
Oh, yeah, I loved it. A massive fan. So Sarah, I feel like she's going to need to answer back. She got a 3-point ride for her last one. You got to think that wave's definitely at least a 4.34 for Lucy. I feel like it'll probably go even higher than that. So we'll see where that score locks in. And pretty cool to see actually coming up in that next heat, our Bonsoy Asia Super Series rankings leader. She'll be taking it on Taylor Green, so Lucy's roomie. And we're also crowning our Bonsoy Asia Super Series champions here as well. So we've got double champions this week.
Oh, that's going to be... These people know this lineup well. So this is Sada right now on your screen. Nice first turn here. The section bowls up for her again. She drifts along that lip line. Unfortunately, wasn't able to really ride out of it. We're still waiting for the last of Lucy. I'm excited to see what the judges score that.
Yeah, I'm thinking it's the best wave of the heat. You know, it had the best turn of the heat by far. She's stuck on the inside. It's actually quite hard to get back out through there, especially when we have these non-stop sets rolling through. But this is a good-looking size wave here for Sarah. I love her style. She gets that back knee so low. Came around from behind here. Nice tag in the pocket. And then she did everything, you know, on that last section there. Went up with the lip, but unfortunately just getting buckled off by all that whitewash. It has got so many of our competitors, but that score... It's in for Lucy Dara.
All right, 6-8-3 goes straight to first, making life a little bit harder there for Sada. It's going to be interesting to see if she's one of those surfers that's going to crack under pressure, or if she's going to use this to fuel her fire. By what I've seen in the past, though, Sada is very competitive, and she can definitely get those big scores when she needs them.
Oh, yeah, she's super competitive. I'm pretty keen to see Sarah start to fire up now that she would have heard the score from Lucy Dara. And obviously, you know, 25 minutes for two women is actually a really long time because it takes a while to get back out the back, and you have way more opportunity because there's only one other person to battle with priority with, so you can take off on any wave you want. So I feel like sometimes you can kind of get sold into this rhythm of like, okay, maybe I won't go this because I have priority, a better one might come through. But you can see Sarah and Lucy sticking to this wave catching approach here.
All right, Lucy taking a look at this left. Beautiful carve there. She doesn't take it all the way around. This one not really giving her so much, but still 10 minutes left. She has that 6.83. That's plenty. That's a bit of a weight lift, I would say, for Lucy. You know, when you have that one big score, you're already like, okay, now I can focus on that second one. That's 1 foot into that next heat. So she must be pretty good right now.
Oh, yeah, definitely. It's all about confidence. At this point, she's had so many man-on-man heats this year, especially to take it all the way through to a win. So she actually knows what it takes to win at a QS 6000 like this. Obviously a very different wave to Nias, but as far as that competitive structure goes and maintaining confidence through these bigger rounds, you know, for someone so young, she's already mastered it in this league.
All right, and she is not stopping just yet. Taking off again. Quick up and out there. She's keeping busy. She's looking at the inside, not letting those nerves really trickle in. I feel like the more waves you catch, the more you really distract yourself from what's really happening, and you don't let those nerves kind of take over. And Sara Wakita taking a look at this right. Good bowl in front of her. Really pushes her tail on that first turn. Does it again. I'm loving her style. She really flares those arms every time she hits the top of the wave. So this is going to be a pretty good backup for Sara.
Yeah, two nice turns out the back. She's chasing a 5.51. I feel like those inside turns were just her keeping the momentum flowing there, but it really is going to come from those outside turns where she could just hug that rail to the wall there. So Sarah she's feeling good about it. You always feel good when you can get a little kick after a good wave. I feel like that's a good sign that you liked it. But this had a nice bowl coming back towards Sarah here. I love that carve. She really does have that on lock. And then a nice slash in the pocket. So it really is going to be based off those first 2 turns right now. And then through the inside, just a couple extras. But yeah, you got to think 2 big turns out the back on a good size wave. It'll definitely challenge for a 5-5-1. I don't think it's the best wave of the heat. I still think that belongs to Lucy. But it could potentially go there.
Yeah, I would have to agree with you. Sara being one, she spent most of her childhood growing up in Hawaii, and her dad is someone who has a lot of respect out in the lineup there, and she's used to all types of conditions because Hawaii has that windy, it has big, it has small, so she's a really well-rounded surfer, so very, very deadly to come up with exactly why she got herself into this quarterfinal and why she probably won this event in the past.
Yeah, we've seen her on the Challenger Series as well. She'll be itching to get back there pretty soon. She actually won the Asia rankings just 2 years ago. That last score, though, comes super close. It was a 5-1-7, so she needed a 5-5-1. Still what she's chasing, but Lucy's going to be careful now. That 4 is leaving her slightly vulnerable.
Yeah, we haven't seen too much of Lucy. Just those 2 waves she caught after that 6-8-3. So she will most probably want to stick to her backside again. I would feel like when you get a good score, you kind of want to redo what you did.
Oh, absolutely. We all know her backhand is one of her strong points. Maybe she's trying to prove a point, trying to show us that her front side, it's got the power, it's got the precision. She's obviously a very graceful surfer too, and for so young, and she's still quite petite, she's got so much power in her surfing. I love the fact that she just doesn't hold back. Sarah, she's going to have a lookie.
All right, Sarah taking a look at this one, this wave. Not bowling up just yet, a bit of a smaller inside one. She eyes this section down, upside down there on that turn. Beautifully done, Sara Wakita. Very graceful in her approach.
Yeah, now she's going to show off her backhand skills here. So we've got a bit of a showdown going on from these 2 ladies here. But Sarah, yeah, she's going to push. She's never, ever going to give up. Lucy, maybe going on the backhand.
Oh, no. Decides better of it, and probably well done as that wave hadn't had too much on offer, but she's swinging her board around again. She's taking a look at this one. You can kind of see her get a little antsy now. She wants to really back up that 6-8-3 and slam this heat done. All right, here we go. Lucy taking a look at this one. She decides to pull the trigger on it. Good looking section in front of her. Blast off the top there. Really pushes the tail. Wraps it around again. She's going to need one more section to get it better of a 4. She's going to stick with it. She's weaving through this flat section. Wraps it around again. This wave is going to give her that extra section on the inside. What does she do? Closes this one down, and that's a good looking wave for Lucy Dara.
Didn't get the finish though. She didn't complete it with the ride out. So but that first turn, I think that first turn alone has more than 4 points on it.
I can agree with you on that one. That was a big meaty section coming towards her. She fearlessly hit it, so I think she's improving on that 4.
Oh, I agree. Score for that last wave, Sarah Wakita, was a 3-6-7, so she still chasing that 5-5-1, but I feel like, well, Giada and I both feel like that score is going to go upwards right now. Just, she's so good. She really has that. It's pretty similar to what Molly does. She really kicks her fins out the back here. Really nice bowl. Great first turn there. Speed, a lot of style in that turn too. And you can see she really fought to get through this dead section here. Went around her competitor, so got pretty close there. She's going to get a carve. This will add to the points here too. Which would have been so nice for the ride out here, but look how much speed she had to generate. And then unfortunately, just couldn't get out in front of the foam here for Lucy Dara, but that was just purely based on the wave lacking power, not her. She was really fighting hard there, but that first turn, maybe my new favorite turn of the heat.
I love that backhand turn. I thought that was incredible. She clicked it so beautifully. It was really satisfying to watch, actually. And I love how she really fought to keep that speed and flow on that wave. You could really see that she wanted to stay on it, that she knew she needed one more turn. Because you can get big scores out of one big blast, but she does. She gets that 5-2-3, so we were right. That one turn, getting the most of it, she does make life a little harder now for Sara Wakita. 6-7-4 is her requirement.
Pretty interesting, looking at the spread from the judges. Some judges going as high as a 6 for that last wave, some as low as a 4.5. So they're slightly undecided on it as well. All of them agreeing that they loved the right. So they all agree that that backhand blast, it was definitely still the high mark of the heat. But yeah, it's cool to see, you know, a bit of pushback from the judges. You know, they're all got their own opinion when it comes to these waves. But yeah, it was always going to better that 4. That's something they all agreed on. But if she can do that with a finish, she's probably easy getting another 6 to her name right now. And there's 3 minutes to go. This heat has flown by. Like, it's literally gone. Where did that go?
Where did it go? I mean, there's just so much action happening. Lucy and Sara both going back to back. They're both keeping busy. They both heard what he said. They're like, all right, girls, we got to move around, catch a lot of waves. And we've seen that be the tendency throughout this event. So I'm curious to see how this is going to go. I am hoping to see Sara get one more chance here.
Yeah, I'm interested to see Lucy's defense strategy. You know, is she going to go and sit on Sarah right now, or is she kind of going to play her own game? She's got a long paddle back up the point. Sarah's got priority, so there's not much Lucy can really do other than try and sell Sarah on a wave right now. But yeah, just for being so young, I'm so intrigued to see like what her strategy is at this point of the heat. What she's been taught, because I haven't actually been able to see too much of Lucy competing. So this is pretty cool.
You're actually right, and this is actually the first heat I watched in this event. I saw her in Nias, which was incredible. She was surfing like she's been competing for 50 years. You know, there's so much maturity there, and I think the fact that she's so young takes off a lot of pressure. She's just testing the water. She's trying things out, and look at all the great results. She already has a QS 6000 on her belt.
Yeah, even if you'd have to think, you know, she's pretty close to solidifying a spot on the Challenger Series for next year. I actually think she'll do well. You know, she'll have some big names to come up against, but I think it'll make her a better surfer, a better competitor, and just being so young, you know, she has that similar approach to someone like Tia, who she just belts it. You know, she really does capitalize on every section that comes her way. So I could see Lucy, her surfing translate onto that higher level as well.
Yep, okay, so we're about to reach the 1 minute mark. This is a pretty good looking set. Lucy sitting right under Sara, playing a bit of mind games, applying a bit more pressure. She knows she's in a pretty solid lead right now. Not too much happening out the back. She is stuck onto Sarah.
She's got to be careful sitting there, because if she gets in Sarah's way, that can be a priority interference too. So she's got to be really careful on where she positions herself. That's a little too close for my liking. Especially on those right-handers there. So, yeah, Lucy just got to be mindful that you can still get interferences even without standing up on the wave. If you get in the way, it's all systems done.
That would be so unfortunate. I mean, surfing such a great heat and then losing for something like that would suck.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. But, you know, we've seen it happen before.
Yeah.
So that's just something, she's got to be mindful of. She's made a bit more space now. I love the determination. You know, she has to go and be near Sarah, but just being that close is a little bit terrifying. You're like, hang on, you know, just.
I think she got a little too excited.
Yeah, keep an eye out.
All right, Sarah, taking a look at this one. 10 seconds left. She has to go. Unfortunately, isn't really able to scratch into it. We will be counting this one down, and it is Lucy Dawa, our first semi-finalist here in the Taiwan Open of Surfing. We're going to head over to a quick break, and we'll see you guys in Heat 2 of these women's quarterfinals.
Taiwan Open of Surf moving on through. We are into quarterfinals. Heat number 2 right now. Taylor Green from New Zealand. She's out there in the red, taking on our Bonsoy Asia Super Series leader in the yellow, Kana Nakashio from Japan. So this is going to be a pretty cool matchup right now. Two very opposing styles. Two strong competitors though. I'm Jessie Starling, joined in the booth by my big sister True. And True, what's your make of this quarterfinal?
I like it. I really like this matchup. Two really different approaches. Kana, real short, quick, stabby surfer. Here she is.
Yeah, I love Kana's lines that she draws. Second in the World Juniors at the start of this year in the Philippines. She wants a big win here in Taiwan. She's finishing off her first ride of the quarterfinal. Maybe slightly mistimed on a couple of those sections, but even then, still looking super strong.
Yeah, she's a really informed competitor at the moment. She starts off strong, she finishes strong. Really impressed with Kana's performance from this event. Let's take a look at the replay. Kana Nakashio. Jessie, she's on fire. Great opening turn. I mean, she's really just pushing it a little bit extra there, deep off the bottom. Throws her hands up, gets the finish. So Kana starting off well. I feel like she definitely has room to lift, to give a little bit extra. And, you know, for Taylor Green, she's been starting off really well in her heats in the 5-6 range, like she did in that last heat a little bit earlier on today. She's got a really great support team as well. Taylor's in this heat. Safi's in the next heat. We just saw Lucy in the heat before. They're all travelling together along with Charlie Hurst. So, you know, it's obviously working whatever situation they have going on right now. They're really supporting and bringing each other up. So Taylor just needs to carry on.
Yeah, on paper, this is a really interesting heat, you know. We've got Kana. She's got heaps of wins to her name already. And then Taylor, who's relatively new, you know, to this QS and competitive world. Someone else who's relatively new and having an exceptional year is Lucy Dara. She is on the glass with Giada Legati.
Kiwi women on the tour and making it through to the quarterfinals and maybe even further.
Congratulations, a semi-final, and you're well on the way. Your surfing is incredible, especially your backhand. We love it. How are you feeling right now?
Yeah, I'm so stoked to get through that heat. Having so much fun in this comp lately, and I'm stoked to just get a good result, and I think I can just go for it now.
Are you expecting for another win here in Taiwan, like in Nias?
Oh, I hope so. It'll be tough to beat all these girls, but that's what I'm aiming for.
Starting off this year, would you ever have imagined to get a 6,000 win and already a semi-final here?
No, I actually wasn't even sure if I was going to do like all the QSs this year, but yeah, it was kind of a surprise for me to get that win at NIAS, and yeah, it's been such a good experience getting to do all these QSs, and yeah, I'm hoping to get top 4 in the rankings and qualify next year.
Well, it looks like you're well on the way. I'm sure there's so many people at home watching and excited to see you in the semi-final. What would you like to say to them?
Just thank you to Wary Boardriders and Gerringong Surf Club especially for all the support, and all my family, my little brothers. Thanks for watching.
All right, thank you. Back to you guys in the booth.
Awesome. Thank you, Giada. Thank you, Lucy. It's crazy to think this is kind of her first big event on her own, you know. No parents here. She's just relying on the girls. And she just looks so mature, so well-rounded, and definitely on her way to potentially being on the Challenger Series next year.
Yeah, wow, it's amazing. I mean, I'm so impressed by Lucy surfing, the maturity that she's showing, you know, on the junior level. She's making finals pretty much every time, and now on this QS 6000 level, she's in a space where she's just dominating, and I love to see her in a Rashi here. I love to see how far she can go and bring on the semi-finals for Lucy Dara.
Looks like we've got Adam Dufner and potentially Willow Hardy chatting to get ready for quarterfinal heat number 3. What do you reckon Duffy's saying at this point?
Well, that's a really tricky one. I feel like he's probably saying, you know, trust your gut, trust your instincts. What's your plan? He kind of puts it back on you a little bit, then you can kind of have a chat and go, yeah, if you see the section, hit it, just those standard things. But I haven't trained with Duffy for a while, so I'm a bit out of touch with pre-heat routines with the Duff, but he's yeah, always feeding off the energy of everyone around him.
18 minutes in this one, so 4.33 for that first Akana Nakashio. These two ladies, similar to quarterfinal heat number 1, never met head-to-head before, but they have met in competition earlier this year in the Phillip Island Pro, and Kana actually got the jump on Taylor, but it was a 4-woman heat, but Kana winning that one, taking it out. But the first time we're seeing them woman on woman here, there's not a lot of room between them right now. They are staying super close to each other. So waiting to see Taylor get her first wave. She looks like she's paddling wide, potentially for this one. She's going to use up priority here. So she comes from behind the peak. Tight turn in the pocket here for our New Zealand surfer. She's going to hop through this bit of dead water, start to generate more speed for this oncoming end section. Get a hit and the completion there. Loved the first turn, and with the whole ride there true, she's going to put a score on the board.
Yeah, bring it on. Taylor Green, she is making a stand in this heat. She heard the 4.33 from Kana, and she's gone, I'm going to see if I can match or better that. She's got a really strong backhand. Taylor, you know, she's had some great results this year, quarterfinals in Nias. Yeah, that was a really, really good first turn, throwing a fan of spray. This one gets a little bit weird with the whitewash, but she navigates it really well. I'm feeling like it was a good way to start the heat, but definitely opportunity for her to open up more.
Yeah, I think the judges maybe potentially noting as well that, you know, you have to really work for that last turn too. So she was generating a lot of speed into it, slightly under, but for her to be able to get that speed, to be able to do that turn in the pocket, you know, it just shows she's got a lot of power. She just loves, you know, I feel like Taylor does her best surfing when she's absolutely flying on a wave. You know, speed is definitely her friend.
Yeah, speed is her friend for sure, and particularly on her forehand as well. I agree, Jessie, when she surfs with speed, that's where you see some really, really big turns get put down by Taylor Green. Her first wave, 3.5, so Kana gets a better of the situation, not by a whole lot, but feels like, you know, for Kana, that would be a big feather in the cap.
Oh, definitely, and it does come back to even just the pace of the wave. It looked like the right had a better pace to the left. But it hasn't been like that all the time. You know, sometimes we see lefts come through with a better pace than the right. So, yeah, pretty interesting. You know, when it's just woman on woman, you have so much more you've got such a bigger peak of the lineup. And so making sure that wave selection is one of your highest priorities. It's going to be, you know, such an adjustment, especially having surfed a 4-man heat this morning. But something that both of these ladies are used to doing this season.
Oh, absolutely. It's getting into these woman-on-woman heats is super exciting, and it's really great experience as well. You see a lot of that, obviously, in the Challenger Series and the CT. So it allows you to kind of play around with priority, play around with wave selection. Things go really quickly. It goes back and forth pretty quick. So for both Kana and Taylor, they're in a good position to get some experience. And I was saying to Di yesterday, one of my favourite moments was Kana getting second in the WSL World Juniors to Luana Silva this year in the Union. It was pretty cool.
Oh yeah, no, it was sick. I thought she was going to win the event based on
I
her
did too.
semi-final. I was like, wow, no one's touching Kana. And then Luana was just so poised in the final. You know, she really just put together a beautiful performance, and I felt like potentially maybe mindset getting the better of Kana. Yeah. And that's such a massive learning curve, you know, to be on that stage, to be up for a world title, you know?
Yeah.
It's pretty cool. Here we go, Taylor Green here. That's a better looking section. Winds up into another one. This is what we mean when Taylor Green surfs with speed. We get to see these huge turns here. Great looking fourth turn. What a wave. Taking it all the way through for a solid finish here for Taylor Green. So that was right on cue for Taylor. Exactly what we're talking about. As soon as there's a little bit more pace to the wave, it suits Taylor's surfing beautifully, and she just opens up.
Yeah, she really did. And how was the energy as well on the paddle back out? She was kicking and scratching, and I think she had more pace, but I feel like her turn selection was a little bit better on this wave. Really just the timing there. Really nice for Taylor Green. You can see she just opens up there once again. That one I was thinking, oh no, she's lost it, but I feel like she was just keeping everyone on her toes.
Yeah, she's got beautiful style when she winds up into those turns too, and as well when she drives out of them. She's got great arm placement, And just, I love watching her just go big on her back end there. So that's going to be a solid score to lock in for Taylor Green. Obviously has a really talented younger sister as well, Stella Green. We're going to see her at La Union compete in the World Juniors at the start of next year. So January 11th, we're going to kick off competition. And Taylor actually finishing just below Stella, so she was third. So potentially a wild card. She's got to get the wild card, obviously, but it'd be cool to see the sister duo compete for a World Junior title.
Yeah, wow, that would be a pretty cool experience for sure. Taylor, wow, just locked in a 6 for that last wave of Taylor Green, so she'll take that, and probably that'll be a keeper, I reckon, by the end of this quarterfinal. She's been on fire, and I'm really loving the consistency from Taylor Green. She's been really consistent throughout most, if not all, of these events that we've seen, particularly in the QS 6000s, and Taylor would be loving that. You know, we saw her go deep into the draw in Cloud 9, and now she's here in another quarterfinal. That's really great for a Challenger Series campaign.
Oh, absolutely. You know, and that's exactly where she wants to be. And I feel like those Challenger Series waves, we talk about wave sitting her surfing, I feel like she would actually really suit the tour on the Challenger Series. It's like, you know, we think of Newcastle, it's quite a powerful wave nui. I know it's a beachy, but there's a lot of grunt behind it. And I feel like that's Taylor's bread and butter. You know, when there's a push back towards her, we really do start to see her open up. She spends a bit of time in Indo. She posted a clip, I can't remember when it was, from Uluwatu, maybe a couple of months ago, and it was insane. I was like, oh my gosh, that was crazy. So, yeah, I feel like once you see Taylor in heavy water conditions as well, she does really start to lift. Same for Kana. You know, she's already on that Challenger Series, and she's one of those surfers that I have mentally flagged in my brain to maybe not making it this year onto that championship tour, and then coming back next year having learnt so much and then applying it and having a really good season.
It's really funny, Jessie, like how you see that when people qualify for the Challenger Series. They have a year and they maybe don't have the best year on tour. They learn a lot. They might get knocked out in the early rounds pretty consistently, and then the next year they come back and it's like they go all guns a-blazing, and it's like they're a completely different surfer.
Yeah, we saw that happen. Probably 3 people off the top of my brain right now. Obviously Oscar Berry, Luke Thompson from South Africa. Dimitri had one really great result, but Dimitri Poulos has been so consistent this year. So I see that for him. Eli Hanneman, you know, obviously he's made the tour and then didn't have, you know, the best run on that championship tour, and then's come back, learnt from all his mistakes, and it just doesn't look like he's going to let it slip through his fingers again. So Eli, I'd put him in that same boat. So it's cool to see everyone just learning and adapting on the fly, and that's exactly what you got to do. And honestly, you kind of learn that on the qualifying series. You know, it's hard. Here we go, Taylor. She's learning on the fly and doing it beautifully. She's had big results and a big section here. 2 turns for Taylor Green, looking so solid on her feet right now. As soon as she hits the water, there is spray flying out the back on her turns here. So another score to lock in for Taylor. You got to think that 3-5 is getting out of here.
Oh, absolutely. Taylor is going from strength to strength. She is building the house and applying pressure to Kana Nakashiro pretty quickly. Kana, she's got that first priority, needs a 518 at this stage. I mean, she is wearing the Bonsoy Asia Super Series yellow jersey, which is a massive win in itself right now. At the end of this contest, we are going to crown the winners of that Bonsoy Asia Super Series as well. So we only see the Asian surfers that are at the top of those rankings wear this yellow jersey in the QS 6000s. So in the 2000s and the 4000s, we don't see them wearing this yellow jersey. So it's really cool to see something stand out in this QS 6000 series. And of course, all the points accumulated from there up until the end of this event decides who's at the top of that rankings league.
What do they win?
It's a $5,000 prize purse for the men's and women's, Jessie.
$5,000. Oh, hell yeah.
And eternal glory.
Yeah. All right, scores in. Last wave. Best wave of the heat. 6-1-7 for Taylor Green. So Kana with pressure right now. 7-8-4 is what she's chasing. Only the one wave. And she caught that right at the start. So she's been sitting for a really long time. Almost 20 minutes. And that's a long time to be stuck in your thoughts out there.
Oh, yeah. It is a long time to let the head noise rattle on and let it either get louder and louder, or you're just trying to find a way to quiet it a little bit. Bit of chatter up there. But I think for Kana, you know, talking about her experience, she's been in many, many finals days. She's won a couple of events and obviously wearing that yellow jersey, and I just feel like it's not going to shake her.
Here we go. This is the answer back here. Oh, goes down. So I feel like, you know, it's okay.
I've eaten my words.
There's plenty of space right now between Taylor and Kana. Plenty of time for her to get back out the back as well and try and chase down this big score. Still got time to do it in 2 waves as well. So Taylor, she is going to be on the hunt for Kana Nakashima right now, though. She will be sharking that lineup, playing that priority card, and it's exactly what she's got to do. We saw Lucy Dara do the same thing in that last heat. And then obviously we have that next roommate coming up, Safi Vetti, taking on our Challenger Series surfer, Willow Hardy. So that's going to be a super cool matchup between those two surfers.
Yeah, it's that I feel like is the quarterfinal to watch. It's super exciting. I feel like Safi and Willow, they're very different surfers. Both, you know, have really strong backhands. Willow, of course, a goofy footer from WA. Safi from Gisborne in New Zealand. I think it's going to be, you know, a real blow-for-blow kind of quarterfinal.
And they both have their strengths. You know, Safi gets the edge on Willow for power. She does, and strength. We'll get back to this in a second. Kana, there's the first turn. Up into the lip for the second, so she's going to get a second number. She's looking to better a 4.33 to drop that requirement from 7.84 as far down as possible. Not sure if she's going to do it on that one.
Yeah, I don't think she will. I mean, it was a good wave, and I liked that she's getting the rhythm and the momentum in, but I don't know, it was a smaller wave. The turns didn't really have as much power as what we usually see from Kana Nakashima. So don't think it'll be the 7.84. I feel like she definitely needs to push for more.
Yeah, so touching on quarterfinal 3, Safi, like we mentioned, has the power on Willow, but I feel like Willow has the, for lack of better words, heat IQ on Safi. She's really good at surfing these later round heats, and her decision-making skills in heats are almost flawless. You know, so they both have their strengths. So Safi's going to need to out-surf Willow, and Willow's going to need to out-compete Safi to try and take the win here.
Yeah, I feel like it's going to be an interesting quarterfinal for sure. I'm looking forward to watching it. Taylor, in this one, though, she's really just dominated on her last 2 waves. She's just gone, yeah, I've got 2 6s. I'm adding pressure. Kana locked in a 4 on her last one. And I think for Taylor Green, she's obviously got a lot of confidence coming into this event and hoping to meet Lucy Dara in the first semi-final.
Yeah, that'd be cool. Couple of roomies matching up there. Obviously, Charlie and Taylor meeting in the quarterfinals over in Siargao. Taylor, she wants to go deeper this event. You know, she wants to make those semis. She wants to be in those finals. She's got 5 minutes to hold on here. You can see Kana. She's having a look. We can hear that 5-minute buzzer. It goes off. Big turn for Kana Nakashima. It's just the one, and it's not quite a ride out either. So you can see she's fighting for it, but it's just not working out right now for Kana Nakashima.
Yeah, there's just timing is off slightly for Kana. That was really, really unlucky. You can see here, straight up into the lip. I mean, it was a really lethal turn, but just timing slightly off, and it just puts her in a weird zone on that wave. So she needs to find an opportunity where she can really start to open up. I mean, 2 of Kana's big turns, we're looking at 7.84s. She just needs to really be on point with, you know, the timing, her technique, and that power to really, you know, show through.
Yeah, she's got such a good bottom turn. It's so strong, and it's so just perfect. I love how she gets her hand so deep in the water. Unfortunately, yeah, like you mentioned, just timing slightly off. Usually it's well on. So Kana just needing to reset. You can see she's just absolutely scouring the lineup right now, really trying to find something that's going to allow her to open up to either get a 5 or a 6 and then only need another one, a 7.84. It's got to be something pretty special. I feel like Kana has the potential to do it on one wave though. So this will be interesting here. You'd have to think though, Taylor, she's not going to let basically an 8 slip through her fingers in the next 3 minutes 20 with priority here. So both these ladies have their cards to play right now, and I feel like you can see Luke Taylor, she's going to stick so close to Kana at this point, and this is exactly what she needs to do.
Yeah, she has to just shadow her and, you know, make sure that she just eliminates any opportunity or any wave that she thinks is going to be a 7-5 plus and stop Kana from going it. Taylor needs to be in form with her decision making. She needs to be pretty on track with bettering her 6 as well. If she takes off, she needs to go, I have to take off in a wave that's better than the 6 that I've already had and do just as good as surfing to really make it count.
So first set, the ladies are out of position. Kana looking like she's made a bit of distance here. Can't get onto that one. Not sure if it had the potential on it anyways. It was pretty frothy through that inside section. So Taylor, like we just mentioned, she's got to be careful Kana doesn't create too much space here. 2 minutes 20 on the clock. 7.84 is the requirement right now for our Bonsoy Asia Super Series leader. Obviously, we're still yet to determine the men's. Kana, she's pretty far out in front on the women's side, but we have Minami Nonaka, who's not far behind her. And Nanaho Suzuki coming up in quarterfinal heat number 4. They can both challenge for that jersey that Kana is wearing right now. So she definitely wants to be able to keep going deep in the draw here. So she'll be feeling the pressure from that as well, not just from Taylor Green here. 1 minute 45. So time slowly slipping through the fingers right now for Kana Nakashio. Taylor's thinking, this is the longest 2 minutes of my life. Let this one round out. No semi-finals today, so this is the last time we'll see the women compete for today's competition. We will crown champions tomorrow. Taylor, she's using priority on the defense here. Hoping this one bowls up through the inside. Keep trying to add to the scoreline. 2 turns. The second one was really nice, but I'm not sure. That was a bit of a sell there from Kana.
Yeah, I agree, Jessie. I think it was definitely a sell. I think Kana just convinced Taylor to go that one. I don't know if it'll go into the top 2. I mean, the surfing was strong. It could get there. Now, the door is a little bit ajar for Kana Nakashio. She needs at 7.84. She's got priority in just under a minute to get there.
It looks like the ocean potentially going a little bit flat right now. So we saw those sets roll through about a minute ago. It's not very often we see them pulse about a minute in between each other. So Kana's probably going to need to make it happen on a small to medium-sized wave. 35 seconds right now. She's just going to sit and patiently wait, but usually you can see these corduroy lines just stacking up when we see some good-looking waves rolling through, and we just can't see that right now. So you can see she's trying to move around, try to hunt this line up, find this wave that she's looking for. Taylor going, go flat. No more waves come through, please. So 10 seconds to go. It feels like maybe no more waves here, True.
Yeah, it's feeling like it's going to be Taylor Green moving on through because there's 5 seconds to go and not much on offer. So, yeah, wow, Taylor Green into the semis. You can see she's happy with it. Fortunately, Kana Nakashiro bowing out, but what a great semi that was, Jessie.
Yeah, amazing to see Taylor moving on through. We love Kana Nakashiro. We'll see her over in Belair. We're going to roll straight into the next heat. Willow's already up and riding, but we're going to go to a quick ad break, and we'll be back to crown some more semi-finalists right after this.
to the third quarterfinal here at the Taiwan Open of Surfing. Women's side of the draw. Willow Hardy from West Oz is the surfer in blue, and Safi Vet from New Zealand, the Olympian, is in the red jersey. Chris Binns in the booth, joined by True Starling. What do you make of this matchup?
Yeah, this is going to be a really interesting heat. Of course, Willow Hardy, the goofy footer from West Oz. She's on the Challenger Series, had a bit of an injury a little bit earlier in the year, right after the Newcastle event. Safi Veti up and riding now. This is, well, actually a replay, I should say. One big backside blast, 3.33 for Saf. From just the one turn, I mean, Safi, she's been on fire throughout this whole event. And her backhand surfing has really been her biggest weapon.
Yeah, this is pretty evenly contested showdown, this one. These two women are right next to each other on the rankings. Safi's in 12th and Willow is in 13th, but Willow's only surfed 2 of the 4 counting events, so she's going to rocket right up once the dust settles on the Taiwan Open of Surfing. As you mentioned, she crunched her, I think it was her ankle, after Newcastle, going for a surf. And that saw her miss a chunk of events on both the Challengers and the QS. So she's got some ground to make up. We know that she's got the talent to do so. And she'd be surfing with a bit of a chip on her shoulder, trying to right the wrongs of the way that the world's just kind of mistreated her.
Yeah, Binzi, I'm a big believer that everything happens for a reason. So for whatever reason that happened with Willow, I feel like it's made her stronger coming out of it as well. It kind of allows you to reflect and regroup and take a look at things and how you want to surf and show up to events. So I think, you know, even though it's a frustrating experience, I feel like Willow's come out better from it.
Yeah. She surfed really well in the Philippines at Cloud 9, so she's definitely at the level, we know that. We saw her surf a heat against her sister Olive. I can't remember if it was yesterday or the day before. It's all such a blur, but the whole Hardy family is here this week. Dad Jean and Mum Sunny, so 4 Hardys in town. Never a bad thing.
Yeah, it's pretty special to see them all traveling together. I think it's so cool. Sunny is here. She hasn't really been at too many events, so it's awesome to see Sunny, come on a bit of a family holiday, I guess. They've turned it into a trip, going from the Philippines now here to Taiwan, and then they'll head straight home after this event.
Yeah, why not? Such a great leg to turn into a holiday.
Mm.
We've seen plenty of surfers with either their families or their other halves with them across these 2 events. All right, someone who's been enjoying themselves in Taiwan is the winner of the last heat, Taylor Green, and she is chatting to her own Jessie Starling.
Yeah, thanks, Binzi. Taylor, into your best result ever in a QS, into the semi-finals. Congratulations. You must be elated right now.
Yeah, thanks, Jessie. I'm so happy. Best result in a QS, so yeah, I'm excited.
We love the froth. We love the stoke. Coming up against your roomie in your semi-final, Lucy Dara. Obviously, your other roomie in the water right now. What is going on in your household? It is obviously working for you guys.
Yeah, it's pretty cool to see that we're all making heats and putting it all together, and it's super fun traveling with the girls. It's always a good laugh when we're in the room, so yeah.
And we'll all be friends tonight at dinner. Everything will all be okay. Obviously, this is like your first big year on the QS, and you've been super consistent so far. What are you making of your first year on the QS?
It's been fun. I'm loving the traveling and getting to go to new places that I've never been to before, and yeah, let's just keep it going.
Now, we obviously love your little sister. I know that she's going to be at home watching, so if you want to say hi to Stell Girl and anyone else, go ahead.
Yeah, hey Stell, I miss you. I miss Mum and Dad. So hey guys to you guys, and can't wait to see you guys.
Amazing. Congratulations. We're seeing her in the semis. Back to you guys.
You beauty. Thanks a lot, JJ.
Thank you, Jessie girl.
It's a very excited Taylor Green through to the semis for the first time at this level.
Yeah.
Good.
best ever result at a QS 6000 is pretty amazing. So far, she could go deeper, get to the finals. You never know what tomorrow brings.
We never know what today brings. It's been a big day of upsets. We've seen on the men's side Dane Henry and Bronson Mady bow out.
Huge.
On the women's side, we saw Kana Nakashio just get bounced. She's leading the Asian QS rankings. We also saw Ziggy McKenzie, who looked amazing at Cloud9 and looked good earlier on this week, get bounced. And right now, Safi Vet is looking pretty good on her backhand. And it'll be a second solid score for the lady in red.
Yeah. Safi, she's got a good score to lock in. She's already locked in at 3.33. So another one to come through. And Willow, here we go.
Oh, she's given it the double windmills. She's finally got into it. And she'll rip into this one on her forehand, but just the one turn and she is out of there.
Yeah, I feel like wave selection just being a bit of an issue for Willow right now, but we're not too far down into this heat. So Willow's got time to, find a couple of good ones and put together some, really strong combos. She's been ripping this whole event, Willow Hardy has, and Safi Vetti as well. She's been putting on an incredible performance. Her backhand is really a strength in her surfing, in my opinion. It's one of my favourites to watch, so looking forward to seeing where this score comes in for the last one of Safi's.
And does Safi live in Australia these days?
Yeah, so she grew up and was born in Gisborne in New Zealand. Now she lives on the Goldie in Australia, which is super cool. Made the move over there a couple of years ago, but she spent a lot of time in Oz. A lot of time in my family's household as well back in the day on the junior tours, so it was super fun.
All right, well, she may have lost the last heat, but I think we're going to catch up with Kana Nakashio right now. She's down with Dai Wako, and I believe Dai has some good news for the lady who's wearing the yellow Bonsoy Asia Super Series jersey.
まずはヒートお疲れ様です。この大会で第9位という成績を収めました。まずはヒート振り返ってみて、この試合を振り返ってみてどうですか？
そうですね、今のヒートはなんかすごい難しくて、あんま狙ってたセットにも乗れず、待ってなんかこう難しくて、もう一本って思いながら待ってたんですけど、ちょっと乗れずに終わってしまって、ちょっと悔しいです。
だけれども今シーズン非常に好調なサーフィンを見せて、ずっとほぼイエロージャージを着てました。そしてこの試合で決まりました。ボンソイスーパーアジアシリーズのチャンピオンになりました。見事スーパーシリーズチャンピオンになったのが中條香奈選手です。おめでとうございます。こちらのチェックとプライズマニーが後で贈呈されます。まずは今のお気持ち率直に聞かせてください。
そうです、今シーズン浜松から始まって優勝して、まさかクルイでこのシリーズができるっていうか、イエロージャージだよって言われて、最後1位だったら賞金もあるよって一番最初に多分聞かされてたので、本当気合入って毎回6戦の試合いい結果残したいと思ってたので、とにかく韓国の2位と、やっぱ田原の優勝がこれにつながってるなって思うので、また来年もまたゲットできるように頑張りたいです。
やはりイエロージャージといったら CT のみで見てたのがここアジアにもやってきたところで、イエロージャージを着るというのはプレッシャーというか気持ちに変化はあるんですか？
最初のクルイの時はやっぱちょっとプレッシャーというか、イエロージャージだしっていうのもあったんですけど、逆にでもそのプレッシャーがいい感じに自分の力に自信になってたので、もう本当その後からはもうイエロージャージだからもう大丈夫って自分に言い聞かせながら試合してました。
Well, she had a little bit of pressure in the first time she was wearing the yellow jersey, but actually that pushes her the level, and she's super stoked with the Bonsoy Asia Super Series, and she's a champ, and she will be coming back to this event next year, and she's super stoked with the results. それでは最後にたくさんの方1年を通して応援してくれてると思います。メッセージの方お願いします。
応援ありがとうございます。今回は9位という結果で終わってしまったんですけど、最後ちゃんとポイントも 塗り替えてまた、ちょっとバレアは休憩しようかなと思ってて、でも中国の海南行ってウェーブプールもセッションできるってちょっと聞いたので、それも兼ねて4戦あるので、はい、もう1試合 QS 頑張るので応援よろしくお願いします。
次の中国でのイベントも期待しています。おめでとうございました。Back to you guys in the booth.
You beauty, thank you very much, Dai, and a big congratulations to Kana Nakashio, Bonsoy Asia Super Series champion, picking up $5,000 for being the highest ranked surfer in the Asian region at the end of this final QS 6000. There's still a couple of Asian QSs to come. There's still a couple of Aussie QSs to come, but the Bonsoy Asia Super Series is wrapped up at the end of this event, and why not? Here goes Safi Vetti on her last wave.
Yeah, Safi really opening up here. Can see she just absolutely belts it. Goes pretty critical in that section. I mean, as I've been saying this heat, her backhand is really, really strong. We saw her lock in sevens in that last heat. Safi's hoping to re-qualify for the Challenger Series 5, 6, 7 for that last one. So, yeah, she's well on her way to getting into that top 4 spot.
Yeah, putting a little bit of pressure on Willow Hardy early. Willow's best wave to this stage, a 2.17. So has Safi been to the Olympics once or twice?
Once.
And that was Tokyo?
No, actually Tahiti.
Oh, Tahiti.
Last year, yeah, 2024. So she went to El Salvador for the Olympic qualifiers. Qualified for the 2024 Olympics in Tahiti, and then went straight to Krui to the QS 6000. Got a third there. Ended up qualifying for the Challenger Series in the exact same year. It was pretty crazy. And yeah, represented New Zealand in Chopu, and it was a pretty, amazing experience for Safi.
Oh yeah, it's incredible. It was the second last day that was the kind of beefy one at Chopu? The final day was a little bit slower.
Yeah. I can't quite remember. We're going way back in the memory bank for me. Not too sure that my memory goes that far with commentating so many heats. But it was cool to watch. That whole event was awesome.
We watched the final day via Starlink on the Mangalui, starting from about 2 in the morning to try and get Jack Robbo across the line. We thought we were getting there when he beat Gabriel Medina in the semis. Poorly Vast got him in the final.
Yeah, that was pretty special, wasn't it? It'd be amazing to have won an Olympic gold at your home.
Oh, especially as someone who, if you know anything about surfing, you've heard of Corley Vast, but if you're from the mainstream, the fact that a guy who's not even on the championship tour would... the fact that the Paris Olympics held the surfing on the other side of the planet in this tiny little fishing village, and a kid from that tiny little fishing village who's known for charging big waves had to go to El Salvador and qualify for those Olympics in relatively small waves, and then go back and beat a whole heap of the world's best. It's movie stuff.
It's amazing.
Crazy.
Yeah, it's a dream about that.
Don't forget about Caroline Marks either. Gold medal, world title. She's won a couple of times at Chopu in the Olympics and CT. Weapon.
Yeah, some really massive achievements across the whole of the surfing competitive. It's just honestly like you sit back and you think, wow, this is such an incredible sport, and being able to experience it and go to different places like here is so cool.
Here goes Safi Vetti rolling into a right-hander. Sleepy wave so far, and throws her arms up and says, I'm out of here. But nothing ventured, nothing gained. She will just rejoin below. We can see the two women sitting pretty far apart.
We just had confirmation as well, but Kei Kobayashi did just win also the Bonsoy Super Series too. So we've got 2 winners, Kei and Kana, which is pretty incredible.
I would imagine that Bonsoy was the last man standing who could have accounted for Kei, but with his recent departure from the event, that ended his run at the Bonsoy Asia Super Series rankings lead. These are the 2 scoring waves from Safi Vetti, a 5 and a 5.67. There's only 7 minutes left in this heat. It's been very slow for action, and I would imagine this is why WSL are pretty keen to finish things tomorrow morning. The leading edge of this new swell, hopefully before the wind gets too problematic. We're in business.
Yeah, it's looking like it's going to be pretty pumping tomorrow morning. So hopefully all things go our way and we rock up tomorrow morning and it's pretty much looking like it did this morning, because it was consistent, it was clean, there was some really fun waves, so fingers crossed that's how it all works out. You just never know, things change so quickly, but it's definitely looking pretty good.
Do you and Jessie just bring 1 board each?
Jessie brought 2.
1 board bag between you?
Yeah.
Genius.
Yeah, no point bringing 2. Especially with a month on the road, lugging around too much stuff.
I'm just starting to regret bringing a fish because it hasn't left the bag yet.
Yeah. I think Dai Wacko was the only person to surf Jessie's second board. Otherwise, it hasn't come out of the board bag.
It's all right. I'd let Di take some of my boards for a spin, teach them some new tricks.
Dai was ripping on it. It was like show-stopping. I was just sitting there watching him going, how does he surf so good on a 20 and get on this board that's kind of his size but also not, and then absolutely rip on it. It was mind-blowing.
6 minutes remaining.
6 minutes. So Safi Vetti would probably be fine if another wave failed to break for the next 5 minutes 50. Willow Hardy would be looking at the mountains and praying to the gods who live on the top of them and saying, "Oi, how about you bung a couple of sets in this way?"
Yeah, she's definitely hoping that a good wave comes through, because she hasn't really had much. And, you know, Willow, she's actually a really incredible heat surfer in the sense that she's pretty aware of what she needs to do and when she needs to do it. But the waves in the ocean just not cooperating with Willow right now.
Yeah, and it's crazy that we've halved the number of surfers in the water, so in theory there should be double the number of waves. It's not playing out that way so far. 5 minutes to go. Come on, let's wake this ocean up a little bit and figure this one out in a bit more of a fashion fitting of what it deserves.
Yeah, because this is a heavy-hitted quarterfinal. It's huge. Safi and Willow, they going blow for blow throughout the whole event, and it's been really exciting to watch them. So hopefully Willow can climb back into this heat. She can get into the 5s. She's put herself in a great position, but she just needs to find a wave.
Two-wave heat tally is 10.68.
I'm sure the Willow Hardy clan, Olive, Jean and Sunny are all hoping that waves roll through as well. And back home in New Zealand, Safi's mum, Ness, and brother Finn are probably thinking, okay, wave, go, ocean, go flat. Please don't bring any more waves. So it's 2 different.
4 minutes.
4 minutes remaining.
We've lost the sun. We've lost a bit of the oomph in the conditions. Let's see if we can't pick up the energy for the last few minutes here. Willow Hardy on the move. Has she seen something to the south? Instead it's Safi Vetti that we see finding her 5th wave. Just staying moving, nothing really major on offer so far. Now she gets a big section and collects it very nicely.
Wow. I liked that turn. That had so much power. Safi is just on fire at the moment. She's really found her groove. She's found her confidence. This wave didn't really look like a whole lot, and then it just walled up right here. This was a moment for Safi. My goodness, I love this turn. Bang! Huge connection. Timing was on point. I feel like just that one turn is going to go pretty high. I think the judges will love it.
Yeah, the wave didn't look like much, but if you're Willow Hardy, it would have looked amazing.
Yeah.
She would love to have, matched one of Safi's fives. Still waiting on what this last score will come in. Probably the best turn of the heat. Whether the judges react negatively to the lack of other stuff that came with it, that's up to them to figure out. But that was beautiful. Just really perfect placement. Drove up into the lip. Really committed. The judges love that. Big textbook closeout crack from Safi Vetti. 2 minutes remaining. The other issue here is that Willow's chasing. Well, there it is. So a 5.93. There's the slippery dip out the back. We'll get back to that in a minute because I've been looking at that, rubbing my hands together excitedly. 1:45 to run. Last wave for Safi Vetti was a 5.93. So Willow Hardy now needs a 9.43. No disrespect, but let's just say that's 2 waves. So she has to get moving and can't get into that one.
Well, even putting that aside, Binzi, we haven't seen a 9.43 this event so far. And I'm not sure that there's any wave qualities out there in the 9s just yet. So unless a freak set comes through and Willow absolutely goes to town, then she could really push for it. But I agree. I think it's a 2-wave job right now for Willow Hardy.
That slippery dip looks amazing, but it's on hard concrete.
Yeah, it looks like injury central.
I'm pretty sure from the questions I've asked, you might have to sign some form of waiver before you're allowed to go skimboarding down it.
Fair enough.
There's a little half pipe next to it as well. 40 seconds, come on, can Willow get a chance at least?
Wow, this has been really unfortunate for Willow. It's almost as if the waves have just gone straight to Safi. Cool little skate bowl.
5 seconds, yeah, that's the funnest looking little mini ramp. 15 seconds.
Wow.
Oh. There we go. Glad to get one of them on film. 5 seconds. And, well, Safi Vetti will take it. A 5.93, a 5.67, and she threw away the next 2 best waves of the heat. Willow Hardy, unfortunately, dry docked, stuck out the back for 25 minutes without really getting an opportunity. But still, that's going to be huge points for the Western Australian. But congratulations to the Kiwi. Safi Vetti through to the next round. One more quarterfinal remains on the women's side of the Taiwan Open of Surfing, and that will be taking place right after this quick break. Alright, welcome back to the Taiwan Open of Surfing. This is the last of our quarterfinals. Minami Nonaka up against Nanaho Suzuki, two Japanese surfers in the water. One incredible Japanese surfer in the booth. Joining me, Chris Binns, is the one and only Dai Wacko. Hello, mate.
Hello, wow, straight up. Minami Nonaka up and riding. Nonaka Minami 1本目のライディング、2ターン非常に険しいところに当ててきました。そして3ターン目も入って、これはインサイドまでしっかりつなげてくる。そしてフィニッシュのターンも見せますが、ここで、ワイプアウトしてしまいます。ただ素晴らしい3ターン見せてきました。レッドに野中みなみ、そしてブルーに鈴木奈々穂がクレジットされています。ウィメンズクォーターファイナルのヒート1になります。
This is Nanaho Suzuki opening her account. Gosh, Willow Hardy in the last heat would be looking at these waves right now going, where were these for me? Because she sat and waited and really didn't get the chance. Interesting bit of trivia arising from the last heat as we see two Japanese surfers doing battle in this quarterfinal. We're going to see two Kiwi surfers in the semi-finals.
Wow.
Taylor Green and Safi Vetti.
That's matchup.
Huge. The Kiwis will be thrilled about that one.
The first wave for Minami Nonaka locked in 5.50. That is a good number to start her campaign. In this quarterfinal heat number 1, we have Nanaho up and riding. 鈴木奈々穂2本目のライディングになります。一発でしたが大きなターンを見せてきました。It was only one turn, but big, solid one turn finish from Nanaho Suzuki. Her first wave is only 0.50, but the second wave will be a good number for Nanaho.
Yep, 5.5 for Minami, 0.5 for Nanaho, one more score to come. And while we're waiting for the judges to figure that number out, we're going to cross down to True Starling, who is with the winner of the last heat, her good mate, Safi Vetti.
Yeah, thank you so much, Binzi. Safi, congratulations into the semi-finals. I mean, it's been a big week or a big 4 days of surfing, but you're still going and you got a couple more heats.
Yeah, I'm knackered, eh? I'm tired, but we keep pushing and I'm so excited to finally make a finals day. It feels really good.
It feels like a breakthrough result after a little while of some, like, you know, not epic performances, not what we're used to seeing from you anyway, Saf. So it would feel really good for you to, you know, be surfing at your best.
Yeah, 100%. That's kind of what we train for and what we like envision ourselves doing. So it's really good to like put those visuals into play, and I'm just really happy that I can join my sisters in the semis, and hopefully we can try get to the final, but one heat at a time.
Yeah, what an incredible household you guys have. Something's working. It's so awesome to see you guys all in the semi-finals, Lucy and Taylor together, and hopefully you'll meet either one of them in the final. That could be pretty crazy.
Yeah, that's the plan, always the plan. We've been having so much fun, lots of laughs. I mean, we've had a little bit of bedtime because I've been a bit sick, so lots of Netflix and shows and Love Island and whatnot, keeping up with the good stuff. So we're just staying, like, keeping positive and having fun, and yeah, lots of laughs along the way. It's important, I reckon.
Yeah, it's so good to keep the morale up. Semi-finals and finals on tomorrow, so you're resting throughout the day. Hopefully, by what we're kind of seeing on the charts, tomorrow morning could be really fun. It could be pumping. So, what's the plan? You know, what are your thoughts?
Hopefully a couple more backhand slams. That's my plan. But if a right comes my way, I'm sure I'll be able to do the same. But yeah, I just hope we all get, you know, fun waves and plenty of it, and everyone can do their job. And yeah, I'm really looking forward to it. Taiwan's such a fun wave, and it's like a little mini skate park. So yeah, I mean, we're all frothing and happy to be here.
Do you want to give a shout out to anyone at home that I know is watching and probably stoked that you're in the semis?
Just everyone at home on the Gold Coast, and Gizzy as well, Mum and the fam. Old man upstairs is definitely looking after me, and yeah, everybody at Stratty at the moment for Beads Comp. Big shout out to you guys. I know you're watching, and big love. Bye.
Thanks so much, Saf. We'll send it back to you guys.
Awesome. Thank you very much, True. And an elated Safi Vetti through to the semi-finals. Who will she be coming up against? We will know in 18 minutes' time. Nanaho Suzuki is currently in the lead with 4.77 and 2.17, but it's not going to take much for Minami Nonaka to move into the lead. She's got a 5.5. She's got a wave to come, or a score to come. 17.5 minutes to go.
During the interview, I think Naho just got a great wave, so definitely it'll be a great backup for Nonaka, Minami Nonaka. Still waiting for the last second wave of Minami to lock in.
And there it is. Last score for Minami Nonaka was a 5.9. So she's got a 5.9 and a 5.5. She is in the lead. Nanaho Suzuki is now chasing a 6.63.
Wow, 5.9 and 5.5. That is a good start. I mean, good scores in 10 minutes.
Yeah, that's huge. That's the kind of total that, ideally you'd want to have that at this point, because now you can really push it and try and ramp up your total.
Definitely Minami is not stopping from getting sixes for those two scores, because this is quarterfinals. Definitely she needs to get above 6 and 7s, because Nanaho Suzuki just getting those excellent scores in the earlier rounds. So definitely she's capable of getting excellent scores. But now Minami Nonaka is in the lead, 5.90 and 5.50. Nanaho with 4.77 and 2.17, needing 6.63. Nanaho has fast priority, 15 minutes and 40 seconds on the clock.
Yeah, so you just had a couple of heats off. Did you get outside, get a chance to get a feel of what the waves are doing? It feels like the power's kind of dissipated a little. We've seen this with the lower tide consistently through the week, that it seems to lose a bit of that push.
Yeah, you're right. I had a chance to look at this surf, but definitely changed a bit compared to this morning. This morning was more glacier and a little bit of push in a wave. But, we are slowly reaching the low tide mark this afternoon, and hopefully when the tides come in and, more swells push in for the quarterfinals.
Yeah, we're pretty much on low tide right now. 0.7 low, and we are at 0.7. So once that starts to turn around, as we've seen the last few days, that's probably where the push will start to come. So maybe the men's quarters up next. We'll see some action.
Yeah, definitely in maybe 1 hour, then we'll be seeing improving from the ocean, because every day, this time of the day, we get a little bit of sleepy ocean, but towards the end, surf always picks up, and by the time it gets dark, it actually
pumping again.
Yeah, pumping again. So definitely it'll happen again. But we're in this quarterfinals, women's heat number 4. So last heat of the quarterfinals, and all the semi-finalists will be decided.
Yeah, so the swell jumps up considerably. The last few days it's been around that 1.5 metre mark the whole time. And tomorrow it's going to be 2.
Wow.
2.3. 2.8, and then by Monday we're looking at well over 4 metres.
So we're gonna see a big day. Big waves tomorrow.
Oh yeah.
Wow, that's a good news to hear.
If it's anything like last year, the ocean may be closed by the a short time after the comp is wrapped up.
So tomorrow is gonna be the finals day. We're gonna have 2 semifinals to finish off and then straight into the finals. So it's gonna be a really short day, and definitely it'll start from morning because we have a better condition in the morning last couple of days.
Look at Surfline's wave energy. Right now we're not quite up to 500 kilojoules. Monday morning is 9,000.
Wow, that's solid power. All the swells come from the typhoon, which is
it's going to hit the sort of north of the Philippines according to the latest charts.
So it's not actually hitting the Taiwan this time. Slightly to the, just moving towards the left, towards the Philippine side.
Yeah, well, it's already off the Philippines at the moment. And a couple of days ago, it looked like it was going to clear. There's about a 1,200 kilometre gap between the Philippines and Taiwan. Cloud 9, where we were for the last event, is down in the south of the Philippines, so it's probably, I'm going to say it's about 3,000 or 4,000 kilometres from Cloud 9 to where we are now. But yeah, the typhoon's track has slid south once again, and it's going to blast the east coast. Manila is on the west coast, but it's going to be around about a similar latitude to Manila, just on the other side, which is Bel Air, where the next QS is running. You're going off to that one, aren't you?
Yes, straight after this event. So this is like back-to-back Asian QS tour. So most of the Asian surfers going to Bel Air after this, and then we're gonna have another event in December actually in China, and that's gonna be the last event of the season for Asia QS Tour.
That's been a big 6 months for you, mate. Between
yeah, for everyone actually, starting from Indonesia, Nias Korea and Nias, and we stopped in Korea for the QS 6000 event, and in Japan there was back to back QS 2000 and then QS 6000.
You worked on all those as well?
Yes, but except for the QS 6000. Unfortunately, I wasn't working for the QS 6000, but there's 4 events in a month in Japan and then straight back to Philippines.
Oh, how come you weren't on the Tahara event?
I was kind of busy at that time.
Wow, look at the wind speed looking at that chart. It's crazy. Well, come on. It's a little bit sleepy right now here in Jinzun Harbor.
Right, it's not an ideal situation for Nanaho Tsuzuki. She likes to keep herself busy in the last couple of rounds. But in this heat, like you said, it's kind of sleepy heat. Not many opportunities for Nanaho right now, but she has first priority. Definitely, she wants to get as many waves as she could. 9 minutes on the clock. Minami Nonaka is leading this heat with 5.90 and 5.50, and Nanaho is chasing 6.63.
9 minutes remaining. 9 minutes remaining. Right now, the situation doesn't being any change. Still red in the lead.
One of these two sitting on the rankings right now. We just saw Kana Nakashio scoop up the $5,000. So, importantly, there's the 4 women's spots up for grabs on the Challenger Series, which is 3 from the ratings, and then 1 wild card. So at the moment, it's Kana Nakashio, Anon Matsuoka, and Rita Suzuki.
Wow,
But Minami is down in 5th, and she will already be significantly upgrading her score. And right behind her in 6th, Nanaho Suzuki.
Wow, so it's an important battle between two of them.
Yeah.
5th and 6th on the ranking.
I think they might both overtake Rita and Mirai, who are in front of them on the back of this result. Nanaho in particular, she's only surfed 4 events, so she can only add points here. And a 5th is huge.
Well, very super important heat for both Minami and Nanaho right now. They rank in 5th and 6th place in the Asian ranking, so definitely Nanaho wants to get a good wave, needing 6.63.
Dead low tide, super slow now. Whether there's been any talk about potentially going on hold for an hour or two and seeing if things push in a little harder with the tide, or...
好，现在便当在那个阿谦那边，然后阿谦会先吃，然后再轮，看怎么轮，是月点还是你，然后。
Little bit of movement in the ocean. Minami just paddling towards the left side of the peak, creating a little gap from Nanaho. Wow, almost reaching 6 minutes mark on the clock. Wow, it's been really quiet for last 10 minutes. But here is the replay of the first wave from Nanaho. Sorry, Minami. First turn, great vertical off the top, and come around the section, gets the third turn in, and she surfed all the way to the inside. Unfortunately, she goes down on this one, but still great surfing. That was 5.5.
Yeah, and then this was her... Oh, no, sorry, this is Nanaho's 4.7. 2 strong turns. She did really well to... sorry, maybe that was her 2.17. And now this is Minami's 5.9.
Wow, that was huge floater. Come around the section, gets the big finish, so that was a 5.90.
Alright. Some swell lines, some interest, and Minami Nanaka. Big section approaching, cracks it once. Puts the foot down, a bit of speed, and gets up into the lip, and she was feeling it. She's loved that one.
Wow, that was a great surfing from Minami Nonaka. Under priority, she got that wave, and she did 2 solid turns. 野中みなみ選手、アンダープライオリティのところでこの波に乗ってきました。少しとろめの波かと思いきやセクションが出てきました。フローターターンからここ折れたところで大きな縦へのアクション、綺麗に前へ出てきました。このライディングで 5.50 以上スコアするとその差を広げていきます。残り時間4分20秒になるところです。現在行われているのがウィメンズのクォーターファイナルヒート4。本日はメンズのクォーターファイナルを行い終了となります。ファイナル日程は明日となります。7.0 for the last wave for Minami. Extending her lead, so now she's in the lead with a 7 and 5.90. Nanaho now needs 8.13.
These two are not only next to each other on the Asian rankings. Minami Nanaka 27th on the Challenger Series, Nanaho Suzuki 30th. So their results are really mirroring each other at the moment. They good friends, these two?
Yes, they are good friends. They're competing against each other a lot of times, but they are good friends. And 3 minutes 20 seconds. Stressful moment for Nanaho. She's been getting so many waves in the last couple of rounds, but in this heat, not many waves for her.
Just on 3 minutes remaining.
3 minutes. Last score for Minami Nanaka was a 7. So Nanaho Suzuki has some work to do with 3 minutes remaining. She's chasing an excellent score, an 8.13 the requirement. You'd love to see her drop an excellent score at this point.
Right.
Just really shake things up.
She's super capable of getting 8. She's been dropping a lot of good scores and excellent scores in this event so far. So definitely she knows what kind of wave she should get, and she knows what type of maneuvers she needs to do to get excellent scores. The time is ticking. Almost reaching a 2-minute mark on the clock. Looks like few lines at the back coming into the lineup. Little movement from Nanaho Suzuki, 1 minute and almost 30 seconds. Looks like she's gonna go for this one. Okay, so Nanaho is up and riding, unfortunately goes down. Wow, that was a little bit of a mistake from Nanaho with 1 minute and 20 seconds to go.
1 minute 10 to go, and it's Minami Nanaka would be feeling pretty confident right about now. Nanaho Suzuki has been a bit willow-hardied like the last heat, just really hasn't found an opportunity. 1 minute to go. Here goes Nanaho having a look, wobbly takeoff, and that wave amounts to nothing, and it's just really not looking like Nanaho's day right now. Minami Nanaka with a 7 and a 5.9. There's only 40 seconds to go. Nanaho's got some duck diving ahead of her. This one feels like a bit of a done deal. So we will have our women's semi-finals sorted. Lucy Darragh will take on Taylor Green. And it's looking like Safi Vetti will be coming up against Minami Nanaka in about 20 seconds' time.
Really unfortunate for Nanaho Suzuki. She was really in a good rhythm with the ocean in the earlier round. But this is the end of the heat, so it looks like
there's a victory lap for Minami Nanaka, skating her way on through to the inside. And that's the women's semis sorted. Men's quarterfinals about to take to the water. Raru Itu up against Yuji Nishi in the first of them. That is an ominous looking sky here in Dongyi Township. Don't go anywhere. More action from Jinzun Harbor in the Taiwan Open of Surfing coming our way right after this quick break. Welcome back to the Taiwan Open of Surfing, where Raru Itu just went bananas on his opening wave in the first of the men's quarterfinals. He is the lightning quick, deadly goofy footer in the red jersey. Yuji Nishi is more of your power monger, and he'll be surfing in the blue jersey. Judd Legati is joining me in the booth. And what did you make of Raru's opening wave?
Wow, like I've said, I think Raru is the Japanese Clay Marzo. He does some crazy things. Here is that replay. Let's see if he did anything before that. So one big blast really slides the tail. Here we go, all the way around, manages to pick himself back up. That is some serious core power there from our surfer in red, Ryaru Ito.
So you say Clay Marzo, that first turn and then the big layback. I was getting flashes of Rizal Tanjung.
That's actually very true as well. I guess it's a mixture of both.
He's he's a pretty deadly surfer, is Raru. I know he rode for a Pocky. I'm not sure if he's still with them, but the fact that, you know, that's all the cool kids who are wearing a Pocky, and if they've picked him out to be on the team, that means there's some guys with some seriously credible eyes who've decided that Raru's their dude. And there it is, a 7-point ride for Raru. That is a great way to open your account in the quarterfinals. He's also amazing aerialist, and he has a proper dig on the North Shore in Hawaii. So big future man in red.
Yeah, he spends almost every winter out in the North Shore. He charges some incredible waves. He's absolutely fearless, so a really well-rounded surfer. He takes to the air. I remember earlier on this year he got a 10 in Nias, so he's pretty deadly. And with that, I'm gonna stick to live action as Ryaru is back at it.
Yeah, on his backhand, so opened up with a pretty sick left. Oh, whips the tail again, can't ride out of that one. So it won't match his 7, but it's definitely going to be a second score. In the meantime, we're going to cross down to Daiwako, who's catching up with Minami Nonaka.
それでは見事クォーターファイナルヒート4を勝ちまして、明日のファイナルズへと駒を進めました。まず今のお気持ち聞かせてください。
今年は6戦で、あんまりいい結果が出せずクォーターファイナルで敗退してたりしてたので、やっとセミファイナルにとりあえず行けて嬉しいです。
こう波がなかなか来ない、非常にゆっくりとした立ち上がりから途中本当に波が全く来ない時間もある中で、それはもう自分の中で予期していたというか分かっていた上での試合運びだったんですか？
なんだろう、今回は結構最初に乗ってはまっていってるので、それを意識して1本目を取るっていう気持ちで試合運びをしていって、1本目乗ってからまた2本目セットでタイミングよく乗れたので、それが良かったかなって思います。
特にアンダープライオリティで乗った1本、波7点出ました。波について教えてください。
波は乗るまでそんな良くないかなって思ってたんですけど、アンダープライオリティだったんで乗ってみようっていう気持ちで乗ったら、一発ちょっとチェックターンっぽくやったら出てきてくれて、エンドセクション大きなターンできたので、はい、乗ってよかったです。
Well, her plan was to get a quick start, and that's exactly what she did. Get the 2 pair of 5s, and on that 7-point ride, she didn't think it's gonna be a great wave, but turns out it was a good wave, and she got a 7-point. And actually, this is so far her best results this season. She got knocked in the quarterfinals at one of the events, but definitely this is gonna be best result so far this year. So definitely she's super stoked to getting through the heat. それではいよいよ明日へと駒を進めますが、この後はどのように過ごして明日へとつなげていきますか？
今日はゆっくり休んで明日のために体力を温存したいと思います。
明日からは波が上がると予想されているので、ゆっくり休んで明日へと備えてください。最後に見てる方へメッセージの方お願いします。
応援ありがとうございます。ファイナルデーにつなげられたので、明日も引き続き頑張るので応援よろしくお願いします。
明日も頑張ってください。 Back to you guys.
Hey, beauty. Thanks a lot, Di. Well, Rari 2 backed up his 7 with a 2.83 for that right. And then we've just seen him tear into another left. So that one's in the hands of the judges. Meanwhile, Yuji Nishi firmly parked. Get to open his account, 8 minutes off the clock. And I might duck out and let Daiwako jump back in to finish the call.
Yep, so watching some replays, that's a pretty nice wave here from Ryaru Ito. Big first hack. I loved how much he really pushed that tail all the way around. Yeah, Yuji Nishi just, keeping pretty quiet in this heat. Hasn't caught anything significant at all, but I'm sure he will be opening up his campaign in no time. It's been pretty important this past couple days to be in the rhythm with the ocean, catching a lot of waves, creating a lot of opportunity for yourself. So looking like there's something coming out the back. He does have priority. Ryaru's much way down the line. He's probably just down at the south after catching that long left. Let's see what Yuji Nishi does. Oh, decided to not go on this one. Will Ryaru take off? And he does. One big blast. He does it again. Goes for broke on the second one. Manages to pull himself back up and does it again. Ryaru gonna be backing up that 7 incredibly well.
There he is, Japanese clay muzzle.
Yeah.
That was a great recovery from Ryaru Ito. Already locked in at 7.00. Wow, so with that ride, probably Yuji is gonna be, he's gonna be in a combo situation.
Yeah, it's not a great position to be in, especially with 16 minutes left. I mean, he hasn't caught anything just yet, but Yuji just dropped a bit of anchor. He's with priority out the back. Ryaru keeping busy. He already in the first minute of this heat caught that 7. Here we go. Here's that replay.
伊藤リアル、これが4本目のライディング、立て続けに乗ってきて、ここでフィンを抜いてしっかりとリカバリー戻ってきました。1本目のライディングで 7.0 をスコアし、現在第1位のポジション。この4本目もいいスコアになってきそうです。Few scores starting to lock in, and it looks like it's another healthy number for Ryaru Ito. 15 minutes and 30 seconds in this heat.
We've gone straight into the men's quarterfinal. We will be finishing off these quarters, all 4 heats. So coming up next after this one, we have Shohei Kato and Xavier Huxtable. In Heat 3 is Harley Walters and Sol Grundling. And Heat 4, Marlon Harrison and Reef Hazelwood. So big matchups.
Big matchups coming up. That's wow. 3.5 heats, and then we'll be finishing this day 4. And tomorrow is gonna be the finals day.
Yeah. So you just had a conversation with Minami, who is in Heat 2 of the semifinals tomorrow. She'll be going up against Safi Betty. And in Heat 1, we have Lucy Dara and Taylor Green. So those are our semifinalists for the women's side. As soon as these 14.5 minutes are over, we will have the first semifinalists for the men's. So big moments.
Big moments. I had a chat with Ryaru Ito in a post-hit interview, and he's in the 30th place right now on the QS series. So he doesn't really think about the point at that moment. He's just trying to surf like free surfing out there and trying to get going as long as he can, and that's how he gets this 7 and 5 straight away. So last wave for Ryaru comes in at 5.0, so that is healthy number, 12 point in total. And gets this 伊藤リアルライトの方向に行きます。そして高さのあるエアリバースを見せていきますが、少し体と板が離れてしまいました。Oh, he's checking his surfboard, make sure it's okay. And it looks like it's okay.
Yeah, so Ryaru's not really looking for the points at this point, and you know, it makes sense. I think it's great that he's out here and still competing, because I'm a firm believer that the best way to improve your competition surfing is by competing. You know, there's no other way to replicate the pressure and what you're feeling like when you're in an actual contest. You can do all the trial heats you want when you're at home, but it's just not the same.
It's not the same, actually. You know, I had a lot of heat drills when I was competing, and you know, it's not just real. It's not the real thing. So you, like you said, you have to be competing, continue competing. Even you struggling to get good results, you just gotta compete, and then just trying to get used to it.
Yeah, it's you definitely, if you're doing those trial heats at home, you didn't spend all the money you spent like if you were coming to Taiwan or Philippines. You're you have similar faces out in the water. It's hard to recreate that realistic feeling of trying to be in a heat. But honestly, that's the best way is by actually doing so, and you just start to feel more comfortable under pressure. So Ryaru right now is, each heat he does is building his confidence, and he's just so much more clear in his decisions now in heats. The best way to improve your heat surfing is by actually surfing heats.
Right, definitely.
And actually, I learned that from Rio. Rio is someone who constantly says that, and he is constantly trying to create that comfort inside the uncomfortable, which I think is super important if you want to be at the top tier.
Definitely. That's 100% right, yeah. And that's exactly Ryaru's doing, and he's, you know, on the Challenger Series now, and he just got back from the Portugal and Brazil. But on screen we have Yuji's first wave. Wow, quick in and out from Yuji Nishi. He waited for that wave quite a long time.
Yeah, I'm seeing a little bit traits of a Keijiro heat right now. Unfortunately, waited with priority for a really long time just to get a bit of an in and out. Now Ryaru was wasting no time. He's going to be hunting Yuji down. Look how fast he's paddling.
Wow. A lot of energy through the paddling. Definitely, he's just trying to be as close as he can. You know, Ryaru is the CS surfer, and he's just, you know, having I think, all right here because he's got a great skill to win the whole thing, but didn't get the result yet. But definitely, this event, he's building a lot of confidence in his surfing and trying to figure out how he can do better in the competition. So definitely he's gonna be doing great in a pipe event as well.
I mean, Ryaru is one of those special surfers that not only is he good in contests, but he could also have the skill and ability to be a free surfer as well. I'm sure if he tomorrow decides to give up contests, he can have a career in free surfing, no problem. I mean, you could probably make an entire surf edit just by one surf session with Ryaru.
Definitely.
In a couple hours, you're going to get 8 clip edits.
And then, like, he's good in this rippable condition, but he's also a great tube rider. But on screen we have Yuji Nishi、ユージ2本目のライディングですが、こちらも一発目少し力が入ったか後ろ足が滑ってしまいました。
That's really unfortunate for Yuji. I'm hoping he kind of pulls it all together in these 9 minutes and is able to get a couple rides in. I'm hoping to have a good battle here for the quarterfinals. You want to see something interesting. You want to see it, you know, go big, especially at a QS 6000. You're definitely not winning a heat with a 0.8 and a 0.5.
Yeah, for sure. Definitely, I want to watch those guys doing back-to-back battle, because these guys have great skills to showcase and entertain all of us.
Yeah, they do, especially Ryaru. Like I told Binzi, and I've told you many times, Ryaru is a Japanese Clay Marzo.
Yes.
No doubt. Binzi says he's very similar to Rizal Tanjung. But I don't know. I'm seeing more Clay Marzo. Like, I see like these crazy things he does. He's so flexible.
And then he does things that we are not expecting.
Yeah.
And come out of nowhere. But on screen we have Yuji Nishi up and riding. Nishi Yuji、さあこの3本目もクイックにプルアウトをしていきます。残り時間が8分になるところですが、依然西はスコアができていない状況です。波とのリズムを現在取っているところのようにも感じます。Again, really unfortunate for Yuji Nishi. Quick in and out. Pretty much 3 waves in a row.
Yeah, but I'm liking this better. It hasn't gone Yuji's way yet, but he's catching waves.
Right.
He's being active. He's trying to, put some scores up on the board. He sat down for so long that I think he's doing the right thing. He fumbled a little bit on those first 2 waves. He did some turns and wasn't really able to ride out of it, but I think he's starting to realize, okay, I need to get moving. I need to start catching some waves, but Ryaru is absolutely hunting him down. He's not letting Yuji out of his sight.
Right. Well, he said he just want to free surf in the comp, but he is competing.
Yeah, this is not free surfing.
This is not a free surfing. He does things that competitors do.
Yeah, he's one of those who's like, no, I'm peace and love, and then goes and sits on him for the 7 minutes of heat. Nah, so Yuji is not free surfing right now.
Well, it looks like Yuji Nishi up and riding again. 西ユージ、さあこの波はどうでしょう。1発目しっかりとフィンを抜いてきました。2発目も入っています。これはインサイド出てきました。しっかりとフィニッシュターンも入れてきました。今のが4本目のライディングになります。Wow, great surfing from Yuji Nishi.
There we go. That's so much better. He must be feeling really good right now. Under priority, he caught that wave, got some turns in. It's not going to be a 7, but it's going to put a score up next to his name. So he's going to be feeling so much more comfortable right now, getting him out of combination.
Yeah, definitely with that wave, he breaks out of the combination situation right now. And just like you said, I'm not too sure if it's going to be a 7, but definitely it'll be a decent number for Yuji Nishi to start his campaign. Few scores already locked in, so it's a 4.17, the last of Yuji Nishi. Now needs 7.83.
That's a big ask, but it's better than a combo.
Right.
I mean, I think it was the size of the wave that was probably not really favoring Yuji's score. If he probably got one of Ryaru's waves that were probably double the size, it would have been much higher, but his surfing was impeccable. He was upside down in all the turns. He had a lot of speed coming in and out of them. So here's that replay. Big fin bust at the back on that first one. Wraps it around again, keeping his board moving, keeping it weaving through that fatter section, and finished it off strong. So that was really good from Yuji.
Right, definitely. Well, we have Ryaru Ito up and riding. Ito Ryaru 6本目のライディング。スプレーを上げたリッピングターンからここもテールを蹴り込んで回ってきます。綺麗に決まりました。Another rotation from Ryaru Ito. That was a super clean kick reverse to finish. I love the first time.
Yeah, he's super stylish. I love that every time he does this first turn. Look at his arms. A lot of flair. He really spreads those fingers out. This reverse was beautifully done. Super graceful and just effortless. I think that's what Ryaru's style is. It's effortless. It's wild, but he makes it look so easy. I mean, if you put me to do one of those things, I would never be able to get halfway.
Well, you can.
I really can't. I love your trust in me, but I really can't.
Well, he's got some techniques on the reverses, definitely. But last wave for Ryaru comes in at a 6.17. He is extending his lead. Let's take another look. So this is the first turn, throwing a back as a spray and a beautiful rotation. That was 6.17. So now Yuji Nishi needs 9.00 to go into the lead. That is a huge score.
Yeah, that's a big ask. I mean, I'm not going to lie. It's not a good situation to be in, especially with 3.5 left. It's it's gonna be hitting pretty hard.
It's not ideal situation for him to be in right now, but still there's 3 minutes and 20 seconds to go. Yuji Nishi is up and riding, needs 9.0。西ユージ、この波で9点が必要です。ここはポテンシャルを感じなかったか、一発当ててキックアウトしました。Well, I gotta say it was a smart move from Yuji Nishi, you know. The wave didn't look like has a lot of wall to walk on, but the first wave, the projection was amazing from Yuji Nishi. Still needing 9.00 in 3 minutes.
Yeah, that's pretty unfortunate. You know, when I saw him paddle for that wave, I thought it was gonna be so much more. You know, it was a solid set wave. I was like, okay, here we go. We've got a battle. But yeah, it just kind of tapered off. It looked like it didn't have too much, and I trust Yuji to be surfing and competing enough that he probably saw that it wasn't gonna be the 9.
Right.
I mean, he could still break it down in 2 waves, but it's gonna be really tight.
Really tight, and you know, if you go left, you know, it takes a little while to get back out. So with the 2 minutes, definitely that was a smart decision from Yuji Nishi. But now Ryaru has fast priority, so Yuji needs to get moving. He doesn't want to sit and wait now.
But little issue here, Ryaru has priority, so he's gonna be tailing Yuji like there's no tomorrow. He could sell the I'm just free surfing to someone else, because I don't believe that.
He's not selling anything right now. He's not, you know, let him get a wave. Definitely he's just chasing him anywhere he goes.
Yeah, he's not giving Yuji any space right now. He's constantly close to him. But like we saw in a previous quarters, and Jesse made a really good point that it could be dangerous. You could... Oh, no, but never mind. Ryaru has priority, so it's dangerous for Yuji. He has to get out of his way. It's a pretty wild point to be in right now.
Almost we're reaching a minute mark. Yuji still chasing 9.00. But Ryaru has first priority. He is, you know, just paddling close to Yuji. Probably he's gonna get away from Yuji.
We have next heat already in the lineup. It is Shohei Kato and Xavier Huxtable. So they're just positioning themselves. But look at this.
Wow.
This is a lot of cat and mouse happening right now. 30 seconds left, and Ryaru is not giving him any space whatsoever. Yuji could paddle back to Philippines, and Ryaru will follow him straight away.
Definitely. But here comes the wave. Yes. Wow, Ryaru uses his first priority to defense. With 10 seconds, is there any wave behind it? Well, looks like Yuji's on. But that wave didn't give him opportunities. And that's the end of this quarterfinal, men's heat number 1. It is Ryaru moving through to the semi-finals tomorrow. So we're gonna be coming back to the action, men's quarterfinal heat number 2, right after the break.
All right, guys, welcome back. And already with crazy action, we have Shohei Kato literally following Xavier around in this lineup. And no one has caught a wave yet, no priority. So it's mind games from the moment this heat started. I'm Jana Legatin. I want to welcome Jesse Starling into the booth. Welcome back.
Oh, how good is this? I love nothing more than a great paddle battle at the start. I don't know if Shohei's trying to get into Zave's head and then Zave's not backing down. It's not very often you see this many tactics at the start of a heat, but these two locking horns right now.
No, it's kind of crazy, especially with this huge lineup they have. You know, they are both deciding to be exactly where each other are. Like, Shohei could easily go down the line and surf a peak by himself. But,
I know.
But no, this is how it's going to go. This is the showdown. But we've seen this already in the heat before, where Ryaru Ito told Dai earlier, he's like, no, I'm just free surfing and I'm just letting my surfing do the talking. At literally 15 minutes left in the heat, he was already sitting on Yuji Nishi. I was like, you can sell that. I'm just free surfing to someone else. But we see what you're doing here.
Yeah, you're fooling no one, Ryaru. We're not buying that one. And these two, they're basically holding hands out there. Look how close they are sitting to each other. So this is already going to be exciting. Zave obviously looking to go left. You know, he's sitting on that inside. We might see a little bit of a hassle if a wave comes through. Shohei might try and go right, Zave might try and go left, so that'll be interesting. They'll both throw their hands up and call priority interference, but yeah, this is cool. This is really cool. You obviously can see how much it means to both of them, both on the Challenger Series this year as well, so big levels from these two.
Yeah, there is incredible level in this quarterfinals. I mean, already Heat 3, Harley Walters and Sol Grenling, it's going to be a big matchup. Hopefully both of them taken to the air because they're both incredible. No one going for it. All right, so this is pretty crazy. It's gonna end up being most of the first part of the heat just them chasing each other around.
Oh, this is crazy. They've basically had 4 minutes straight of hassling. You know what? It would be tense between those two right now. You would be able to cut the tension with a knife. It just looks super staunch between the two of them. Look how close they are. They're basically touching each other. Are you serious? Shohei just goes straight next to Zave right now, and Zave not backing down. So definitely some mind games going on. I hope we just get to see the best surfing from the two of them. But oh my gosh, puff your chest, boys. They are not backing down from each other right now.
All right, so it's looking like there could be something happening out the back. I would love to see a little bit of action in surfing as well. This is already entertaining, though. I'm pretty sure Shohei Kato and his brothers do have a surf camp every year in Japan where they teach younger kids how to surf. So it's incredible to be able to still be competing at the same time and kind of firsthand show what it takes to be at the top.
Oh, yeah. It's so much goes into it, and I love, you know, this thought of recompense, this thought of paying it forward, and that's exactly what these guys are doing. So Shohei, yeah, giving back to that community, and I feel like if you've got this far and you still have so much further to go in your career, especially for both of these two, and you're already paying it forward, it's amazing. You know, that is really incredible for these for Shohei and his brothers, and you got to do it. It just makes you a better human as well, and I think it makes you appreciate the sport more.
Yeah, and there's no better way to get better at your sport than teaching someone else. I feel like if you're in that first moment and teaching kids and the next generation, you kind of realize things as well. You're like, well, actually, I didn't see it that way. And people start asking you questions, and you kind of look at it from a different angle. So I think it's a huge way to improve the way you can take it into your professional career as well.
I just can't get over how close they're getting. Like, Shohei is intentionally swimming closer to Zave right now. Like, there's a whole lineup out there, and they are just holding hands. They are attached at the hip, those two. Oh, this could be the start of a new rivalry. This could be quite cool.
Yep. Are we seeing a bit of an Andy Kelly situation happening right now? All right, so it is Shohei Kato getting the first one of this exchange. Big opening carve there. He gets around the section, does a bit of a check turn there, and takes to the air, completes the reverse. Beautifully done there for Shohei Kato, and it's not over just yet. He finishes it off.
Yeah, a little bonus section. Zave, he's going to swing here too.
All right, on his backhand, big opening turn here. Love how critical his turns are. Super whippy and fast. Love that last one. Such a great turn there from Xavier Huxtable. His backhand is so sharp. He's going to have a strong finish here. So two very different approaches. Bit of a staunch there. I'm liking it.
You can hear the Aussie boys roaring behind us right now. Every single time he put his board up at 12 o'clock there. So Zave, yeah, looking really strong on that one there.
All right, we're going to head over to Dai Wako with the winner of the last heat, Ryaru Ito.
アンストッパブルですね。もう初めから最後までもう勢いに乗ってたくさん波に乗っていた印象ですが、やっぱりこのヒートでもたくさん波に乗るというのは一番のポイントだったんですか？
そうですね、なんか最初の方に2本ぐらい、乗れてて、7点出せたんで、もうハッピーですね。最高です。
そのエネルギーっていうのはやっぱ勝つっていう意欲から来てるんですか？
いや、もちろん勝負の世界なんで勝つ気はあるんですけど、なんていうんですかね、そのバランスですね。うまい具合にバランスで楽しみながらやっぱやっていかないと、ずっと負けてたんで勝とうしすぎて、なんで、楽しんだもん勝ちみたいな感じです。楽しいです。
He's just having a great time here. He's just enjoying his surfing. Just free surf there, but he's super hungry for the win. But you can tell. 少しシークレットが板にあるって聞いたんですが、フィンセットが違うんですよね。
ちょっとフィンがこれフューチャーなんですけど、ここミディアム真ん中ラージみたいな、ちょっとこのセットがちょっとこれ言っちゃっていいかわかんないですけど調子いいです。
A little bit of secrets, his equipment, and he uses medium side fins and a large center fin. So that's pretty much why he's ripping out there. So I'll try out today. ではシークレットを教えてくれてありがとうございます。明日のファイナル勢と駒を進めました。まずはこの後どう過ごして明日に備えますか？
そうですね、もう今日2ラウンドサーフィンしたんで、もうちょっと疲れたので、ダンプリンでも食べて、ゆっくり YouTube でも見ながらゆっくり過ごせます。
最後にじゃあファンの方、サポートしている方、家族、友達にメッセージお願いします。
いつも応援ありがとうございます。次も、楽しくフリーサーフィンやってきます。ありがとう。
明日も楽しいサーフィンしてください。Back to you guys.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Dai. That was such a fun interview. He very sparky character, not only in but outside the water. So it's that was great.
He's running with that free surfing theme.
Yeah,
I'm not buying it, Ryaru.
No,
you are not free surfing.
No one's buying it. He can. That's probably what he has to tell himself to keep his calm.
Yeah.
But
he's fooling himself.
Yeah. I mean, no one sits in a free surf on someone else for 15 minutes. So
no.
I don't know.
Oh my gosh, no. Not without a blow up coming at it. So. Yeah, Ryaru, he seems quite cheeky, definitely in that interview there. Cool to know he's got two mediums and a large fin. Love to get the technical breakdown of what that exactly does, so that'll be cool. Might have to message someone, hit them up for it. Right now, though, 7 points for the first of Zave.
Yeah, that was some sharp, fast surfing from Xavier Huxtable. He is looking in great form. Shohei's last one, a 4.5, so Xavier getting the better of it. Shohei maybe tried to intimidate him a little in the beginning of the heat, but Xavier not taking it at all. And here he is again, another good-looking left. Repeats what he was doing on that last one. Does it a second time. So Xavier is looking in great form. He's going to be backing up that 7 really nicely.
Oh, how 12 o'clock is his board going? You know, it is not even thinking about being 11 or 1. It is just at 12, you know. So Xavier, coming from a right-hand point break down at Bells, he obviously does a lot of time at Janjuk, obviously getting a couple lefts in. But this is sick. Love that second turn. And then this one especially patiently waited for the steepest section and then just folded that nice lip line there for Zave. So definitely adding to that 7-point ride straight away. He's looking really, really sharp. Obviously, his equipment looking great as well. He's been running that spray all year long, whether it was in the Bells CT, on the Challenger Series, and Adam Robbo actually does them. Pretty sure it's actually one of Adam Robbo's sprays from earlier on, the Lady Luck spray, so hopefully the lady's giving him some luck. this time.
And talk about sprays. I saw that you do a couple really nice designs as well.
Yeah, I muck around when I have time at home. It's actually probably, like, other than surfing and commentating, my favorite thing to do.
How much or what does it take to get one of your designs on one of my boards?
Just
time.
Tell me I'm pretty. No, I'm kidding.
I need time.
No, I honestly, I love doing them. Like, I never charge anyone. I just do it.
Okay, I want
so
one
fun.
one day.
Yes, I would love to do
I
it.
have a board waiting there for it.
Oh my gosh, it would be an honor. I just love it. My dad, though, I left the spray room a little bit messy. So sorry about that one. But no, it's good. As soon as I'm home, I'm like, okay, messaging my friends. I'm like, who's got boards? Like, I want to spray them. So send it over my way and I'll get it done.
Yes, please remind me next time I'm in Australia, or if you're ever in Bali, I'm going to be like, Jessie.
Yeah.
I've got the Poscas waiting.
I would love to. No, it's so fun. And I think it makes every surfboard really unique. I actually think having a spray on your board makes it stand out in competition as well, which I think it makes the judges see your turns more. I know that's crazy, but like that was always a theory that I had.
No, I agree with you, but more than 100%. It just gives it that extra flair, and it just makes it look like your board is moving way faster than if it's just like a blue or a white.
Yes.
So it just has that extra spark to it. And talking about spark now, Xavier Huxtable on a wave that won't be adding up to his scoreline, but 7.40 on the last of Xavier, 14.40. What a way to start your quarterfinal.
Yeah, I feel like that is a crazy flex right now from Zabe. Obviously, we had a bit of bravado, a battle for top dog at the start of this heat with those two just hassling each other and getting really close to each other. Now Shohei needing a 9.9, you know, so he's got so much time to do it, obviously in 11.5 minutes. And you know what's crazy though is that Shohei, if you break that down, obviously it's 2 sevens for Zave. That as an achievement for Shohei in 11.5 minutes isn't out of this world. You know, it's actually very on brand for Shohei Kato. So don't count him out just yet, but I absolutely love what we're seeing from Zave. He's going to have a look again here.
All right, here he goes again. He's going to want to do that, exactly what he did in the first two waves again, and he unfortunately gets a little bit stuck in that wave, not really providing too much to work with. Shohei took a look at it and was like, nah, and that's probably why. So you are absolutely right. Shohei can do this still in two waves with 11 minutes left. It's so much time. He has so much opportunity left. I do think, though, now Shohei's going to be thinking the cat and dog mouse game a little more, and he's going to be wanting to find his own area.
Yeah, he's definitely want to create his space right now and just start creating his own rhythm. I feel like maybe... Obviously, it's great entertainment, but if not that many waves came through anyway, so I can't really be saying this. I was going to say that if he didn't get so caught up in the hassle, things, you know, could have been different, but no waves came through. And it gave us a great show, so actually get caught up in the hassle. I loved it. I enjoyed it. I love when you just see this new level of competitive fire come out. And Shohei, he was just showing that he meant business here, so I'd love for him to show that, you know, through his surfing now.
Yeah, and it does show the mental strength that Xavier has and how confident he is in his surfing. And he did not let that fumble him at all. First wave, a 7. Backed it up with a 7.4. So it just shows how much he actually probably puts time in that mental side of things, especially in his athletic career.
I think as well, like, this is going to be super stereotypical, and I don't mean it to be, but I just feel like Aussies just don't back down from that sort of stuff. Like I genuinely, and I'm not saying that because I'm Aussie and I'm being biased. Like just from what I've seen, like I just don't think Aussies back down from it.
Yeah, you're right.
Like I can't really think of a person who would.
I think I mentioned this the other day. I wasn't sure if you're there or not, but that's something I admire a lot from Australians is the fact that you guys just don't let other people affect you guys so much. I don't know. It's the Australian way, and that's the way it's gonna be, you know. And I love that.
It's actually hilarious. Like it's so funny because, you know, you could catch up with friends from all around the world, and you know they'll ask for advice and things. And most of the time, like you're listening into some conversations, and Aussie's response will be like, "God, just let it go." You know, it's all good. Life's that good. It's just like.
Or a situation like that.
So
I'm
nonchalant.
sure Xavier was probably like, "What are you doing, dude? Like, go away."
Yeah. Up to you, brother. That's probably what he'd be thinking. No, it's interesting. It's funny. So I actually like that, you know, Shohei was trying to rattle his feathers. And I think it maybe drew something out of Zave even more. Probably drew that competitive fire out. So love the tactics from Shohei. Maybe didn't pay off in his favour because right now he's almost comboed. But Zave, definitely not backing down anytime soon.
Yeah, it's the Aussie manner.
Oh, it's so funny. It makes me giggle. It really does make me giggle. But Shohei, he's been so impressive all year long, whether it's been on the QS, he had a 5th at Tahara, and then on the Challenger Series, just coming off a 9th place over there in the Challenger Series. It's hard to get into those man-on-man, and Shohei surfs from the opening round on the Challenger Series. He's not one of the seeded surfers, so for him to get to the round of 16, there's a long way to go and a lot of 4-man heats. And 4-man heats from the Challenger Series are no piece of cake.
No.
They are crazy. So to have a 9th and get to that man-on-man matchup, that would be such confidence for Shohei knowing that he's done that.
And that's probably where he picked up those little mind games in the beginning, was with the big dogs in the Challenger, because I'm sure there's plenty of that going around. And you've probably seen it time and time again.
I actually love it. I love the drama. It's so entertaining.
It's what we're here for. All right, so speaking of, Shohei takes to the air, lands a beautiful reverse to start things off. Bit of a flick there. Let's see if he finishes this one off nicely, and he does. Really pushes the tail. That is a great way to fight back for his position.
Oh, yeah, this is what we're talking about. Those 2 7s were never out of the question for Shohei Kato. He got a 7 for a very similar air in the round of 16 this morning and landed in probably a trickier spot too. So Shohei, he's back. He's back in this game, that's for sure. And I feel like that score's going to put him right into solid contention here. Let's take a look at this replay right now, though. So Shohei builds up. We knew this was coming. Beautiful air reverse there. Lands with air under his board too. So did really well to ride that out with that wave rushing up. Great looking finishing turn too. I'm calling a 7 for Shohei's. I liked it.
Ooh, 7. I might say. I don't know. Honestly, I'm confused right now. There's just a lot happening. From the moment we started off with the paddle battle with Xavier's 7s, now Shohei backing up. I'd say between the 6 and 7s too. We'll see though. I'll leave that up to the judges. The only thing that kind of puts me in doubt is probably the size of the wave. It wasn't as big as maybe Xavier's was.
Yeah, that's a really good point. I just like it though. You know, the judges obviously setting the tone this morning that they're loving progressive surfing. You're right though. He comes in, it's a 5.83, so it's not in that 7 range, but it's definitely put himself back in contention. That 9.9, basically a 10. Now an 8.57. That's a lot more achievable. He's looking again. He's got 5 minutes and 40 seconds to try and find an excellent score under priority of Xavier Huxtable right now.
Yeah, and I'm sure maybe an air like this in the earlier rounds would have been a lot more of a higher score, but we're talking quarterfinal in the 6,000. You know, the DJing there. The degree of difficulty. Sorry, guys. The degree of difficulty has to be way higher now, and it just has to get more critical.
Oh, yeah, definitely. You know, Shohei, if you're wondering what fins he was using, we saw from that drone angle, Mick Fanning had those going for that air there. So Shohei, he's so technical in the air. But, yeah, we're asking him to lift right now. We're asking him to push a little bit harder, take it to the air a little bit higher right now. So Zave rolls reversed here. He's chasing Shohei up the point now.
All right, so this is getting really interesting. Xavier's doing a little bit of a payback now. He's like, you know what? You did this in the beginning. Now it's my turn.
Yeah.
But with priority, so it's looking like Xavier's in a pretty good spot because he has the complete right of way if a set comes. So with that 7.4 and 7, that 8.57 that Shohei is looking for is starting to get under his nerves, maybe, you know, with 4 minutes left. It's not a great position to be in, I'm not gonna lie.
I feel like I'm having deja vu. Seen this before, these two chasing each other up and down the point, sitting so close to each other. Shohei's gonna do anything to get away from Zave right now, and Zave's saying, there's a little taste of your own medicine right now. No, it's cool. I actually love the approach, honestly. It's not very often you see that at a start-up heat. Usually people keeping their distance, but these two, they both battling for the inside right now. They're seeing something. They're paddling back up the point here, so Shohei, he's still looking energetic, so that's good for the mind positivity. He still thinks he's got that 8.57 in it. I'd love to see him go for it.
Yeah, me too. I would love to see another exchange happen between these two. And it's looking like here is that opportunity that they're looking for. So Shohei selling this one off to Xavier. He cashes in his priority, eyes this section down. Big first check turn, takes to the air, lands it. Beautifully done there from Xavier Huxtable. Shohei Kato right behind on the left. Let's see if we get to see what happens.
Oh, he pulled off out the back there. I'm not sure if Saves was a ride out, if I'm being completely honest.
Okay, let's watch the replay. I was so busy because I thought Shohei was gonna go back to back. I actually kind of missed it, I'm not gonna lie.
I'm not convinced from Zave. I'd love to be convinced, but let's take a look when we get this replay. I think he didn't get quite out in front of the foam. Landed it. I don't think he got the ride out though.
For me, it was a complete. We'll see. Wait, let's rewatch this. Let's rewatch it.
So Zave playing defense here, gains his speed, gives us a bit of a check turn to start this one off. He saw this section, went to the air, super tail high air reverse here. Didn't get out in front of the foam.
Ouch, that's a hard one actually. Because he stood up, but I felt like the nose of the board kind of dug in, and he just disappeared into it.
Yeah. I like to think I'm maybe a bit of a harsh judge.
I don't want you judging my
But
heat.
I don't think he got a ride out, and the scores are in. It was a 1.7.
Yeah, you're right. Okay, no ride out. That was you'd be a good judge.
Well, no, I'm kidding.
Wow, where has this heat gone? We are 2 minutes from the end of it. And it is Shohei Kato now with priority out the back, an 8.57 to keep his dream alive here in the Taiwan Open of Surfing. He's going to be taking a look at this one. It has to be something big. At this point, it has to be with this one wave. All right, let's see what he does. He floats the first section, gets around it, takes to the air, and unfortunately disappears there and isn't able to ride out of it. It's pretty unfortunate there for Shohei, but will he have enough time?
You know what I think he needs to do, which if he has enough time to get back out and get a wave away from Zave, I think he needs to go Dane Henry and do a backflip. I see that going excellent in one big turn.
Yeah, and we haven't seen one of those yet.
We saw Kobe Clements almost land one yesterday. He was so close. He landed, and it was so flat where he landed, it almost exploded him off the back. I was like, oh, that looked like it hurt. But Shohei right now, 8.57, 50 seconds, and Zave marching on up, making sure he's keeping him close in the eye line here. So this has been a great heat. I've loved the energy these two have brought into quarterfinal number 2 here.
Yeah, me too. I was loving it. From the moment it started, there was that competitive fire from both of them, and just it was really entertaining, and that's what we're here for. We're here for the drama. We're here for the surfing. This is what it's all about.
Oh, absolutely. 30 seconds here. So potentially a wave coming out the back here, but Zave with priority right now. Shohei, he's trying to skip away. Right now, Zave's trying to do anything to make sure that doesn't happen.
All right, so no one goes off on this one. 10 seconds. There's one more wave. Priority is still with Xavier. Shohei Kato realizes that this isn't going to be enough. We're going to count this one out. I'm going to have a quick conversation with Xavier, and we're going to throw out to a quick break before we see the next quarterfinal heat 3.
We are so close to deciding who our semi-finalists are here. The Taiwan Open of Surf. We've got a QS 6000 on our hands. Quarterfinal heat number 3 in the water in the red. The one, the only Harley Walters in the blue. The one, the only Sol Grenelin. This is a great looking heat between these two good mates and great standout performers all throughout the event so far. We've already got a couple scores underway. Joining me in the booth right now is my big sister True. Welcome in for the last time today.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah. Last 2 heats of the day. Oh, Sol Grundling up and riding.
Yeah, getting a little bit caught behind on the first section there. So got a 193 at the start. He's going to lock in another small score. Cheeky little 417 for Harley Walters to kick off his campaign as well. But we had a really great energy in the last heat. We'll catch back up with that because Harley, this is his form.
Yeah. First turn, it's a smaller wave, but Harley surfs it really well. Gets reverse. As you said, JJ, cheeky little 4 to start off his campaign in this heat. Sol, quick float. It's a 1.93 this wave, not really much more on offer. So Harley getting the better of the first wave exchange, and now with first priority, and we're only 3 minutes into this heat.
Yeah, we are.
Crazy.
So semi-final number 1, it's going to feature Ryaru, Ito and Xavier Huxtable, which is already looking pretty crazy to kick off the semis, which will be here tomorrow. So we've got 2 more heats, like True mentioned, to round out today. We decided we're not going to have finals day today. We still have some swell on offer tomorrow. So the Typhoon, it's slowing a little bit. It's going to give us a little bit of room to work tomorrow morning. So we'll be down here for an early morning call. And 6 heats left after today is done, which is crazy. It's obviously been a massive push to run through this event, but it's just been high talent. Looks like Harley having a look out the back. Decides he doesn't want to go that one. Potentially a wave behind it. So we'll just wait and see if Harley's interested in this one. It doesn't look like he will. Maybe Sol on the inside. Not him either. Great. Well, that gives us time to catch up on some goss from that last day. It was a pretty cool start between Zabe and Shohei. Our girl Giada, she's going to find out the tea here.
Yeah, all right. I'm here with Xavier, and we're about to figure out the inside gossip of what was happening outside there. What was going on? You guys were on top of each other from the moment that heat started.
Yeah, I guess I was trying to get the lefts, and he was, I guess, I don't know, probably trying to get the inside of the lefts off me, and I was kind of, a bit of tactics, just kind of trying to hold that position, and it didn't really matter in the end. He kind of got it right, and then I got into priority, but just in case a good one came, I wanted the inside for it, so it worked out pretty good in the end.
So it was looking like Shohei was trying to play a little bit of mind games with you. In those moments, how do you keep calm and not let it affect you? Because then you straight off the bat got that 7 and the 7-4. You were looking on form.
Yeah, I guess you kind of just got to take a couple deep breaths, reset, kind of keep reminding yourself what you kind of need to do. It was just the start of the heat, so nothing had really kind of happened yet. So you just kind of got to keep your head focused and not kind of lose it. But it was good fun. It was funny. It was a bit of a battle, so it was good.
We were actually just mentioning with Jesse that we love that you just brushed it off and you seemed like you're having a great time, but then paid back at the end when you were on top of him. So you weren't just all fun and games, was it?
Nah, yeah. I mean, you never like sitting on someone, but you got to do it because he's such a great surfer. He could have got the score if that section came, and I kind of got a ride off him, which was actually a pretty good wave. I kind of didn't surf it too great, but I was just kind of blocking him off that, and then kind of just backpacked him around the line. But worked. I was stoked to kind of get through and hold the lead. So it's profit.
All right, so I'm sure everyone at home was watching, and what would you like to say to them?
Yeah, I'd just like to thank everyone who's tuned in through the whole event. Thank you so much. All the support means everything. Stoked to keep going. Friends, family, everyone at home. Thanks heaps, and finals day tomorrow. Let's go. All
right, girls, that was the drama. That was the gossip. Back to you guys.
Oh, we are all caught up right now. You can't help but smile when you listen to Zabe talk. He's such good energy. Harley Walters finishing off another ride there. He went bumboarding for a little while, actually, at the end of one of his waves during that post-heat interview. Sol now out the back. He is our dark horse here. Unfortunately, goes down. But Sol, for someone who took some time off, finished school, only surfed in his third QS, which is this one this year, third 6000, he's killing it.
Yeah.
Mr. Consistent.
I know. It's pretty crazy that, yeah, he finished school in between. Did you just say that?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, sorry. Totally heard you.
Are you not listening
okay.
to me?
No, I'm not. All right, Harley, that was huge. Good turn there for Harley Walters. Let's see what he can do on this inside. Belts it. Wow. That had a lot of anger to it. Really love when Harley opens up like that. I think the second wave, the 1.93, the bum boarding was probably my favorite part.
Oh my gosh. You forget how tall he is. It was just legs.
Literally. I think that's my highlight of the day.
Oh, that's your peak.
That's my peak. That's my peak of the day. Thank you, Harley. But yeah, no, Harley, he's also been super consistent as well. He got an equal third over in Siargao not too long ago. Now he's found himself back in the finals. You know, the quarterfinals. Right now he's on his way to another semi-finals appearance, a 4.5, just locked in for Harley Walters. And his last two events, he's really found his groove.
Oh, yeah, he's looking sharp. Harley, you know, came over to Portugal, spent a bit of time hanging out around the Challenger Series there, and I think it was pretty eye-opening to see that level. And obviously he's taken a lot in his stride after coming on that trip, and yeah, you can see now he's just applying it again over here in Taiwan. We saw it incredibly well done over in Siargao, but I love this matchup. These two surfers spent a lot of time on the Junior Series competing against each other. However, never met head-to-head in a two-man heat. Definitely a couple times in four-man, where Seoul's actually got the jump on Harley.
No way.
In four-man heats right now. So Harley definitely looking for a little bit of redemption at this point. But Seoul, he's grown into just being such a lovely young man. Obviously, we've known him for a really long time, growing up on the northern beaches as well. And I feel like he's just so sweet and kind. But then once you see him in the water, he's lethal.
Yeah, he goes from all smiles to laser eyes. You know, he's just got those, I guess, shark eyes on, and he's like, yeah, I'm ready. And I'm gonna belt it, and I'm gonna take no prisoners. This is my heat. This is my time. So just finishing school, moving into the QS, this is a real world for him. This is where he wants to be. In the QS 6000s, pushing for a Challenger Series spot. He's such a great surfer. He has so much talent and ability. I feel like it's a matter of time till Seoul reaches that. He's got such a great support network here. I know he works a lot with Bo Mitchell back home. And here he's got some great people in his corner too.
He's going to go on this one. He's super deep right now. He's going to try and come from behind. Great call, because that's a beautiful finner there.
No.
Unfortunately, he can't get the ride out here for Seoul Grendeling, so he will be hitting the reset button again. He's given us plenty of opportunities, but just not with one ride out so far. So a high score of a 193, low score of a 0.87, and 10 minutes gone in this heat.
Yeah, this is crazy. 10 minutes gone already. Harley Walters having a look.
Here we go. Looks like a bowley left here for Harles. That's a great first turn. Starts to slope out a little bit right now for Harley. So we got a full junior affair right now. Check turn snap. No finishing turn. So that was with priority. So potentially a bit of a mistake there right now for Harley. He's checking his equipment. Maybe feeling a little bit funny. But both surfers with priority making some kind of weird calls right now.
Yeah, definitely not the polished performance that we're used to seeing from both Harley and Seoul. So maybe the nerves just creeping in a little bit. I feel like it's a matter of time in this heat until they really start to open up and we see something explosive. Harley's consistently been locking in 6s and 7s. It's been really good to watch. And Seoul, he's been a dark horse. I've been pleasantly surprised at how, in form he's been looking this event and how strong his surfing is, and particularly seeing him in Krui and Nias to then come here, how much he's grown as a surfer and as a human. And welcome to the QS, Seoul. You're making a stand and you're really making an impact.
Oh, absolutely. He's taking down some big names. I'd say him and Josh Levy, the two biggest dark horses of the event so far. And if this is the role that he's going to go on so early in his QS career, then bring it on. Feels like Seoul would only be a couple of years till we saw him on that Challenger Series. Right now, though, Harley's still in contention for the Challenger Series, so he's looking for another big result here to get that. Seoul says no. Harley says, I'll take it. Lofts to the air. Full rotation here for Harley Walters. He wants more through this inside section. No slowing down now. big finner to end this one off. Little foam climb, because why not? So Harley, probably with his best wave of the heat so far. We got shades of stab high there.
Oh, how awesome was that from Harley? Loved seeing him in the stab high, just absolutely going for it. Let's take a look at this replay. You knew it was coming straight away. Gets a rotation, lands it really well. It's a tricky section. I mean, like you could see the lump and the bumps in that wave. It was tricky to land with so much speed, and Harley just made it look easy.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. It was so smooth. Straight into a nice finishing turn. Sol finishing a wave as well. So let's hope that he's getting his roll on too. So 12 and a half minutes right now, waiting for that last for Harley. We'll catch up with what Sol got done during the replay of Harley Walters just there.
Yeah, I am looking forward to seeing what Sol did. All right, let's see it. It's a weird wave. It's a little bit lumpy, but he's going to stick with it. Gets a float. Timing was a little bit off.
That's a weird wave.
Yeah, it was a weird wave. I love how he went for it, but probably not the best surfing that we've seen from Sol this event so far. So I feel like if he can get himself onto a better wave, he's looking at a really good result.
Yeah, maybe a bit of pressure creeping into his headspace.
Maybe. I feel like that's definitely a possibility. I think, you know, a quarterfinals, it's one of few that Sol's had at this level. And I feel like the man-on-man, it's a completely different experience as well. The priority goes really quickly. You have to be a little bit more aware of your wave selection. You can't really get away with catching those smaller inside ones. You need to be on the best waves because it really makes you stand out.
All right, so scores locking in. Last to Harley. Doesn't go into the top two. So it's a 4.03 for that last wave of Harley Walters. So the judges really forcing these guys to surf out of their skin if they want to get some good scores right now. So we're going to have to see them push it harder, dig a little deeper, because there's no way these guys want to finish this heat with those scores in their lineup. They're great scores, but we just know the standards that they set for themselves. Harley's had 7s all events. Sol, he's had 7s, taken down big names, including one of the informed surfers on the QS, Dane Henry. We saw him taken down. He's also beaten plenty of his roommates who have more experience with like with the likes of Axel Carrotta, Saxon Rebar, Kobe Clements. So he's really flying the flag right now for the Northern Beaches crew, but he's going to have to dig a little deeper. 6.74. We just got over 10 minutes to go, so maybe a brand new heat coming our way from both of these surfers here.
Yeah, it feels like it. I mean, sometimes it happens like this in the sense that the waves just go a little bit weird. It starts to slow down. And maybe this is all we'll see from the surfers, hoping that that's not going to be the case because Sol is such an incredible surfer, so is Harley. Hopefully there's opportunity for them to really open up soon. Fingers crossed if the ocean comes to play, because we did see in that quarterfinal with Safi Vetti and also with Willow Hardy, Willow only caught 2 waves and she got a 3-point combined total or a 4-point combined total because not much really came through, and Safi was just busy, like Harley's been. I mean, look at this. It was a 4.03, so this did not go into the top 2, but Sol would have loved that. It would have got him back into the heat. And Harley's surfing so well at the moment. You can see how much it means to him to be back in the position to be going into the semi-finals.
I really liked that wave from Harley.
Yeah,
I really liked that wave. Maybe the judges capping it on the wave size, wasn't the biggest wave we've seen so far. But got some really nice work done. I mean, full rotation on the back end there. So Harley maybe looking to do that on a slightly bigger wave. A bit more distance between the two of them right now.
Yeah.
So you can see Sol almost trying to get himself down the beach. He's looking left. That's where he's had all of his scores all event long. Just over 9 to go here. Quarterfinal number 4. It's going to have Marlon Harrison in the red, Reef Hazelwood in the blue. 2 people who knows what it's like to win an event at this level. Marzi winning NIAS a couple years ago. And Reef, obviously, multiple-time winner on the QS 6000s.
Yeah, he took out the Crui Pro a little bit earlier this year, which was pretty incredible for Reef Hazelwood. He got 3rd in the Shion Korea Open as well, which was super cool. So he's had some good results. And he's looking to back it up here in the last QS 6000 of the year.
Yeah, I'm excited to see that matchup go down. I feel like kind of similar surfers, those two. obviously they stand differently, but they both have a pretty big repertoire. They've both got nice rail games, nice top turns. Reef obviously with more experience on Marzi, but Marzi kind of, obviously he's got a win in a QS 5000, which is that's now upgraded to a 6000 before. But I feel like, that's a really cool matchup between those two.
Yeah, I agree. I think it's going to be either. Because yesterday Marlon was just on fire. He had so much speed. It seemed like in his post-heat interview that he was really fired up to be going into another day of competition. Now he's potential for a finals day appearance, which could be pretty amazing. Reef, as you said, Jesse, he's got a little bit more experience on Marzi, particularly in the higher end of the levels on the CT and Challenger series. So for Reef, that heat experience or that level of heat experience might come into play, but it's a really evenly matched quarter. I'm really looking forward to watching it. I feel like we'll see fireworks.
We're going to see who they are going to meet with right now with the winner of this heat. So with 7 minutes, just over 7 to go, Harley Walters currently holding it down. He has a 4.5 and a 4.17. Sol, he's had plenty of opportunities, but right now, two small scores, a 193 and a 157. My goodness. So these surfers, the judges keeping the scores a little bit low, trying to force them to push a bit harder. Harley, he's up and riding here, using first priority slash for that first section. Fins free on the second, but goes down.
Wow.
So door now open for Sol, and Harley, he'll be feeling that fall there.
Yeah, wow, that was so unlucky for Harley. I mean, that last turn, it's a real make or break. That was so tricky. That was a really hard section to finish. Getting caught up in the whitewash is never how you want to, be showing up in a quarterfinal. But he's got time to regroup.
Trying to join the No Voice Club.
Yep, thanks. Not happy about it at all. No, tomorrow's a new day. We're going to be fine.
I am fine.
Yeah.
6 minutes to go right now. Giving you some new tones this event. And it's actually been so sick to watch just everyone make the most of these really long days. It takes a lot of stamina. It takes a lot of solid mindset to be able to get through surf multiple times throughout a day. And I've been really impressed by how much all of the surfers have lifted this event.
Oh, me too. It's amazing to see how much they've grown and how far they're pushing themselves in these events, particularly in the in the pointier ends of the draw. So bring it on. Let's see it happen. Let's see Sol go for something big. He needs a 6.74, so he has to go for something big in the next 5 minutes.
Yeah, he hasn't got out of this one range so far. Hasn't even broken into the twos. Definitely not what we're used to seeing right now for Sol. So we'll be looking for him to try and find something. It's still so wide open though. Harley only has a pair of 4s at this point in time. Even if he locked in a 5, it would make Sol's life just a lot harder. But Sol, he'll take any opportunity he can right now. He just needs to stay composed. Take a couple of deep breaths. Know that there's going to be a wave coming. There's going to be another opportunity. He's just going to be smart right now with these decisions and make something happen in the next 4 minutes 40. Looking like we might have a wave rolling through here. Harley looking kind of interested. No takers though. So a bit of a sleepy heat right now. There hasn't been as many waves as what we saw earlier in the day. So these guys waiting for some of those bigger sets that we've been used to seeing come through.
Yeah, it's like that the consistency in the ocean is really turned down a bit, which kind of sucks for Harley and Sol right now. But you just have to make it work. You got to adapt. You got to change your headspace and your plan to adapt with the ocean, because you can't control it. But what you can control is what you do. So for Sol right now, maybe the best option is for him to sit in a little bit. Try his luck on a couple of those mid-sized ones to see if he can get into the 4s and chip away at that requirement, because he's got 4 minutes. I feel like that's enough time for him to really get 2 waves.
Yeah, pretty interesting to see Harley leaving a bit of space as well. We've got 3 minutes 40 to go here. Sol and Harley both look interested. Both couldn't get onto it. So maybe, bit of positioning error here. Here we go. Now we've got some movement. Sol wants this one. This looks like it's got a good wall in front of it. He's going to highline, take to the rail, Carve it back to the power source here for Sol. He'll get a finishing section too. He'll drift the fins, move that back foot up the board. You can see that adjustment there with the finish. So we have now a completed ride from Sol Grendeling, the first that we've seen in this heat so far. So he needed that. That's a confidence builder, and he's given himself time. Harley here, try to build. Goes to the rail, not once but twice here. He wants a big finishing turn, add some points. There it is. So Harley, he doesn't want to go down in the quarterfinals. He wants to make back-to-back semis and then go one further. So scores to lock in for both surfers here.
Okay, now it's starting to liven up a little bit. Sol's wave was pretty nice, the 2 turners. It was a smaller wave, but he had to go. He had to give himself the opportunity. He's going to try and scratch back out the back with 2.5 minutes to go. I reckon Harley's last wave is going to go into the top 2, though. It was speedy surfing. He got those 2 carves, and then the tag to finish was really huge. Let's take a look at this one, though, of Sol's. Love this first opening turn. You thought he was going to the air, but decided to go for a carve and then tags it there, ditches the fins. It's just that finish that's really going to cost him. And then Harley, beautiful opening swoop. He's really, really good on rail, just like he is in the air, and belts it there, throwing a lot of spray. You can see him just kind of put his arm back a little bit as well. A bit of variety, a bit of difference. A 5.43 for Harley.
Yeah, so scores are in. It's a 2.6 for Sol, and Harley now extending his lead, that 5.43, forcing Sol to now need a 7.33 requirement to see him up into the semi-finals. So 1 minute 40, Sol already back out the back, chasing a wave, chasing the best wave of the heat so far. We saw 7s in that last heat. It's definitely doable. They were both found on left-handers. So you can see right now, Harley not looking phased by not having priority at all. He's going to swing again here with 1 minute 20 to go. Goes down for Harley Walters. Sol now left with room to move with just over a minute to go. He's going to go in and out. So frantic times right now from our surfers. 60 seconds here. It's a 7.33. Needs to be something big. Probably needs to be in the air. Here he goes. Gets the section. Goes for the reverse. Unfortunately, doesn't land it. Harley now surfing down the beach. Looks back to check where his competitor is. So it's all going down here. 50 seconds on the clock too.
Wow, lots happening. We went from a really, really quiet heat to a busy one in the matter of a minute. So Harley has another score to come. So does Sol. I love how Sol's really, trying to give himself the opportunity. Unfortunately, that last one doesn't go into the top 2. Neither does Harley. So no change there. They're not really the scores that you want to see for a quarterfinal, but given the conditions and how slow it really got in that heat, both of these surfers have done a really great job to show their talent and their ability.
Yeah, so 15 seconds to go here. Waiting to see if a priority pops up next to Sol's name, whether or not he's back out the back for one more opportunity. He is. So we got 5 seconds on the clock. And it looks like it is going to be the man on your screen right now, Harley Walters, moving on through to the semi-finals. We're going to say goodbye to Sol, but what an incredible event that's been. One more heat to round out day 4 of competition. Don't go anywhere. Chris Binns joining you for the final heat.
to the last heat of the day, day 4, quarterfinal number 4. Two of the smiliest blokes getting around on the Aussie qualifying series, Marlon Harrison and Reef Hazelwood. Speaking of smiley, it's the electric grin of True Starling next to me for this last heat. What do you reckon?
Let's get it done. I think this is going to be a really interesting heat because Marzi and Reef have both been on fire. Let's take a look at this first one of Marlon's, a 617. He's been looking electric, and wow, this is a good-looking wave. One we haven't seen come through for 25 minutes, so it's like the ocean just gifting Marlon with this one. Wow, gets a good, strong finish. Reef also opens up as well. Wow, really, really close scores. A 5.33 for Reef on this one. He's been looking in form as well, and oh wow, belts it there to finish. So two really interesting waves. I'm really excited to see how this quarterfinal pans out because Marzi's been ripping, Reef's been ripping. I think they'll go head to head really well.
Yep, I think Marlon just dropped a half a point for whatever kind of cartwheel just went down. Oh, yep, up into the lip, lost his craft. So, yeah, really strong opener there from Marlon. That was sort of the way Xavier Huxtable's been approaching the waves too. Pretty muscular surfing, really forcing the issue, smashing big turns out. Marzi would have taken a lot of confidence out of his previous heat win. Well, he came second, but kept Bronson Mady in third. At the end, had to sort of, stamp his authority and make sure that Bronson wasn't given the chance to try and jump up to second. He didn't need much of a score, and Marzi slammed the door shut and booked his ticket to the quarters, so he'll be pumped.
Yeah, that's pretty awesome. I mean, Bronson kind of felt like he was the one to beat in this event, coming off that win in Shagao. So, yeah, Marzi coming up head to head with Reef Hazelwood, which is also another stacked matchup as well. This is going to be a great way to finish the day, Binzi.
Oh, absolutely. Reef Hazelwood, he's made the final here before. He just loves these long-running lefts. They fit right into his wheelhouse. Plenty of finesse and flair up into the lip. Got that beautiful forehand wrap on lock. And then when the right section arises, so too does Reef, not afraid to throw up a big punt. Judges aren't afraid to throw a big score to reward him either. So this has been a happy hunting ground for Reef Hazelwood over the years. Harrison would love nothing more than to knock him off and book his ticket to an All-Australian second semi-final.
Yeah, wow, that's pretty exciting. I feel like this would be Marzi's best result this year so far. I think he may have broken his arm not too long ago, but he's come back. He missed out on the Tahara Pro, but back for the last two QS 6000s of the season, which is super exciting, and he's starting off strong. The 617 was really exciting to watch. And we've already seen Harley Walters progress through to the semi-final, so it's either Reef or Marzi that he's going to be coming up against.
Yeah, Marzi got a 49th in Shagao, so not a great result. Had a great heat to start off his campaign. Got so thoroughly tubed and looked like he was setting the table to dine out the rest of the week. And then got bounced, unfortunately, in the next heat. So a little bit of redemption here in Taiwan for Mr. Harrison. Lives on the Gold Coast. Is he originally Victorian?
Yeah. Originally from Vico, but moved to the Goldie. It would have been when he was a lot younger, maybe 12 or 13, I guess. I actually am not too sure when they moved up the coast, but fair enough. It's pretty cold in Vico, so I'd move up the coast for sure.
And was that in support of his surfing, or
No
was it
idea.
a family move? Or?
I have no clue. Yeah.
Because traditionally you retire from Victoria to Queensland. So a bit young to be retiring. So
Yes, yeah, he is. He would go Reef
He's working his way down the line. It was all set up to get to that point, and he crunches that section. While the judges are trying to figure out what kind of a number to throw at that last turn from Reef Hazelwood, we're going to speak to a guy who punched in all the right numbers in the last heat. He's through to our semis. Let's have a chat with Harley Walters.
Harley, back-to-back semi-finals in QS 6000s. Are you kidding me? What is going on right now?
Yeah, I don't know. I almost didn't come do these comps, but Dad kind of talked me into doing it and frothing to get back-to-back semis and hopefully can make another heat tomorrow. But that was pretty bloody bad from my end out there. I surfed so bad, but frothing to get through with a couple fours.
Thank God Walt Dad did convince you to do it, because you've got a third place, at least another third, hopefully better. Obviously Sol and yourself have spent a lot of time competing, growing up together, having to surf so many heats against mates. How do you shake it off? You know, obviously you want to both get through, but you got to get a job done at the end of the day.
Yeah, for sure. I don't know. I've surfed a few heats against Sol, but not like heaps kind of, but I don't know. I actually don't know. Yeah, I got no idea.
We got a new Harley Walters. He's got no clue what's going on. We got no clue what's going on. What we do know, semi-finals and finals are on tomorrow. Is it probably a burger night up the road and then here for an early morning surf?
Yeah, for sure. I think this will be like our 6th burger. We've been there every night since I've been here. So, yeah, I don't know. We'll be back down here early in the morning and probably be straight back on in the morning. So, yeah, it's frothing.
And it wouldn't be a Harley Walters interview if you didn't give a shout out to the Amber boys. So go ahead, Harley. I know you want to do it.
Yeah, I don't know. Hello to the boys. But this is pretty weird. There's no camera, so I don't know what's going on.
We're just having a chat now. Take it away, Vincy and True. Thanks.
All right, that was our new podcast featuring JJ and Harley. I thought it went pretty well at the first outing.
Always lots of laughs with Harley. He's a funny human being.
No camera, just to mix things up a little bit.
Yeah, keep everyone on your toes, you know? You got to do it.
All right, last score just dropped for Reef Hazelwood. Best of the heat so far. 5.73 to go with a 5.33. His best of the heat, sorry. Marzi Harrison has a 6.17 for his opener. We've got a heat on our hands with 16 minutes to run.
Yeah, let's see it. Let's see what happens. I honestly am really looking forward to see how this heat plays out. I think Marzi has been making some massive ground in this event and obviously, you know, knocking out some favourites in it as well. So looking forward to seeing his answer back to that 5.73 of Reef's. He only needs a 4.89 and we know he can do it, and it feels like the ocean's just starting to liven back up a little bit towards the back 15 minutes of this one.
Yeah, and I think it's going to throughout the afternoon as well. As we see Marzi, this is his second wave. Oh, he's found a good one. He's surfing it with plenty of pizzazz. No. Can't hang on to the end section belt. He was going to be threatening the lead if he stood tall out of that final turn. Yeah, the low tide has drained a lot of the energy over the opening 4 days, this one included. And then you've seen through the afternoon that push comes back.
Yeah, that first turn was huge for Marzi, and the second turn had so much speed to it, but maybe a little bit too much. I don't know what happened there. It's like he just got bucked off by the whitewash, and it was just like, yeah, we're not going to let you have this one right now.
Yeah, there was definitely a moment. Beatrice Ryder here, incredible WSL photographer. She's got the tripod set up. I wonder if she might have snapped the moment there.
For sure.
Because there was definitely just a climactic little frame to be had right before Marzi got bucked off.
I'm thinking that would have gone excellent if you had made that.
Let's just never talk of that again. So you're thinking of going surfing?
Yeah. Yeah, I haven't surfed in 5 days, so I'm definitely out there. It's too busy.
There's a junior comp going on here once we pull the pin, so where are you thinking?
It's a secret. I don't want anyone else to come out and make it crowded. I've had enough of surfing with the QS people. I want to go and surf without them. But actually, the real answer to that is I don't know. I'm just going wherever the car does. Hopefully somewhere good.
There are lots of good waves.
Yeah, lots on offer around here, which is pretty cool. But yeah, definitely due for a little bit of ocean time, a bit of ocean therapy, for sure.
Might have a chance once the comp's wrapped. Got a couple of days before we're out of here. It's going to be batten down the hatches type weather.
Yeah.
And we also don't know whether that means you're allowed in the ocean.
Yeah, last year, the day after we finished the contest, it was pretty good, and we weren't allowed to go surfing because they shut the beach down. So I'm just thinking, you know what, I'm going to try and get out there before it gets a little bit crazy. Just get, even if it's half an hour out in the ocean, be loving it.
Yeah, have you seen the forecast for the next few days?
No. Tell me.
Well, I was giving Di the rundown earlier, so most of this week has been 1.5-ish metres of swell, anywhere from 8 to 10 seconds. Right now, 1.5 at 10. Tomorrow, 2 metres at 10 early, up to about 2.3. And that might seem like a lot, back home in Australia or whatever, but here, those tiny differences mean a massive difference when it comes to wave size. And then by Monday morning, 4 metres at 17 seconds.
Yeah, I'm definitely not surfing Monday.
And the Surfline Kilojoule Pingamy What's It is almost touching 10,000.
Wow.
Which is outrageous.
Yeah, no thank you.
But then it mellows out again on Tuesday.
Oh, here we go.
Marzi, speed to burn, eyeing off a target, goes the big layback. And couldn't come out of that one with 11 minutes to go.
Oh, that was so unlucky for Marzi. I'm really loving the approach that he's got, the power, the speed, real go for it kind of attitude.
Yeah, he's not holding back.
No, I love it. You can't in the quarterfinals.
No.
You really need to bring it.
Safety surfing does not semi-finals make.
Agreed.
So, Marzi just gripping it and ripping it.
Reef, it was cool. Reef and Marzi had a little bit of a separation there. Reef was on the left, Marzi on the right. Now Reef's like, hang on a second. I need to make my way down there and try and stop Marzi from getting himself the 4.89 with the next 10 minutes because Reef's backhand is so strong. I haven't seen too many of Reef's heat. It's just not how the roster's been working for this event. But has he been kind of flying under the radar?
A little bit.
Yeah.
A little bit. I think it's hard for Reef to fly under the radar.
Oh, absolutely.
Everyone is very, very well aware of him. You might say that, Harley Walters has been flying under the radar, but even he's been, he's sort of put everyone on notice. Sol Grundling, I reckon he was flying under the radar at this event. Raoru Ito, maybe flying under the radar because he's not completely up the business end of the Asian Kiwi rankings, but he can win this comp. He is lethal.
Yeah, I think Riadu is on the Challenger Series, so missed out on a couple of events. But yeah, agree, he's spectacular to watch at the moment. That semi between him and Zave, that's going to be sit down and don't take your eyes off the screen because it's going to be huge.
I was saying to Giada, I see shades of Rizal Tanjung, the way he goes about it with his surfing.
Interesting.
You probably didn't watch Taylor Steele movies back in the day that Rizal sort of barnstormed his way onto, and he was the kind of first Indonesian surfer to really crack it globally.
Mm-hmm.
Had a cover of Surfer magazine out at Pipe.
Yep.
Used to get parts in the Taylor Steele movies.
Wow.
Yeah, there were no other Indonesians doing anything like that at that point. Was one of the first to go over to the North Shore and take on Pipe, and yeah, I'm so excited to see Bronson Matey surf Pipe in the Challenger Series next year. It's going to be insane.
Yeah, we were talking about that earlier. It's going to be really, really cool to see him do that. Bronson has been on fire the last 2 events. Fortunately, bowing out. Bit of an upset for him and Dane Henry out of the event. Okay, what is the ocean doing? Let's send some waves, please, because I want to see some surfing from Reef and Marzi in the next 7.5 minutes. That would be really good if we can just see a couple of back and forth action to round this day out.
Any highlights from today?
Yeah, bit of a bum riding wave from Harley in that last heat was pretty
Holy,
cool.
there's a highlight. So there's big cash up for grabs in these dancing competitions today, apparently.
Yeah, apparently like $4,000. Jada was saying. Okay. I'm mortified. Oh, Marzi. Wow, that was so unlucky.
Have you seen the slip and slide that's operating out the back as well?
I have, yeah. That looks fun.
Until you
Oh yeah, I'm not
KO
doing it.
yourself on solid concrete. All right, here goes Marlon Harrison. First turn was good. Second one, he has stood tall out of, and he's looking for a 4.89. That is in the conversation.
Is that a ride out?
I was just thinking that.
I don't want to say it. I don't want to even put it out there.
Well, let's watch the replay and then you can say what you think.
Okay. All right. Let's take a look at it. First turn, strong. Really liked it. His boards are looking really good. Super responsive. Oh, that's a real question mark there for me.
This is where Coach True, if that was...
Oh, that's please just go straight to the
if
beach
that
for
was one of
another
your Groms.
2 minutes.
Do you have a whistle? Do you blow the whistle and pull them in and be like...
I actually have, I can whistle.
Okay.
Yeah. I've got a pretty big whistle, but I don't use it.
Would you in that instance?
Well...
This is everything we've been talking about.
No.
Did not do it.
I'd like to think I'm not like that as a coach.
Hit the dunes.
No, it is a question mark there for sure, but it's up to the judges. It's out of our hands. I feel like Marzi knows he surfed enough heats and he knows enough to know whether that felt like a ride out or not to him. Now it's up to the judges to really decide that.
Okay, so inside 5 minutes.
They're taking their time about it.
They're definitely looking at it for
Might
sure.
be a bit of conversation going down in the tower. And these scores would suggest to me that they don't think he did enough there.
Yeah, it looks like it wasn't quite a ride out for Marzi.
A 3.83, the result for Marlon Harrison's last wave, which was for 1.95 of a turn. Turns. Not quite 2 turns. 2 turns, I reckon that would have been, yeah, he's fallen pretty much exactly a point short, so he's still chasing a 4.89. Here goes Reef with priority, but just wants to keep Marzi where he can see him. Marzi's I'm going to pounce on this right. Let's cut back to the action. Quickly in, quickly out. Doesn't matter. He's gained himself another little bit of separation from Reef there.
Yeah, he really has. Which I think it's cool. And my only thing is Reef has only ridden 2 waves and each wave he's betted. He's got the 5.33, betted it with a 5.73. Can he do that here? Reef, up and riding. First backhand belt, gets a second one in as well, throwing a lot of spray. Reef Hazelwood going to town on this one. Has to get rid of a 5-3-3. Let's see what he can do to finish. Just a clean, tidy finish, and he liked it. Wow, this is going to be a really crazy back 3 minutes of this heat. Marzi will answer back strong, I'm predicting.
3 minutes to go. This was beautifully done by Reef. And, something I've noticed here, he's got a white watch on one wrist and he's got his competitor wristband on the other. You can really see his arm placement beautifully. That's almost a great demonstration tool for Coach True's next session. Reef doesn't give away a lot of emotion. He's not prone to hyperbolic claiming or anything like that, but I reckon he was feeling it there.
Yeah, I agree, absolutely. You can see the confidence shining through.
And fair enough too. A 6-7-3, the result for Reef Hazelwood's last wave. So Marlon Harrison now needs a 6.3 of his own with 2 minutes and 20 to go.
Wow. All right. Now we have a heat on our hands, and it is a battle. Marzi's got priority, and yeah, I'm predicting a pretty good answer back from Marlon Harrison because it's not like his surfing hasn't been there, because it really has. It's just been the completions that have let Marzi down so far in this heat. So interesting I'm really interested to see how this one ends.
Yep. Well, you've nailed all your predictions so far. So that Reef just keeps getting better every wave, and he's gone and done it again. He's upgraded by 1.4. Marlon Harrison, what we've enjoyed about his approach so far is that he's shown he's not going to hold back. It's cost him a couple of finishes, but he's got that 6.17. He needs a 6.3. That's definitely doable. He's got to run at it.
Oh my gosh, here we go.
Here he goes right now. He's got a couple of solid sections in front too. He won't hold back.
Oh, no. Oh, no. Okay, Marlon goes down on that opportunity with just over 1 minute to go. Okay, where are they in comparison to each other right now? Will Marzi get the opportunity? Okay, he gets first priority. He gets it back with 50 seconds to go. Is there another wave? 6.3 is what he's looking for. Has to go something. He's looking at this one. Oh my goodness, scratching into it, Binzi. This is going to be huge.
All right, he's flying down the line. He knows he needs to go big. Can he ride out of that one? He has. Not the kind of outpouring of emotion I would have expected. Maybe that's a giveaway that Marlon feels he didn't quite do enough. He couldn't have done much more with that wave.
Wow.
Body language from the normally effervescent Marlon Harrison is a bit subdued. Here's the replay.
Yeah, Marzi, 6.3 is what he needs. It's pretty tail high. It was super cool. He had to go big. He did. Is it enough? That's the question. I feel like it's going to fall just short for Mars. Let's see.
Yeah, I don't think it's his best wave of the heat. And the judges agree it's a 4.87, so Marlon Harrison will collect a 5th place here in Taiwan. And Reef Hazelwood into the semis. His best result here previously a 2nd. He's now guaranteed a 3rd. Can he top that in 2025? There are the results. It was a closely fought tussle in the end, but for the most part it was one-way traffic. Reef Hazelwood only took 3 waves and he made them all count. Meanwhile, we are going to give you a quick little recap of all that happened on a very entertaining day 4 here at the Taiwan Open of Surfing. We are going to be back first thing bright and early tomorrow morning for finals day. There's a really strong chance that the surf is going to be pumping. It could be unruly. We know that the action is not going to let us down one bit, so enjoy the best of today's action, and we will see you bright and early back here at Jinzun Harbor tomorrow morning. Thanks for joining us.